And we're live with another edition of HB and John Galt on Truck. It'll just be John Galt, just be me here tonight. So I'll take you into probably about 6 o'clock in the morning. So for you truckers that are on the road, feel free to join in. Let us know where you are. Let us know what the road conditions are like if you join. What else? Traffic, road conditions, fuel prices, lot lizards, the best lot lizards. Tell us where the lot lizards are, where you are. Anyone that wants to join the panel, I see RD Chico just joined. RD Chico, if you want to hop up on the panel, it'll be me and you for a little bit. We have one other person in the panel, looks like. So we're going to go through a little bit of trucking news this morning. Some of the things affecting the trucking industry. I think it affects us all. I was talking to HB this morning, and he was asking me, or yesterday, he said, I was telling him like how I got interested in the trucking industry. Yeah, I've never driven a truck before. But back during COVID and during COVID, a lot of the trucking news, supply chain got in. Okay, yeah, it's no problem. No camera or mic. Oh, we're gonna have to work on that for you, RD Chico. Have to get you a camera or mic, one of the two, at least a mic. Anyway, so back during the COVID, I got interested in the trucking. You might remember there was the Canada truckers issued a rally, a strike, or something like that. What else? What did the whole vaccine issue with the truckers? Then there was also Trump coming into office in NAFTA. And how that was going to affect, you send me a news clip. I'll take a look. I'll pull it up here shortly. He got one in the leg. We got to start aiming higher. Aim higher. That's the goal there. I'm going to take a look at it. I'll pull that one up. And then also I've been very interested in the Uber economy. Not that because I drive Uber, but I have a lot of people that rent from me. They drive Uber, things like that. So I'm very interested in that because one of the things I think is that the software is going to be so profit driven for the companies that is kind of going to drive the employers into the ground. I think it's going to be very difficult for Uber drivers, the full-time Uber drivers at least, to make a living driving Uber. I think that the software will extract most of the profit and the drivers will just more or less be the holdover until the robots take over, like the Waymo or whatever. And I want to talk about an article. I'll lead in with that right now. That kind of shows you where I think things are headed. Let me see if I can pull it up. RDB said, RD Chico says he's a hero. Depends on what part of the country he is. And let me pull up this article first. Because if he's where I am right now, he's going to be facing some charges, some very serious charges. More than likely, it's not a stand your ground area where I am. In fact, in Washington, D.C., if someone is breaking in your home, if you have a means to escape, then the government expects you to take that means to escape. So in other words, you have at your back door and someone comes in your front door, and you have the responsibility or the obligation to run out of your back door. If you stand your ground and want to shoot it out with the burglar, when you could have easily ran away from him, ran out of your house, ran down the street, called a neighbor, called the police, then you're going to jail in Washington, D.C. Yeah, I think in Maryland as well. Maybe not Maryland, but definitely Washington, D.C. You don't have the right to defend yourself. Well, some of the liberal elites, dude, that was a very famous case or infamous case, probably 30 years ago here in D.C., where this liberal man, he wrote about he didn't like guns and this, that, and the other, guns. And until someone broke in his property and I think they were in his swimming pool, and he shot one of them. He shot, I think it was a little black boy, young black man or whatever. And it exposed the hypocrisy of a man that had been writing, I think, for the Washington Post or whatever. And he was writing, he was against guns. But here he is, owning a gun and then willing to use it when he wasn't even at risk of being harmed by anyone, just someone in his pool, I think it was. I think that was the story. Let me pull up the story from Artie Chico. This looks interesting here. A video, actually. Let me pull it up here. Let me pause it. Where this is AB7, AB. Oh, this is Chicago. This should be good. CT was just talking about Chicago today. Chicago's a city is never ending in stories here. So let me pull up this story by Artie Chico here. The headline: Delivery driver with CCL. Oh, so he had a license to carry. Exchanges gunfire with burglary suspects on northwest side. Again, I think these things are getting very interesting because, as the desperation goes on, you're going to start seeing people exhibit some South African type behavior where they're breaking in trucks. I'm going to show you some of that as well today if I get around to it. Artie Chico said, big cities, a lot of issues. Yeah, I think the desperation is setting in. You're going to see much more sophisticated criminal activity. And I'm going to show you some of that if we get around to it as well. But let's play these videos here to see what happened here in Chicago.
Businesses here on the northwest side that were broken into are now trying to recover from these burglaries. A delivery driver was on site at a nearby plumbing business when the offenders tried getting into there, and he actually fired back, putting matters into his own hands to protect himself from those offenders. Surveillance video inside an electronics store catching the moment multiple people broke into the shop on North Avenue early this morning and came away with thousands of dollars in merchandise.
They got a lot of customer things. They got a lot of electronics, iPads, iPhones, you name it.
The owner says this is the third time his business has been burglarized in the last couple years.
I'm heartbroken, this is my business, my bread and butter, my baby,
Just a mile down the road near Elston and Webster, surveillance video from this plumbing supply business shows a vehicle circling the area before the offenders get out and break in. Police say the offenders started shooting as a delivery driver was on site, and that driver had a weapon as a concealed carry holder. He shot back at them with police scanner radio explaining the chaos at that scene.
Shots fired at 2211 North Elston. Two male black in hoodies and plaid that broke inside the overhead door, started shooting. Caller states he shot back and he hit.
You have to at least give them credit. They're still in plumbing supplies. It's probably better than it if they're still in the shoes or even electronics. Maybe they're about to go into the plumbing business.
One fled in a silver car with tinted windows.
Police say the driver who shot back at the offenders was not hurt. It's not clear if any of the offenders were hurt, though, as police say they took off in a sedan. A man who works nearby says this type of violence is becoming too common and has him worried for his own safety.
I don't think our politicians are doing much about it, with all the shooting that's going on.
So at this time, Chicago police say they have no one in custody for either of these incidents, and it's still not clear if both of these burglaries are connected to the same suspects.
And that's going to be the thing, I think CT did a stream yesterday about Chicago, the police, 100 shootings, things like that. And one of the things that, if you really pay attention, you'll see that those cops are incompetent, man. They, on the street, they're incompetent to beat cops. They can't really affect arrests. Many of them, a lot of times, they're women. There's so many videos all over the internet where guys are just throwing the women cops down and running away from them or fighting them. The women can't control them until a man comes along, or the woman has to escalate the force so quickly that she has to pull her gun out just to effect the arrest. And these type of things are going to be very, very difficult. HB is right. Stay out of Chicago, New York, LA. I think it's going to be in a lot of cities. Let me see if I can kind of show you what I think is kind of going on, or what is likely to be happening in these big cities if things keep progressing here. So we're going to see. Let me see if I think I have a video where we can see quite clearly the types of things that are going to happen on these trucking routes and stuff like that. Let me see if I can find this video. If not, it may be far down in my bookmarks here, but I'm looking for it. Oh yeah. I found it here. All right, I found it. Let me bring that up. Give me 1 second. And so this is in South Africa. I know South Africa is another country, but I think they're a few years ahead of us in terms of some of the things that they are experiencing in South Africa relative to what we're experiencing here in America. Again, they had their Obama, Mandela, before we, use our Obama, I guess you could say, and all the things that come downstream after having an Obama. So let's take a look here. Looting of if it wasn't for the foreign language, you'd think they were in America. If it wasn't for the foreign language, you'd think they would be in America. Look at it. I mean, this looting right here. My. And if you notice right behind those are shanty-like towns here. Again, this is where I think we're headed in America, the looting of the trucks as well as the shanty-like living here. Look at that. Can you believe that? People talk about South Africa like it's such a beautiful place to live in. Johannesburg. This is Johannesburg. This is the best. This is as good as it gets in South Africa. Just look at the shanties. Look at the dirt roads. It almost looks like Jackson, Mississippi that I showed yesterday. I think Jackson just has a little bit better roads. But ironically enough, these roads are probably smoother to drive on than Jackson. I mean, if you're not going to maintain your roads, it's probably better to just have dirt roads altogether. No one wants to fall into a sinkhole here. I tell you this, I think that's going to be like trucking in America in some of these inner cities. I think HB even showed us some video from his I think from his truck cam or something, like people looting trains in Chicago. I haven't heard that probably in 50 years. Someone says, I see why Orania exists. Not many people know about Orania. The Orania, I read about Orania years ago. There was a documentary on Netflix, I think it was Netflix, about the South African farm murders. If you've ever heard about those, like terrible, like tragic. It wasn't the fact that they were killing them. I mean, that was bad enough. But the way that they were killing the people was like truly amazing. Raping the woman, torturing her in front of the husband or the children. It's sadistic the way that they carried out some of the murders and stuff. They're very interesting. Here's an article that I do want to share with you. Let me see if I can find it. It's about the minimum wage in parts of the country now. They're really escalating the minimum wage. I may have lost that. Let me see. But they're really escalating the minimum wage very high. And I think that it's going to serve the effect of putting a lot of people out of work. Let me see if I can find this for you. I may have lost it here. Where did I lose it? Let's see. A couple tabs up. Oh, I found it here. So let me pull it up. It's a pretty interesting article. It's one of the reasons why I'll share the article with you. Then let me see, where is it? Pull it up. All right, bring that article up now. And this is pretty amazing here. So if you can see this article, I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it. So you see the headline here where it says Uber Lyft to pay Massachusetts drivers $32 minimum wage during rides under a $175 settlement. That's pretty amazing. That's a very high wage, minimum wage, just to drive a car. One might ask yourself a question: why didn't they just drive taxis? Cut out the middleman, just be your own taxi. But now they're bringing in the middleman, but they're demanding a much, much higher wage. And the middleman has to get his cut. So one would expect the taxi rides would become much more expensive, almost to the point where it may be cheaper to just replace these drivers with robots. And the other thing I think about, and I'll tell you now, what person with a car would go work at a restaurant when he could just drive Uber? It would seem to make sense. And I think that this is a large contributor to why many of these smaller chain restaurants are closing. They can't compete for workers with Uber and the other restaurants, the higher end restaurants, maybe the smaller restaurants that mom and pop, maybe better workplace. They can't compete with these type of wages and work environments. With COVID, there are a lot of work regulation policies and things like that that restaurants must comply with. And I just think that the best workers in a restaurant, at least some of them, will just be more apt to drive Uber, Lyft, and make $32 an hour. They're not making $32 an hour working in a restaurant. And so Uber and Lyft clearly will get more expensive, at least in Massachusetts. But it also will affect the restaurants. Like, who's going to be working in the restaurants? Who's going to be working in the retail stores? I think this will expedite the push for automation up and down the business chain, because in restaurants, they're going to be looking for workers. They won't be able to find any because all the workers are going to want to drive Uber. So they'll have to automate. They have to buy machines to make the hamburgers because they won't be able to deal with the low quality of workers that will settle for working in a restaurant. So it's very interesting. Let's take a look here. Uber and Lyft will pay Massachusetts drivers some of the highest guaranteed wages in the country under a landmark deal with state prosecutors that also brought a halt to a years-long campaign to rewrite how state law defines those workers. So basically, Uber paid off a fine as opposed to getting the law redefined. So a smaller company can do that. So very interesting. Attorney Campbell and the companies agreed on a $175 million settlement that ends a nearly 4-year-old lawsuit against Uber and Lyft. Lays out a new wage, benefit, and job protection requirements, and sidesteps the legal question at the heart of the case. So they did not even address the legal question at the heart of the case. They took a payoff. Uber says, hey, we'll pay $175 million. We'll agree to whatever these terms are. Somehow they'll figure out how to pay their drivers $32 an hour. And, the punishment prosecution will go away. The deal, extracted by the government, secures a sizable pay increase for tens of thousands of drivers and guarantees they will soon be able to access paid sick leave, occupational accident insurance, and some degrees of health benefits. Now, this is very interesting. A company gets sued by the government, and the government demands that they raise the wages and benefits of the employees. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. As a result, Uber will no longer face the prospect of a judge declaring that their status quo arrangement with the drivers is illegal in Massachusetts, and they can continue to define their drivers as independent contractors. That's exactly what they wanted. They got everything they wanted. But it's going to be interesting to see how they pay these drivers $32 an hour without affecting their bottom line. I just don't think that riders are going to be able to pay that kind of money. So what I imagine is that software will minimize the number of routes and trips and things like that. And I'm sure there will be caveats. You just can't sit there and get paid $32 an hour. It'll probably be while you're driving, you're getting $32 an hour. So Uber would minimize that by just keep you from driving. The software would just minimize your driving down to less than $32 an hour. So that's what I imagine will happen here. Both companies plan to continue offering rides and signal they expect no major impacts on operations. That's interesting. The wage probably has increased quite a bit, and yet they're saying that there will be no major impact on operations, where clearly there are going to be more drivers who want to sign up at the minimum. So I guess they're going to have to kind of minimize the number of drivers able to sign up, because you can't pay all of them $32 an hour. People just be signing up just to get the $32 an hour. Now, I want to bring up something else while I'm thinking about this, but I'll finish this article. For years, these companies have underpaid their drivers and denied them basic benefits. For years, the drivers kept driving them. If they were underpaid, why did they keep driving? Get the lights up, guys. Today's agreement holds Uber and Lyft accountable, provides their drivers, blah, blah, blah. It was an abrupt inversion for the industry-backed campaign that has spent about $45 million in lobbying on efforts to get voters to change state laws in their favor. On Thursday morning, the state's highest court cleared the measure to appear on the ballot. 9.5 hours later, Uber and Lyft agreed to pay the fine, and the measure was officially dead. So let me show you something that I bumped into while reading yesterday, this morning, whatever. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. I think I found it here. Let's see. So it's an article about AI and Uber. And I think I have it here. And so it's more or less that Uber drivers are being fired by AI. Yeah, I think I have the article here. Hopefully there's no ad blocker. All right. So take a look at this article here. Uber fined for failing to explain AI firing of drivers. Now, that's very interesting. And I'm very familiar with what's going on here. For those of you, we talked about YouTube analytics. I've done a show on that. I'm going to do another show on that once I get more data. Yesterday, we also talked to CT, and CT, he was suspended. He was in YouTube jail, and he explained it was over a word in the poll question. You guys should remember that. Anyway, so here's something interesting. Uber is now, has been for a while now, firing or suspending drivers by way of AI. And oftentimes they don't even have anyone to converse with to figure out why they were fired or suspended. Kind of like what CT's situation. I bet you the CT side of anyone that gets flagged, oftentimes this is being made by computers. You could call it AI if you like, but more or less an algorithm. And so these algorithms are firing people or are suspending someone's site or their Twitter account. And there really is no person making the decision here. And so you'll see here in this article, let's take a look. So this article was written in 2023, October. But this has been around a while. I take Uber a lot, and I've heard drivers kind of talk about this thing. This is not even in America. This is in Amsterdam. It looks like. I'm not sure what this is. Anyway, yeah, Amsterdam, a Dutch court. A Dutch court ruled, well, let me start here. The District Court of Amsterdam has ordered Uber to provide transparency into the robo-firing that led to the dismissal of 2 drivers from the UK and Portugal. A Dutch court ruled that Uber has failed to comply with an earlier EU ruling on algorithmic transparency requirements in a legal challenge brought by 2 former drivers of the ride-hailing app. Now, what they're saying here is the government wants to see the software code to determine how drivers are disciplined in the Uber app. Uber doesn't have HR employees that are managing all of these drivers. There's AI, and the AI is looking at the statistics on their dashboard, how fast the driver is driving relative to the speed limit, if he's rolling through stop signs, and he's able to punish the driver even if the rider gives him a 5-star review. And that is what's happening here. The AI is coming in and using a much, much finer tooth comb to get beyond even the user complaints to suspend drivers. Let me take a look at the comments here. I see Cam the King is here. A little bigger J, man, to finish my last 6 hours. Cam King, you work overnight, is that right? What part of the country are you in, by the way? Let's see, John. I talked to a guy about getting you on his show. Sent you the email of his info. He wants to set up a date and time. He's not huge, but 2 kids a year, large. Yeah. Hey, I don't have 500 subscribers, so if a guy has 2,000, I'd be delighted to go on his site, on his stream. I'm assuming he has something pretty interesting to talk about. So Cameron King, what part of the country do you live in? Anyone else want to chime in? Let me know where you are in the world while you're here at 4:30 on the East Coast in the morning. The guy I'm talking about is a group of 10 creators he works with. I think yeah. That sounds very good. Yeah. That's very much what I'm interested in. Again, I've always been very opinionated over the years, but more or less opinionated about the things that I think I have a pretty good understanding of or a passion for. And so this whole software, AI, things like that, for most of my software career, well, at least the early parts, when I was a consultant, my job was more or less to get rid of the term was a FTE, full-time equivalent. But in layman's term, that's a person, right? That's somebody's job, right? If you're trying to get rid of 10 full-time equivalents, that's effectively 10 full-time jobs, right? And they may phrasing in hours and things like that, but at the end of the day, it's really about people. At the end of the day here, so let's see, Cam King again. He says, "Oh, that's right. He works 14-hour days right now, traveling through Colorado, but live on the Texas border." Okay, that's interesting part of the country there. Summertime is my business. I think you say you had a camp or something. Were you with kids or do you run a camp? Let me get back into this article here. The ride-hailing app uses AI to to fire people rather than humans. The court found that Uber explained sufficiently the decision behind firing a 3rd driver. So here's the thing: Uber is now being put into the position where they're having to justify firing drivers, at least in the Netherlands, and they narrowly avoided that here by paying a $175,000 fine. Nevertheless, they're now facing a fine of nearly 600,000 euros, which is due to the drivers for its failure to comply with what has been described as a case of robo-firing. Robo-firing is basically when they fire an Uber driver for something that he may or may not know why he was fired, and he really doesn't get a point of contact to explain it or appeal. He's just fired. He has to submit something to an online system, no feedback. So let's see what else is here. Uber drivers and couriers are exhausted by years of merciless algorithmic exploitation. That's correct. That's what I suspect will happen to the Uber drivers that have just extorted $32 an hour from Uber in Massachusetts. They will now face algorithmic exploitation, and that the algorithm will grind them down to where they won't be able to get enough fares to justify $32 an hour. I don't think they won by any means. I think Uber dodged a big bullet by not having to go to court and face the risk that these drivers would be considered employees as opposed to contractors. So I think the $175 million fine, considering how long they've gotten away with this and the fact that they won't have to claim them as employees, was a good deal for them. It's $8.5 million between the two. What? $80 million between the two companies. These companies are flush with cash, with very rich investors and backers. And I think it prevents other companies from getting into the space. It almost reminds me of the cigarette settlement. If anyone is old enough to remember the cigarette settlement years ago, that the cigarette settlement didn't stop them from selling cigarettes, but it did prevent any potential competitors from ever entering the market because they had paid such a hefty fine that it pretty much served as a barrier to entry. Because if you would enter the cigarette market today, you haven't paid the vig into the fine, so you're going to be susceptible to being taken to court, where the existing cigarette manufacturers had already paid their fine. You'd be on the hook for it by yourself. So it really served to help the cigarette manufacturers. As you can see, cigarette companies have done just fine. And I think that is going to be the same with Uber. I don't think that they'll be hurt by this at all, maybe in the short term. But as the article says here, the algorithmic exploitation will continue. And I don't think they'll get anywhere near that $32 an hour because, quite frankly, people just won't be able to afford the Uber rides. Let's see what we have. Uber is a saturated market. I meet a lot of older drivers using it part-time to pay college kids tuition. Yeah, I think Uber is great for that, to be honest with you. I think the type of people that should be doing it are part-time. But I think what happened is kind of like a dope dealer that offers you a discount or some free product. Uber offered the drivers some free product, some real good dope. But they were paying them outsized fares early on. And they got a lot of people that thought that this was going to be the gravy train that would never end. Some of them bought additional cars, opened up a business, more or less driving for Uber. As a third party, driving for the third party, the middleman Uber. Other people quit their jobs and start driving Uber full time. But then as people flooded the market, and I think you remember that Uber kind of did like a nightclub, kind of held the people at the outside waiting to get in. And they didn't just let everyone sign up, at least not in New York City. I don't think they just let everyone flood the gate driving Uber. They slow walked it, created a pent up demand. So now you had all these people signing up for Uber based upon what other people are telling them about how well Uber is paying. And then what happened? Once Uber had critical mass of drivers, they lowered the rates. If you bought a car trying to drive for Uber, you probably didn't even notice because, again, they don't pay you a wage. And they didn't tell you, hey, your wage is going from $12 to $10 an hour. They just changed the algorithm where the payout was different. And so you were still doing a lot of drives, but you just weren't getting paid as much. And then they start dangling all these rewards program. Do 10 drives, you get another discount on bonus on your 11th drive, things like that. But the drivers just never ever could get back to the point where they originally started. And the older drivers, a lot of them caught on because they had the experience of getting the outsized profits early on with Uber. And many of them have dropped out. And I think what is primarily left of Uber, are the immigrants. The immigrants are the ones that more or less will drive 24 hours a day in violation of all rules. Their cost of living is so much lower that they can afford to do these things and live in a city, 2 or 3 other roommates. I got an Uber maybe a week or so ago. The guy said he had been driving 24 hours. Scared me to death. And he had just gotten here from Afghanistan. He hadn't been here a couple months maybe. And the most amazing thing is he didn't even know where he lived. He said he just had an address in Uber. And so when he's ready to go back home, he puts that address in and he drives back home. He had no idea what part of DC he lived in. Truly amazing. Tobacco money, that's like oil money. You could shit chicks. Yeah. I think RJR, was it RJR? Maybe a British company, British Tobacco or someone. Yeah, those are very good companies for a long time. Yeah. I think RJR owned Kraft, Nabisco at one point in time. So that's very interesting. Kraft macaroni and cheese. Yep. I don't know how they make money on $6 and $8 rides with Uber taking a cut. My truck is 12. Yeah. They aren't. The more and more you ride Uber now, one of the things you realize is that the drivers every now and then will ask you, how much are you paying for this ride? Because they know what they're getting. They just don't know how much you're paying. So I'd never tell them. I always say, listen, someone called it for me. But I think one time I did tell him, I think he got like a third. Maybe I was paying $20. He was getting like $8 or something like that. But again, once you're locked in, once you're going down that road, how do you turn around and go back the other direction? You have a lot of fixed costs now. You've invested in a car. You've quit your job. You haven't been working in a year and a half or 2. Are you now going to admit that this is not working and then go get a job? Probably not. Very few people can do that. So I think that is why you see the Uber drivers just keep driving. I even subscribe to a few Uber blogs, like on Facebook, things like that, just to get a perspective of what's going on in the market. Again, because I could potentially be renting to these people. And I don't want to rent to someone in an industry like that, to be quite honest with you. Look at the comments here. I forget. Oh, them ninjas still on their nag. I forget what you're talking about here, DiCaprio. You have to remind me. Is that from what's that movie? My buddy and Philippe, the guy that came up on CT show. I think he's been on here, the landlord, where we had the black guy just not paying him rent, and the other black tenant where her boyfriend threatened her so badly that she moved out of his house. He loved that movie, that scene, if that's what you're talking about there. You got balls. I would have got out the comment up for 24 hours. My luck, he fall asleep. Mm-hmm. You know what's so interesting about this? For anyone that's taking Uber, he doesn't understand. If you know what Uber, like the shared ride, he didn't understand the shared ride. Again, he just got into America, and a lot of the Afghanistanis are here. You might remember when Joe Biden left Afghanistan. Well, when America left Afghanistan, a lot of Afghanis that made it out in the first wave, they end up coming here because they get a lot of relief from the American military for having helped the military, like translators oftentimes. But this guy didn't make it. So he had to escape, according to him, he had to escape through Pakistan. to get to America. And so he was telling me the story that he had to leave like a lot of his family behind. And I guess what he said is that the Taliban are like chasing after his people. And so he has to support the family back there because they can't work, considering that if they come out of hiding, the Taliban will kill them. These are his words, not mine. And so that's why he was driving 24 hours a day. And he was telling me that 6 or 7 people, I can't remember the exact number, live in a 1-bedroom apartment here in DC. 6 or 7 people. Man, that's immigrant living. And that is kind of how, what I keep saying, what I keep seeing, which, you know, makes an impact of what I keep saying, is that we're going to have to tighten our belt quite a bit because things are going to get a lot more expensive. If you have people willing to drive 24 hours a day to feed their family in another foreign country, and they have to pay rent here, you know, 6, 7. I'm sure he's not the only man in there working. You're probably able to pay a good little bit of rent relative to what an American would want to pay for one person. And these people are sharing it with 6 other people. So again, a very interesting story, kind of a tangent from Uber. Let's get to some trucking news here. So I have found an article. We'll start with this one here. You guys probably have heard HB, and he talks about how he doesn't like going into California and New York. And so I was just casually thinking, I asked HB, I said, man, these type of things must really have an effect on the price of goods in New York and places that, you know, where truckers have to be paid a king's ransom to go into those cities, because the goods that the truckers are delivering are just going to have to be more expensive because of the extra costs. And we talked about how there are citizens in New York that make their living writing tickets on truckers for idling their truck for a minute or 3 minutes, depending on where. So just all around avoidance of California and New York. So here's an article. EPA says crucial hearing for trucking industry. California's advanced clean fleets regulation under spotlight. So one of the things you know about California, they're very serious. They have their own gas, their own blend of gas. I think that's how they would term it. And that their gas has to be, I guess, cleaner than the rest of the country. So whenever California has like issues in their country, let's say an earthquake or something, they have to get all kind of waivers to bring in gas from, say, Louisiana or other places, wherever the other refineries are. So this is probably the biggest reason why California's gas prices are so high. So let's see what the article is saying. California's bold move to adopt the advanced clean fleets regulation last year marked a significant step toward reducing emissions from commercial vehicles, setting a precedent that can influence national standards. We talked about this the other day about how California oftentimes dictates the standards for the rest of the country. And once they start adopting things, all the other states will kind of follow suit. And this article is kind of indicating that that will probably be the case here. The ACF regulation targets zero emission vehicle adoption in fleets, aiming to mitigate air pollution and combat climate change. It's the fight that never ends. The rollout of the ACF has not been without challenges. Shortly after its adoption, the Trucking Association filed a lawsuit contesting the legality on multiple grounds, blah, 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 blah. But the bigger point is that California is really striking out at big business or small business, really. Because if you want to be an owner operator, these type of laws are going to be very, very expensive to deal with, to maintain a business and deal with. Your trucks are going to be more expensive. These trucks are going to be much more expensive than your typical trucks. HB is not here today. HB, he's on a long deserved break. He's been, I think he said he's been on the road for 30 days. Send that man a catch. Let me put his banner Let me put his banner in the how do I do that? It's banners. Oh, there we go. The man's been at work 30 days. I think he said 30 days straight. How many of us work 30 days straight? Come on, no days off, away from home. Not many. And on top of that, he gets up and delights us in the morning, entertains us in the morning. Yeah, so the man deserves a couple of days off. I think we all agree with that. Someone says New Yorkers gotta eat too. Hey, was I right, DiCaprio, about the nag in the is that Django? I think that's what you're referring to. I like that scene right there. My buddy and I tell you, the guy Philippe, we laugh about that from time to time. I worry about the immigrant stuff. I'm seeing all types of people. Yeah. Very few Mexicans. So, well, the thing is, there are a lot of Mexicans here. A lot of the contractors that I deal with are Mexican. Not the ones you see at Home Depot per se. Kind of the ones that look like the president of Mexico. A lot of them, the more skilled ones, kind of look white, in my opinion. But yeah, this is very interesting. I go down to the homeless shelters quite a bit, and I don't see any Chinese, I don't see any Asians at the shelters. I don't know where they're going. They probably have a tighter network. That's what I would imagine, that they don't have to go to the shelters. But the Central and South Americans, and to a lesser extent, the Africans, are really taking advantage of it. And I think, to the detriment of Americans, I just don't think the average American understands the way that the third world works. And a third world person, let's say you're coming from Guatemala, and they put you up in a shelter, that's like fine living. If they offer to give you 3 meals a day, you're in heaven. You're a king. If they offer to give you Pampers for your child, food, translators, giving you assurance they're going to set you up in a house. These people have never, ever experienced that level of responsiveness from their government. They're in heaven. The average American. I'm going to show you guys an article. It just came to my mind. Oh, man, let me tell you, is anyone in the crowd, in the audience, that lives in the inner city? Anyone? And when I'm talking about inner city, I mean a big dysfunctional. Chicago, LA, Detroit. Maybe not LA, but Detroit, Chicago, Baltimore. Anyone living like one of these cities? I'm really curious. What city? Put your city in the chat. Because I'm going to bring up an article that when I read the article, I knew. I said, that guy must be from DC. And it wasn't even in DC. Someone in Chicago. And I bet you're facing kind of the same things here. So I read an article years ago. It was in Atlanta. And it was Atlanta. I want to see if I can find it. And as soon as I read it, can you guys see what's on the screen here? You see what I type, right? You see what I search for? Atlanta, DC, wallet, restaurant. Now you probably wondering, well, why the hell did you search for that? Right? Anyone know why I searched for that? If you're in the chat, you kind of have an idea. Not a major city, Macon, Georgia. Yeah, that's not so major. You may be able to not even have a problem here. So you may not even know why I searched for that. anyone, since Cam the King said not me, the closest city to my house. I mean, Cam's, man. Hey, it's the way things are going. So anyone have any idea why I searched for this and where I'm going with this? But as soon as I read this article, and this was before this was before it was mentioned that he had died or he was a DC resident. I'm going to see if I can find the article that was reported out of Atlanta. This may have been the one that was reported out of Atlanta. Oh no, this is his murder trial. Well, anyway, so I can't find the original article, but the original article didn't allude to. I don't think. Yeah, he did die. Yes, it did. So let's get into the article, and I'll tell you what happened. So if you live in any inner city, and there have been cases like this, I hope this have made me register. Otherwise, I just have to tell you about this story. If you live in any inner city, one of the last things, so was his sweet home with a yellow bone. Spelman College, I guess. If you live in an inner city, one of the last things, one of the most dreadful things you can have happen to you is you lose your ID. Because now you got to go down to DC government, Atlanta government, and deal with them ghetto ass DMV workers. So you'd rather lose your money than your wallet with your ID. You can get a new credit card, but you got to go down and deal with some fat DMV blacks if you lose that ID. Everybody knows it. It's like, please, sir, if you're gonna rob me, take everything. Just let me have the ID. Please don't make me go down there and deal with these fat blacks on top of the robbery. Please be so kind. What you gonna do with the ID? Right? Y'all blacks don't have ID. Why do you want my head? But that's one way to look at it. And so here's a man that was robbed and had gotten away with it. In other words, the black man had spared him his life. And he went back, he said, sir, I'm from DC, sir. I don't want to have to go deal with these fat blacks when I get back to the DMV. Please, sir. If I can just have my wallet, sir, you got the money. I won't cancel the credit card. You go have your good time. Please don't punish me by making me go down to DMV, sir. And the nigga shot him. I said, well, you won't be going to DMV, that's for sure. You go to Grady Hospital, you're going to let some niggas operate on your ass instead. And that's what happened in this article. I'm going to prove it to you. I hope this is the same article. He was down there for a wedding. Man, listen, the general manager, let me zoom in a little bit. The general manager of a popular DC restaurant was shot after a wedding reception. Has died nearly 2 weeks later. So was it work there? Worst ever imaginable. Christian Broder. I remember this like yesterday. This was 2018. 26 years. That's what I'm saying. 6 years. Just imagine some random murder. You remember it 6 years because it wasn't even about the murder. A lot of murders. But why he got murdered, the man did not want to go down and deal with the blacks at DMV. So he rather asked for mercy from a man with a gun who just robbed him than go down to DMV. This is what the governments are like in these cities. Can you imagine that? If you live in some little small town, you lose your wallet, someone may give it back to you. At worst, you got to go down to DMV. Yeah, you out. No big deal. If it was the groom, he saved a killing in a... I don't think it was the groom, by the way. I think he was just in the wedding. The general manager, he was shot after a wedding reception. See, they didn't call him the groom. Has died. Christian Broder, the former manager of Millie's in Northwest DC. This is a man. Let me see what Millie's is. Let me see where Millie Rocks is. Let's see. Millie Rocks. Millie's. DC. Let me see. let's look at the description of Millie's. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm showing you the description of Millie's. Millie's is a place where we absolutely love tennis and golf. For those of you not familiar with DC, when I read this, he was a general manager of Millie's in Northwest DC. Survived by a 9-month-old daughter and his wife, pre-kindergarten teacher. If he lives in DC with a wife who is a pre-kindergarten teacher, he's a 9-month-old, there are only certain parts of DC that a white man with a child, a 9-month-old, would be willing to live. And that's probably going to be in a fairly affluent part. This man may have money, may have come from money. We don't know. But let's look at Millie's before we get into the article. Let's see where Millie's is. If Millie's is in Georgetown, I'm going to fall out. Oh, look how nice this place. Millie's. Oh, it looks like a nice place here, Millie's. Let's see if we can see Millie. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Listen here. Millie's is in Spring Valley, DC. That's so far up in the upper northwest corner reach of DC. That's, to put that in perspective, that's north of where Obama lives. It's north and west. I'm southeast. Let me show you a map of DC. Oh man, map DC. See, I didn't even know this at the time. Let's see, here's a map of DC. Let's see if we can see this here. We're going to zoom out a little bit. And we're going to see a map of DC. And I'm going to show you, kind of put it in perspective, where Millie's is versus where I am. So you can see a little blue dot here where I am, where my spot in the world is. And this is the DC border right here. You can see it going here. Millie's. I may have to zoom out so I can see the border for DC is zooming. Millie's is all the way up here somewhere. I wish I could zoom out. Let me zoom out. You see where I am? Here. I'm here. I think this is where I am. Millie's is all the way over in here. Somewhere in here. This is like the upper northeast, northwest reaches. This park here, you ever heard the song, Doing It in the Park? Doing It in the Park? Rock Creek Park. This is the park they're talking about. This is where that lady, Chandra Levy, who was dating a Congress member, was found in this park. I have some properties right in here too. So this is like the dividing line of DC. That this guy that was killed, he doesn't cross this park for no reason. There's no reason for him to go across this park. I know people, I have good friends. They live over here. They don't cross the park, period. There's nothing over here. And so here's this guy in Atlanta, he's probably, a very affluent guy. He works at Millie's, as we see here, which is in a very affluent neighborhood. Very affluent neighborhood. Like, look at the prices of the meals. Look at the prices of the meals. They have apparel store. I mean, like, look at here. This is looking at, This is a very high-end place right here. This is, this is a high-end neighborhood in a high-end neighborhood as well. Yeah, this is the guy. I mean, you can tell, like, look at Millie's. Look at Millie's. Spring Valley, Millie's. You can just kind of tell what kind of place it is. Anyway, so back to the guy's murder again. He died at a DC hospital. I think they flew him home. They helicoptered him home or something, medevaced him home. And so, so the boy, I think he was at Grady Hospital. If anyone's familiar with Atlanta, who is that from Macon? Macon. Yeah, someone says I'm from a clean, very white, very, very, very wealthy part of DC. Very, very wealthy part. Michael Saylor, for the people that are into Bitcoin, has I think a $50 million home in McLean, Virginia. Who else? In America, we go by this old European saying, "Que sera, solely because we understand that life is not about." Cam King, it definitely was. But Blow John's chat up the algorithm. Yeah, that is true. When you're on any chat, any stream that if you really appreciate it, maybe I should show you guys some leader turning, and you can see how he tries to maintain engagement in the chat for sure. It's how you stay relevant on YouTube to keep you from having to do all those algorithm topics. You don't want me on here talking about black men and women all day. The dating scene. Anyway, so the guy, he died at the hospital just after midnight on July 8th. He was waiting for an Uber with his wife. Oh, here it is. His brother and his sister-in-law outside the Capital City Club. When a car pulled up to them, they thought it was their ride. They thought it was their Uber ride. Until a young man wearing jeans and a gray hoodie sweatshirt got in the car, pointed a silver and black handgun at them and robbed them, taking a cell phone and purse, wallets, and cash. And I hope they talk about where he asked for his wallet back. Maybe not in this article, but we're going to find that article because I remember him asking for this wallet. Oh, yes, here it is. When the man returned to the car, wait, I want you, do you see this? So you know I'm not lying. Broder is a dead man, right? When the man, the robber, returned to the car, Broder, the dead man, followed him. From what I understand, Christian said something to the effect, "Are you sure you want to do this? Why are you doing this?" And the guy just absolutely flipped out and said, "So you want to die with this?" and shot him point blank in the stomach, and then got back in the car and left. Now, this is different from what I initially read years ago, but I doubt he went back to try to reason with this guy after he had already been robbed. And I remember reading the guy asking for his wallet back. But nevertheless, he had already robbed the man. And this guy went back and asked him, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And I'm sure it was a wallet. Let me see if it even goes down. Because I think one of his family members may have mentioned that it was the wallet. Someone said that. Let me see. This article is blanking out here. Let's see. Oh, wow. They have video of it. It's maybe video of it. Oh, no, it's just the shooter. How old did they say this guy was? 17-year-old boy. And the shooter was 15? Was he 15? Did they say he was 15? Anyway, very interesting article. I remember this from years ago. What age did they say the boy was? Well, at least one of them was 17. Anyway, I wish I could find an article where it mentioned He mentioned his wallet. I want to be for sure. I want to prove my point here. Yep, that's right. He was transferred to Georgetown Hospital because I think this guy was in Grady. Anyone familiar with Grady Hospital in Atlanta? You don't want to go there. And I think that's what he took this guy. Let's see what this article said. Yep, there it is. There it is. I knew I wasn't lying. I knew I wasn't lying. There it is. There it is. There it is. That's it right there. DC government killed that man indirectly. That man feared going to DMV and dealing with the blacks at DC government as opposed to confronting his robber that had taken his wallet. And after that man had robbed him at gunpoint, he asked that man, hey man, please don't make me go before these niggas at DC government. Please. Don't force that on me. That's worse than the robbery. And he asked that man, please let me get my wallet back. And that's when the man shot him. That is an amazing story. I remember that like it was yesterday. Anyway, not Grady Federal Prison, Grady Hospital. Someone says, damn, you think the DMV would make some changes? Oh man, just imagine you asking for your wallet back. The guy doesn't even probably understand why. And you end up shooting him in the stomach. No mercy. It's going to be no mercy either way. Either he's going to get shot, robbed, and or have to end up going to DMV and be treated like a damn white cracker down there. Let me see the guy. Let me see what he looks like. Because if this guy, or maybe he could go to the Georgetown DMV. But if he walked into the regular DMV, any of the DMVs on the other side of town, where most of them are, he might be thankful he's not here anymore. He didn't want to do that. Yeah, I lost my license. Shit, I'm using my passport right now. I got a picture of my license. I don't want to go down there. Don't want to deal with the blacks. Just don't want to deal with it. It's just too much damn trouble. That's just God's heaven truth. Yeah, I've been walking around here with my passport for the last couple months. No license. Just don't want to deal with it. I know my license by number by ID. By heart, I'm sorry. My driver's license number, I know the ID. Know it, by heart. Let's see. So I have some other articles I want to share with you. This is kind of for the trucker operator, owner operator. HB and I were talking about that yesterday. The earlier article I shared with you about the trucking and how it's getting more expensive to be a trucker, the California regulations and all. So here's another article that also talks about this in last year's article. Well, it's actually this year. Sorry. So it's talking about the cost of trucking as of last year and how trucking reached a new high in 2023, trucking costs. I think this directly impacts the the smaller trucker, owner-operator truckers. We all know HB is trying to get into the owner-operator world. As most truckers are. Most truckers, it would only make sense if they would want to own their own truck. Hey, Solid Snake, you want to join anytime? Feel free to jump up. What's up? Yeah, hey, what's up, Solid Snake? Glad to have you here. Even after Daniel says, even after Secret Service agents are robbed. Yeah, they robbed a couple of them here in DC last couple of years. So here we are. How trucking costs reached a new high in 2023. Again, when they talk about inflation, they talk about it in just an arbitrary manner. But if trucking costs are reaching new highs, then downstream from that are the delivery of the goods that these people are bringing, that the truckers are bringing to our stores and our neighborhoods. So let's take a look at this article here. Last year's average marginal cost per mile slightly increased to $2.27, according to the Transportation Research Institute. The cost of trucking reached a new all-time high, $2.27 per mile. The increase, though, was less than 1% and subdued by declining fuel costs, which decreased by 9 cents from 64 to 55 in terms of average marginal costs. Most costs other than fuel rose during 2023. I wonder if the like shower costs and things like that at the rest stops increase, decrease, what? But they did so at only half the rate experienced during the previous 2 years. This is some interesting economical gobbledygook like talk. The rates during 2023 increased at only half the rate experienced during the previous 2 years. Well, the previous 2 years were pretty high rates of inflation. And so now we're at half of the previous year's rate. Well, what is that number? Why not just say that number instead of being obtuse and saying half of the rate experienced in the previous 2 years, unprecedented cost spikes? It's kind of a way of muddying the water so you don't really get a good idea of how much inflation is impacting you. Leading the bulk of cost of trucking expenses was driver wages. Sure enough, we've talked about drivers clearly are demanding premiums to go into some inner cities, which were up 7%. That's pretty high. That's pretty good for drivers. If your wages are going up 7%, you're more or less tracking inflation here. But that uptick was much lower than the previous year's surge of 15%. So wow, in 2 years, the drivers have really made out here. I would love to hear HB's point of view here. Going forward, driver pay may continue to moderate in 2024 following double-digit increases in recent years. Wow, it's very good for drivers. How many truck drivers are in the chat here? Let us know. Also, starting last year, safety bonuses eclipsed starting bonuses. Wow, that's pretty good too. Averaging another $1,800. A key increase for trucking costs was premium expenses, which increased by 12.5%. That's in insurance, if I'm not mistaken here. Here's a chart just kind of giving you the factors in rising costs. 50% of it looks to be fuel costs. It's a large part of the cost of driving a truck. There's the fuel. It said trucks are more expensive. Litigation continues to loom over the industry, and persistent inflation are all factors. Well, it looks like much of the inflation from trucking is coming from wages at 15 and 7% respectively the last couple of years. That's a lot of wage inflation there. Equipment payments for trucks and trailers also rose significantly at 8%. So that's above inflation there. Downward pressure dropped prices to 2-year lows earlier this year, and fuel rates for the remainder of the year are projected to be lower. So that's a good thing. The only bad thing is you can't store a lot of fuel. When you get the benefit of low fuel prices, you can't buy up a bunch of it and store it. I guess you could buy futures or options or something like that, but the actual tangible product, you can't really can't store a lot of it. LTL drivers' wages shot up much higher in 2023 than they did the prior year. That came as firms competed to take on Yellow Corp drivers as the company shuttered, helping remaining firms land enviable operating margins. This market disruption helped achieve an average operating margin of 12%. That seems pretty low. 12% seems pretty low. Twice as high as any other sector. Oh, that seems really low, which many passed on to drivers in the form of higher pay. Very interesting. So it seems like the drivers are in pretty good position in terms of being able to extract a lot of the wage increase and the cost increase. One could reasonably say that the inflation, as it pertains to the trucking, is primarily due to the drivers. The last 2 years, 22%. That's pretty damn good. If you're a driver, I mean, I don't even think teachers are extracting, police officers are even extracting these type of wages, wage increases. And, they have much more autonomy than a police officer. So, I learned something today. I didn't know that the truckers were exercising their leverage there as drivers. Or something to consider there for young men not having any employment prospects here. Let's see. Fill up a truck, spend $1,500 in gas. Yeah, that's true. Walmart, we talked about this one other day. Walmart is rolling out, I want to say it was a hydrogen truck. HB and I talked about it. He thought it would be like a bus and that it wouldn't carry enough, it wouldn't give you enough mileage. I think at the time it's only 400 miles, so it may be for like short haul trucking. But that would be interesting. Short haul hydrogen trucks, say from the last leg on the highway type thing. Let's see. Excuse me, guys. And let's take a look at this article here. And excuse me for 1 second. I need to go off cam for 1 second. Sorry about that. Autonomous trucking industry in the fast lane. I think this is the second article we've covered on this channel about the trucking industry. So let's take a look at this. John's making the lady like Bill Clinton. I mean, my allergies this time. Well, my allergies year round, to be honest with you, but right now they're probably the worst. Let's see here. Autonomous trucking industry in fast lane. How many of you guys think that autonomous trucks will be a thing? Let me know what your thoughts are in the chat. This is from Computer Weekly, so this is not a truck blog per se, but this is an article on trucking. So this probably is more of a computer software bent to it. Research reveals the autonomous truck industry is experiencing a revival after the initial hype, vehicle delivery numbers breaking records, but pain points need to be addressed to ensure commercialization. The autonomous truck sector is projected to have an annual growth of 25% over the next 20 years. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Gaining momentum from companies in Asia, Europe, and the US entering the commercial testing phase. Anyone familiar with Waymo? Anyone familiar with Waymo? Someone says, can autonomous trucks be robbed? That's why the cameras went black. I'm at allergies and I need to blow my nose there. Can autonomous? I'm sure they can. They're carrying cargo. But the thing is that, I would imagine that autonomous trucks probably have the ability to see farther up the road to prevent like hijackers, like what I showed you earlier in South Africa, from being able to hijack them. They probably could equip a truck with sensors to see if they detecting people on the side of the road. There's a branch or something in front of the road. They could detect it probably much further ahead than the natural eyesight of a driver. That's oftentimes how they hijack these trucks, is that they throw a branch or a brick or something out in the middle of the road, and then the truck driver has to stop and then that's when they hijacked the truck. We saw a video of that to start off the show. So let's go back. What are they talking about here? I'm just looking for the highlights here. So it's saying that key prospects in China and the U.S. Assessments of technical maturity, value chain positioning, business models, total cost of ownership by 2044. The report predicted the global trucking fleet would be supported by an additional 500,000 L4 autonomous drivers, while the remaining drivers will either act as supervisors or work in less developed regions. Wow, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. The 2044. So we have about 20 years there, and we'll be seeing automated trucks along the road there. So again, much afoot is happening in the trucking space. Let's see what we have in the chat here. One second. Trucking is always hiring. Yeah, that's true. Trucking is always hiring, and it's a career, not a job. I know people who own homes due to trucking that lived in apartments before its long days, though. Yeah, Master Kim talked about truckers. I don't know if you remember, Master Kim spoke about driving the truck, and he had a problem backing the truck in. And we saw HB back that truck into that tight spot. And Master Kim talked about driving the truck and how a lot of the truckers, the new generation of truckers, this kind of goes along with the theme I've been talking about all along. Those Indian guys, he's talking about how they're team truckers, partners, and they don't have a home. They live in the truck. And they save all their money. They save everything that, a regular American would be paying in rent. You come home like HB now, home 30 days or so. But you have to pay to maintain that place even when you're not there. And Master Kim was talking about how the truckers, the Patel truckers are, they don't even have a home. They just drive. The truck is their home. And they live on their truck, eat their curry, whatever it is, the mango lassi, and they save all that money. And it is a good way of saving money while making money. A very good way. You can't be hanging out at the nightclubs if you're driving a truck. It's a very good way to save money. When you're working, you can't be spending the way that someone that is not working is. Let's see. It may be in time, but remember all the issues with self-driving cars. The technology, I think, is going to be able to mitigate the losses, the damage, the driver error. Just think about it, like I've showed you guys the video of the trainer training the trainee, and he cursed the guy out, pulled the truck over on the side of the road. Computers and software, they don't talk back. They don't fall asleep and have wrecks and things like that. Over the road, it'll be much easier, in my opinion, to have autonomous trucks. You think about it like this. The federal government could designate one lane of the highway, the slow lane, primarily the trucks. Hey, autonomous trucks, only in this lane. And it'd be basically like a damn train. They're just rolling down autonomously, going the same speed limit. There's no reason for anyone to be in front of them. Maybe that lane is blocked off. Think of it like a bike lane for truckers. If you think about it like that, it should all become a lot more apparent how it could easily be done. Let's see what we have here. Another. Yeah, that's true. You know, I've had allergies all my life. You know, since a little boy, I used to take the shots, all kinds of stuff. They would do the little sensitivity tests on your arm, things like that. I don't know if anything has ever worked. So I just deal with it. Hell, I don't take any medicine, anything. Just blow my nose, deal with it. But that's really the only thing. The congestion for me, like constant congestion, like year round, all day, every day. Let's see. Can the batteries be? I'm sure they can. Speaking of batteries and stuff being stolen, I'm gonna see if I can find something. Let's see if I can find something. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, this is beautiful here. This is beautiful. All right, I'm.
Viewer who tipped us off on this story says there have been no working streetlights for months. Eyewitness News reporter Leo Star.
Of course, it's gonna buffer. The liberals always buffer their bad news. Let's see. Come on, lights out now. Come on.
With his live downtown. And Leo, any idea why and if anything is being done?
The liberals here. They block the bad news, I tell you. Let's see.
Reached out to city officials hoping to get some answers.
Wow, this is buffering here. Maybe you can contribute to HB's Cash App. Him, we need internet. It looks like here, a better internet. We may have to upgrade the internet service here. Let's see. While this is buffering, I hope you guys know I did upgrade the StreamYard account so we can have more admins. So Portia offered her services to help out a bit. So I said I couldn't turn that down, even if it cost me a little money and an additional StreamYard capabilities to have more admins. So we have HB Portia, myself, and I think there's one more admin. With this video, just me not playing.
Lights out on this downtown LA street, and the viewer who tipped us off on this.
We'll read down while it buffers.
Story says there have been no working streetlights for months. Eyewitness News reporter Leo Star with his live downtown. And Leo, any idea why and if anything is being done about it?
Boy, my friend, that is the $1 million question. We reached out to city officials hoping to get some answers, and we have yet to hear back from them. Here's more. It gets pitch dark at night for several blocks in the 450 block of Bixel Street near downtown LA. Why? Residents complain the street lights are out, and they partly blame copper thieves for the problem.
They steal the power. I think they get in the copper or something.
Oh man, this article is just buffering and buffering. Buffering and buffering here. Let me just read this article here. Anyone, Solid Snake, you want to hop on the panel here? I'll drop the link for you guys. Snake, you need to wear a GoPro at work, man. I bet you see some interesting characters at work, bro. Some interesting characters. All right, so this article seemed to be having an issue. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna find Twitter because this is too good to not show it. I know LA Times is Pasadena may give us a better view of this. Solid Snake, what's up, Snake? What's up, Snake?
What's up, everybody? What's up, John?
What's going on? Snake, check this out, man. What you think about this article here? LA, no lights
Hold on.
downtown. Snake works at a convenience store, a gas station right across the street from where he lives.
Yeah.
Solid Snake said, I'm paying two. Damn. What are you paying $220 for? This your cell phone bill?
Yeah, man. I don't know what I was calling myself doing. I went and got on that T-Mobile Pro 5G plan, and Jesus Christ, they literally charging me $75 a line.
How many lines you got?
Well, I got 2 phone lines, and I have a 5G internet box.
Mm.
And it's unnecessary. I know it is, but I just wanted to try the new phone, and
And
I wanted to see what the 5G really was all about. Was it really better than 4G? And I can't really draw a comparison because I think 4G don't advance so far that 5G was practically unnecessary. Unless you're downloading large files or whatever, But other than that, I mean, as far as just streaming, and I don't do 4K because I can't even see that good. So why would I even want 4K? I'm pretty good at 720p. I can't tell the difference. But yeah, man.
What went on in work yesterday, Solid?
Well, pretty much it just, brothers being brothers. I wish I could have a camera like a Google Cam, like a pair of eyeglasses with the camera on it. The new pair they got now, I wanted to try to buy a pair of those.
You
That way,
can.
when that's what I was doing. I was thinking about doing that. So when we on here, I can go get that StreamYard account, and I can pretty much just show you around, where I work at, where I live and whatever.
Hey, anybody got any suggestion for Solid Snake having a camera? What kind of camera will work best for Snake? Snake, you at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Show everybody what the story is where you work in relation to where you live. Can you show us? Oh, okay, damn, you're in the front yard. All right, so everybody see what Snake works, right? Directly across the street. So man, that's a hood. That gas station get hood as hell, though. Snake, I bet it does, huh?
Oh man, you ought to check the one down the road right here, man. You can barely probably see it, but that's the one where all the hoods at. This though pretty.
Yeah, hey, someone said, hey, Snake, if we got you a little camera, would you record all them niggas coming in there buying bloods? And what that dick hard shit they buy at the gas station? You know what I'm talking about?
They got the blue pills, or they got all kind of
What all that shit they be buying, Snake?
Man, I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. They buying mostly the food because we the lowest price like restaurant over here. Like we sell chicken.
Oh, y'all got somebody cooking chicken in
there? Yeah, we got a restaurant up in there. It's like a we got a little. One of the little youngsters I had that worked with me. Once he got out of college, he graduated college in like 2 years in business management. And that's the first thing he did. Now he got he started this off with his LLC. He been listening to me. He pretty disappointed, but he been listening to me. And his other brother, they got a washateria. Nah, because I don't do none of that. I just don't need all that responsibility. They got that young, youthful energy, and I just feel their ears up with ideas, and they just go ahead on and go on and do it. And they doing pretty good,
Yeah, that's all you can do. Give them some inspiration.
Yeah. That's all I can do right now, man, because I'm 40-some years old. It ain't like I can just go get a job or show at this point.
What's up, Clue Channel? I see you out there, Clue Channel. Hop on the panel if you like. What else you got, Solid? Anything you want to talk about this morning?
Man, I was looking at how we was talking. Everybody was trying to talk about the Project 2025 and listening to what you were saying not too long ago about the guy with the wallet in Atlanta. He'll rather deal with the thug that that robbed them than to deal with the women at the DMV. Can you imagine what it's gonna be like at the DMV now with all those DEI new hires? Then they be wanting to prosecute you because you misgendered them. Because I'm
Hey,
pretty
man.
sure Joe Biden had his sight until he misgendered Kamala Harris and called her Trump.
Man, you know what's interesting about that is
That is crazy.
you know, I think they're gonna force Biden out, man. That's my
They should
thoughts.
have forced Biden out before they even had that election. They knew that guy was going crazy. But whatever happened between him and John Fetterman, it had to been sort of like the same thing. But you see how John Fetterman bounced back?
Well, he's younger.
Yeah, John Fetterman bounced right back. Joe Biden ain't never bounced back. Something happened with those cats, man.
You know, he's been a congressman 50 years. You know, you don't do much in Congress. You're a senator. You get elected
Yeah,
every 6
man, we need to have. I believe in that though, having restrictions on term limits, because what's happening is they're not breeding new legislators. They're not breeding new congressmen within these districts and these communities. And these cats supposedly get paid like $200,000-$300,000 a year, maybe 600. But now they making like 15 million just off investments.
Yeah, it's a hustle now. It's showing up a racket, boy.
It's a racket going on. You see, they ain't trying to replace them. They can't even replace the president of the United States if they had to have him. You know, replace.
Oh, they're gonna replace him.
I always thought, and see, this is a waking moment for America. We always thought that if the president died or becoming able to, you know, perform his duties in office, the vice president would automatically pick up the job. But what we're seeing now is that is actually a decision that can be held up and debated, because they seriously don't want Kamala Harris to be
Sally, you got
the White House.
Sally, you got a question. You know, we talk about this with Master Kim a lot. He's in the gas station business. But how do gas stations make money, Solid? Solid may have frozen up on that $212 bill ain't working for you, Solid. You got to pay a little bit more.
I'm trying to get it double screen. That's what I'm trying to do, my split screen. Okay.
You do a split screen on your phone?
Yeah.
Damn. I don't think you
I
can
can do it on both of them. It's just a little tiny feature they add on. Try to make it work as valuable.
Can you do that on the iPhone? Can you do that on the iPhone?
Well, I wouldn't know how to operate an iPhone. I ain't never wasted my money like that. I'm wasting it now, though. I should have bought an iPhone at this price.
How do gas stations make money, Solid?
Well, it ain't on the fuel. I can tell you that much. It's much more about getting the people through the door. You sell it on the products, and you make it off of tax. But I mean, you're gonna have to go over the tax to cover the crew and just the odds and ends of maintaining the store. I mean, but that's mainly how they make their money, off the junk food and the snacks and the food we sell.
How much they make off them blunts?
Not much. Not much. I wouldn't even tell you a lie. It ain't that much. I mean, you might make, if you buy a carton, you might make like a $76 profit. It's not that much. I mean, like if you buy like a box as a seller, as like you the owner of the store, you'll buy them for a certain amount, but they'll give you a sale price, which is probably like 30 or 40 cents more. But I mean, out of that carton, you probably ain't gonna make no more than like 70-something dollars out of it.
That's pretty good off a damn carton. That's a double.
Yeah, because most of it, you got to look at who owns the store and how much taxes they paying. They get away with a lot of taxes still, but in a lot of these smaller communities, say it like that. I'm pretty sure they busting them down in them big cities, but down here in these little communities, they just don't have they don't have it to do it like that. Once again, you pressure them too much, you're gonna run into turning the community into a food desert. Because I live in a small community, but everybody around here, they usually got money and food stamps. They pretty mobile. So being mobile, they're gonna go outside of town. They're gonna go to the larger cities and keep the prices down in their community. Whereas, see this grocery store over here, I paid like $7, $8 for a carton of eggs.
Hey, Camden King, are you talking about you worked at a gas station where they stocked it for you? Camden King said he worked at one where the vendors stocked it.
Yeah, they usually do that, but they don't do that. I don't know why. I think that's some kind of. I never understood that. Like when I come in, I gotta usually unload the Budweiser, load it, the beer, the alcohol, the cigarettes, the liquor, the groceries. I do all the loading.
So it's just a corner store with gas outside. No, it's Solid Snake store. They got a restaurant in there, Fat Fried Chicken, right?
Yeah, we do like you can go look it up. It's called Kitchen 21. We actually did an app. We actually working on an app now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. You know, have it linked with DoorDash, you know, and yeah, we're doing a lot of trying to upgrade a lot of things. Make it a little more convenient, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In Louisiana, right?
Yeah. In this little small community, they make pretty good money.
Kitchen, what's the name of it? Kitchen 21?
Yeah.
What town you in?
Madison Parish, Tallulah. You usually can Google it. You can Google it.
Mm-hmm. I don't see it. Kitchen 21, Louisiana.
Well, it's probably a regional thing. I couldn't understand how you couldn't find it. Because I know that's why we use a lot of our local drivers, whatever, they come in, do the thing, you know.
Put the link in the back chat. Put the link in the back chat. Put the link in the back chat.
Okay. Let me see how.
No, there's a gas station in the restaurant. I mean, a restaurant in the gas station. That's the name of it. Kitchen 21. Let me see what else we got this morning. Let's see. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the subscribe button. Share it with a friend. That's very important. How many of you guys have ever ridden Amtrak? Any of you guys ever ridden Amtrak before? Let me know if you have in the chat. Anyway, so let me get back to this LA article. What was I doing? I'm forgetting about the article here. City lights stripped of copper wiring. Snake, I think you frozen, bro. Copper theft was stolen from 3 street light poles on Tuesday, according to police. Theft was reported.
Yeah, that's my battery.
In the area of Villa and Champlain Avenue. Damn, this is in Pasadena. Pasadena Public Works employees discovered the theft while doing their rounds and notified the police. They found the copper wire had been taken from 3 street light poles in the area. If I'm not mistaken, Pasadena is a nice area, right?
Yeah. Pasadena, California?
Yeah.
Oh, that's high end, supposedly.
Look at this
shit. You need Greek crack for me when he get on Get Crack.
We're not talking about the usual smash and grabs here. This one is a precision strike. Think about something out of the movie Ocean's 11. Remember that one? It was a precision strike, step by step in that operation. Pretty much the same way here, only the target here is a family-owned and operated arts and film warehouse. Watch. The copper crooks making their getaway in a Hummer they stole from the warehouse. It's loaded up with all that copper wire, the target of this heist that seems right out of Ocean's 11.
It was very precise. Even like on the roof, like knowing to disarm the battery backups for our alarms off the roof, and like to disarm the major breaker box that's on the roof.
Not only disarming the battery backup for the security system, but then waiting a day to make sure it goes unnoticed before striking.
They'd figured out how to come in through the roof again and go straight to the alarm, completely get rid of it, go downstairs and follow the like big mega pipes that come in to the building as our main.
These are those mega pipes that run right through this creative arts and film warehouse here along Valley Boulevard, where the copper caper turned out to be a precise hit.
They literally like drilled little like mouse holes that they could peek with, I think, a camera or a mirror into the next room to see where that pipe went. And they'd go to the next room and cut another hole and do the same thing.
And then cutting this hole right into the very room where those pipes with the copper are loaded, ready for the thieves.
The copper line is, 4 inches thick. It's as big as your fist. And we feel like maybe they got 60 feet of that.
A copper heist worth more than $100,000 easily. Damn. They were able to find that stolen Hummer. It's parked about 4 blocks away. All of this, the owner says, without much help from LAPD.
I understand the struggle, but I also am just a resident of the city that pays my taxes. And
did you hear what he said there, Snake?
Yeah.
I understand the struggle. What struggle? Who the hell steals $100,000 in copper because they struggle? Yeah, that shit heavy.
I'm telling you.
Struggle to carry it. That was the struggle. Man, these people really are delusional. Like this level of thinking, man, is why it keeps happening.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. That's why they moved me in here basically so they can maintain the home, because they don't want nobody coming in stealing the copper and all the rest of that stuff. They getting ready to remodel this house.
Yeah.
They big in real estate around here.
I once had 30 boxes of tiles stolen from me, Snake. You know how heavy that shit is?
Yeah.
30 boxes of rent, man, it's heavy, man. And it was up on the 3rd floor, man. They had to walk it up. They had to walking down 3 flights of stairs to a car.
30 boxes?
Yeah, and they had to take multiple carloads because that would, kill the axle on a car. 30 boxes of tile. And they walked up and down my hallway stealing that tile, my tile. And no one said a word. Not one person.
That's what I want to know. That's what I was saying. Wait a minute. You got neighbors in the building. You got tenants in the building. And they walked off with 30
boxes.
That don't make no sense. Now, you would have had to have a dolly.
Hey,
man, that's why I wouldn't do building management, man.
Go up and down 3 flights of stairs unless you walking 2 boxes at a time.
That had to be at night, huh?
And it wasn't even no expensive tile, man. So it ain't like they got, some $100,000 worth of tile or something,
No, it's not that. What they were, some ceramic or what kind of tile was it?
Some real basic landlord tile for Section 8, man. So it wasn't anything special, But it's still 30 bucks.
Yeah.
All that shit over again,
Man, crazy.
Man, I'm gonna show you guys. Well, let me finish playing these. I'm gonna show you guys some off Twitter.
In hopes when I'm broken into, I don't feel like I'm a little on the cold.
And now live left out in the cold, he says, because he's a bit frustrated by the response or lack of response from LAPD. As you know, this is just the latest in a long rash of copper heist right through the Southland, usually going after the copper in the wiring of light poles, street poles along the streets. And then you have this, they actually took down the copper bronze light poles themselves over in Pasadena a couple of weeks ago. Remember that one? So again, investigators in all those cases, and especially here in the warehouse heist, hoping to make some arrests. But at this point, nothing yet. For now, we're live here in the Lincoln Heights area. Back to West LA we go.
So that was $100,000 heist, right? Now I want you to pick this heist right here. Look at this. You should be able to see my screen. Let me maximize it. New images show a pair of gun-toting crooks and their female accomplice wanted in a series of muggings outside of swanky Big Apple eateries that netted them more than look at that number. Look at that number. Look at that number. Wow. You see that number, Snake? Huh? That's the level. That's the level of wealth in New York. Just walking down the street at eateries. People got, you know, people got you know what it $20,000 watches on sitting at lunch, and you can rob them. They may have stacks of money. Who knows where they rob these people? What part of Manhattan? But look at this. Now, Snake, when I show you this, I ain't done yet. Let me show you this, Snake. Let me show you this, guys in the panel. You know, I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna redo one of those. Let me show you, Snake. And again, these incompetent police. Just the other day, we saw how incompetent the New York City police were. Right? We saw that. Right?
Yeah.
Dragged that man out in front of him. All them rowdy ass blacks ready to kill him. We saw that. Now look at this, Snake. Look at them boys. Look at them boys. Huh? These ain't no little black hoods.
Nope.
These live criminals right here. These that's why they hitting for 100,000, 300,000. They not out here doing no street crime, man. These grown ass, big ass men. Look how big these men are. They pulling real live capers. Real live capers.
What state that was in?
New York City, man. Where all the migrants are.
They might not even be. They might not even be Americans.
Might.
I keep telling people, man. I told people almost like 6-7 years ago, man. This is going to be a very big problem.
Somebody said, "Oh, those blacks." Hell no, these the new Americans. These new Americans right here. Y'all can't see them.
They don't understand. They just let the drug cartel in America, man. Like the drug cartels, you got, man, you got so many different versions of immigrants. I'm talking about even in my little small city, I see them.
Yeah.
I mean, they coming out of little bigger cities, but you know, they working inside these surrounding areas. And I'm talking about they putting a hurting on the community.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Really don't understand that.
Hey, let me ask you, what you think they're gonna do with that 300 grand they just hit a lick on? Hey man, they about to put that money back in the streets, man.
Dope, I want to know. I don't think so. I think I think 90% of that money going back to Mexico. You don't need but what, $33,000 in America? We already giving them money. You know what I'm saying?
You think they hit that big? You think they ain't about to reinvest into something? You think they just be about to plan on robbing people for the rest of their day? Nah, they.
No, but I'm telling you, that ain't for that ain't for them. That's for the drug cartel.
Yeah, like it's gonna trickle up to higher profit business. Is my point. Either they're gonna be selling drugs, or they're gonna kick up to the man who's selling drugs, who buying the shit from them, whatever.
Exactly.
But
exactly. They're gonna re-up.
Like these are grown men. These are grown men with children, probably families. Like they gotta hustle, man. They gotta live.
But he go to prep. He's the real question. Where he gonna spend it at?
I mean, look how nicely dressed they are. Nice dress, you know. Like you have to give it to them, man. Very nicely dressed, you know. Like look at that, very nice, you know.
That's what I'm telling you. A lot of those immigrants that you seeing right now, they come out of these third world countries. Go look at their crime rates in some of those countries that these people that's coming across that border coming from. A lot of those people came right up out of their jails, hoarded up right there in Mexico, and they came right across this border. I'm telling you, it's well over 50 million illegal immigrants in this country. And I'm talking about that's within just the past 4 years. People got to do better math this time. The crime rate in those states and cities is low. I'm talking about low. Because who was talking about that one night on their YouTube? Somebody I was watching the other night, they was talking about third world countries and the crimes in those countries. And it was like they did a comparison between 2018 to 2020, 2023. And I'm talking about their crime has literally went down almost 600-700%.
Yo, peep this, Snake. Peep this, Snake. This is a comment from that Twitter post. The lookout possibly helped out the duo in the most recent stick-up at around 7:45 p.m. when one of the crooks pointed a gun at a Canadian tourist's head and snatched a $40,000 rollie.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. People walking around New York, man, with big money on their hands, wrists, around their neck, bro. Like, you ain't gonna be able to do that shit anymore. In the third world, you can't do shit like that, man, unless you put yourself at jeopardy of getting killed. Man, that is amazing right there. That is
You got to think about the prison system a lot of these people that's coming over here from these third world countries coming from. And I'm telling you, they institutionalized individuals. And I'm telling you, man, this ain't gonna bode well for the United States of America. Just like I said, all you got to do is look at what's going on in Europe. They talking about right now over there in Europe, they feel like they got their population up to at least a substantial amount to where they actually are threatened. Now they out there really on national TV talking about raping black women and killing white men. And I mean, how could you feel any different? Because why would Europe do that when you literally just had a group of Muslims not even 30 years ago just walk upstairs and kill a cartoonist because he basically tried to draw Allah? But you literally don't open up the country to him?
Yeah, it is kind of amazing, isn't it?
I mean, that don't make no sense on no level, though. You know,
look at this snake. Look at this snake right here. In Chicago yesterday, I think. In Chicago yesterday. Look at that, man. This is amazing. Look at these women trying to do CPR on this man. And look at the man just standing there. Look at the women. Look at these sorry ass women.
I wonder what happened.
Shit, you know what happened? He got shot.
America so destroyed right now, man.
Man, can you imagine seeing that? You driving down the street, you see somebody doing CPR on the man.
I've seen it before.
Oh.
I hate to say, I did say that though. I was right. If you die, if you get shot, man, pray you around some white people.
He go, man. Look, they go switch in a minute. Look at that. Hey, look at that big fat ass police officer, man.
Exactly.
Look at that big fat ass police officer, man. Like, man, come on, man. That man need to be down there. She need to be getting her ass up, drawing the rope. That boy head gone, man. Is his shoes off? Did he lose one of his shoes? They always lose a shoe. Anyway, I'll play anything one more time. Yeah, his shoe off.
Throw them shoes on top of the power line.
Power line shoe. Yeah, power line shoe.
Man, I don't think they still do it, but they used to back in the gap.
Look, both them women, man. Both them women, man. Big back women. Look at the big old backs on them women. Look at that. My God, he gone, boy. That boy gone. That boy there gone. He got to be gone. If he ain't gone, she done broke all his ribs in him. He can't breathe.
I promise you, the guy she had.
He can't breathe.
Pumping hard. She ain't did no CPR. She just pumping.
I think that's what they do now. I think they do just do pump now.
Yeah, they don't do no CPR because back in the day they used to have a mask, like in situations like that. You'll have a mask on, and they can blow through that mask.
Hey, Snake, the CPR, the doing CPR just pumping his blood or the gunshot work. I thought they were supposed to like tie that shit up.
Yeah, they ain't got no tourniquet. Oh God.
Oh man, y'all see the cops when cops watching me? Me be making some relax say so. Yeah, I've seen some of those. You want to put something in the back chat? I definitely put something up.
I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm surprised people even thinking about the 2025 election, the 2024 election, because at the rate that we don't allow this administration to just destroy this country, and I'm talking about this is just off hatred for one man.
That boy gone. Look, that boy gone, Snake. He gone, Snake.
It's gonna be a lot of that.
Let's see who. Hey, anybody want to guess what you think his name? Like, come on, what's the letter that you think his name begin with?
D.
Damn, I was gonna pick D. Anybody want to pick a letter that you think his name begin? It could be a woman. That's a lot of hair. Could be a woman. Who do you think? What do you think his name was? I'm gonna go with M. They give me a lot of options. And M. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said T. Hey, that T is good too. That T will give you a lot of play. You guys probably as many options as I do with the M. But I think Snake, you own something with that D, bro. That D, that shit encompasses all the black names. So let's see what his name is.
Man,
Snake,
my son got two of them in his name. Thought I was being creative.
Snake, what's your son's name?
Oh man, come on, man.
What you see?
It's sort of like Calvin, but the Jodeci, the songwriter. Yeah. I named him after that dude, the Jodeci songwriter, because I was in love with that Jodeci back in the day.
Hey, but how old were you? How old? Wait a minute. How old were you? Damn, we got to find out who the little 15-year-old Negro is so we can figure out what his name is.
I was 18 when I had mine.
And what Jodeci was Jodeci out at that
95. My son was born in 95. Yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah.
So they were born in the shot in.
Was Shaquille O'Neal popular then? Was he 95 years? Shaquille was out. So you could have named your son Shaquille.
I could have, and then being that I actually had the scrimmage down there in LSU and actually met him one year. We scrimmaged as the basketball team because we were state champs, and we was in the Final Four, but I was just a trainer. I had spent so much time on fall in love. I ain't even come to basketball practice sometimes, but the coach let me come in and be a trainer.
Let me see. I'm looking for this boy here that was killed. I'm trying to figure out who this boy is.
That dude really was larger than life, though. I swear.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Man, that dude used to sit down in that center lane at practice, man. I mean, he took up the whole center lane when he sat down. It was crazy.
See this shit right here. Oh yeah, this look like this it right here. Let's see. Oh yeah.
Shooting yesterday, the Cook County medical examiner has identified him as Philip Mitchell. According to Chicago police, the shooting happened just before.
Who had P? Was that? I think. Damn, who had P? Damn. I don't think anyone had P. No one had P. So I tell you, Philip. Good old, was it Italian biblical name? This had to be him,
6 p.m. near 71st and King Drive. CPD says.
Man, it seemed like that dude literally made a movie about our future.
Mitchell with a
Escape
gun
from New York, escape from New York, LA.
later at Comer Children's Hospital. Investigators do have a person of interest in custody.
They arrested the person.
And that 15-year-old girl remains here in the hospital in critical condition. This as tonight witnesses describe.
Man.
15 years old, man. Yeah, that's something of a masterpiece. John, where is Kim and Crack? We're a little early for them. Well, not for Crack, but for Master Kim, we are a little early. You know, was it yesterday or day? Today's the 13th. I think yesterday, the day before yesterday, I had a shower glass door put in. And let me see it. Let me see if I can show you a picture. I only ever seen one new one, Philip, and he wasn't. John, watch out for the drones. They blow up now. Yeah, I can believe that. Masterpiece. Let's see. So years ago, I saw this shower panel. I'm trying to show you a shower panel that I really liked years ago. Yeah. Something like this right here. Let me show this to you. Dun, 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 dun. I've done a few shower doors lately, but this was the first panel that I've done. So let me scroll down. What do you think about that? It's just kind of slick, right? That's a slick look right there.
That's that minimalist look.
Yeah. I do that. A review on drone. That sounds interesting. You know, I don't think we can even fly them here in DC. I think they've been outlawed.
Yeah,
that would be. Yeah, John, these illegals are bombs for you. You can renovate every one of your property for free for you nights. Man, you know, I don't know. Like in my opinion, they do very basic work. You know, there are levels to them.
Yeah.
You know, if you're trying to do this right here, you ain't about to get them to do that. You have water flooding downstairs on your floor all everywhere. Like this is like let me see if I can blow this picture up. I'm not sure if I can maximize it. So I may have to just
But you gotta be real skilled with that level on that flow. Because all that water gotta go right to the drain and then that little one area, and then you gotta make it look asymmetrical with everything else.
It's just like this what they call like a hospital floor.
Yeah. That's some special tile though. That's laminated though. It's ceramic probably.
It's ceramic. Well, this is just a picture, but it's ceramic, but they have to put something I forget the name of it, Kirby or something. I can't remember what it is.
It's like a protectant, a floor protectant to keep that moisture from making that clay weak. I mean that ceramic weak with that moisture.
So they're like, there's no curb here. Right? Usually you got to step up into the shower to keep the water from running over here. But here you don't have to step up in the shower.
No, anyway, see that's what I'm saying. You gotta have good level work to try to get that angle right, the way it can look like that, and the water just flow right on down. You know, I mean, you're gonna have spreads and splashes everywhere, but you're gonna have to have traction and everything else. Make sure you don't have no slip and falls.
Yeah, I imagine this floor is sloped toward this drain too. You know what I'm saying? It's probably sloped on a slight slope to come toward this drain.
That's anyway, so it's gonna have to have it.
I did one of these similar to this the other day. And I actually put a stream up on it. I think it'll be up about 8 o'clock. But I'll see if I can show you the picture of the the room of the bathroom. Let me see if this is a good picture. It's not a good one. It's not a great one. Let me see if I can find a good one.
You know what I was thinking, John? Wouldn't it be crazy if a civil war broke out in America, but it wasn't even Americans having it? It's like a whole bunch of people fighting for us for our land, fighting over our land.
So check this shower door I did. Check this. So I did like this bluish colored octagon type back towel with the little inset for the soap dish and everything. And then I have like gold fixture there. Well, like a little square toilet. But I got the damn shower door too big, man. As you can see, there's like a 28 inches from here to the back wall of the shower. And there's probably, I don't know, 12 inches between here and here. So that's probably what, about 12 inches right here? Give or take.
Where your mouse at? I don't see it.
Oh, sorry. Let me. So right here, I don't know how wide this is. And then right here, there's a gap too. But I feel like the shower door is just a little too big. It's a little too big, you know.
That's a single bedroom apartment, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see the drain in here, but yeah, I think it's just a little too big. But I like the look of the shower and everything. But you know, you live, you learn. Let me see if I can show you a better picture. It's got an interesting door to it. I'll show you this. So on this unit right here, check this out. You ever heard of a barn door?
Yeah.
So this bathroom has a barn door on it. You see the barn door right there? And then, see, I wish the shower door was just a little bit shorter, like about an inch.
So it slide in the wall, right?
It's a fixed panel, just like the other one I showed you. It doesn't move or anything. It just, you know.
No, I'm talking about the door, the barn door.
Oh no, that's a pocket door. This is a barn door where you slide it closed like you're in a barn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Does it slide inside the wall, or does it just?
No, a door that slides inside the wall would be a pocket door.
Yeah.
This is a barn door, so it's like on the outside of the wall. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. It's like a barn door. Yeah. But yeah, no, yeah, man, if the glass had just been a little bit smaller, I would have been very, very happy with it. Now I think I'm gonna have to change the sink, put a little bit smaller sink in there so I can have a little bit more, you know, clearance between the shower and the sink. But yeah, but anyway, so I have a stream coming up on that. Just kind of, I'm more or less just.
You know what I would have did? I would have lifted it. I would have took that toilet. You see on that back wall where your shower at? I would have made a floor there and made a step up.
Oh man, we got one of those. Let me see if I can show you one to step up. Let me see if I can show you this. You talking about like a
shower?
You talking about like a seat?
No, I'm talking about like a step up into the shower and use that drain for the toilet and the drain. Yeah.
I wanted it flat. I wanted the floor to be flat. You know what I mean? Where like you just walk right in. You don't have to step up. You know what I mean? You just walk right in. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted. That's why I did it.
Is this a multi-level or just single level?
Single level, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I knew that would have been a lot of water damage.
Oh, yeah. Let me show you another one though that we did. The paint job needs to be updated on this one. But I think the bathroom's kind of split. Let's see if I can. I don't know if I have pictures of this one. Let me close it. Close that. Let's see. Let me show you this one. Let me see if I can pull this one up here. A picture of somewhere. Okay, yeah. I'll share this one. This is probably one of my favorites right here in terms of bathrooms.
Oh yeah, I like the shower head. I like that.
Yo, that's one of the things we do is we go to this place. Let me see if I can show it to you. We don't go there; it's online. Let me see. Man, you know, the more you do this stuff, you know, some stuff you become very interested in. You know what I mean? And one of the things I like doing is the bathrooms. The bathrooms in the kitchen. I like doing them all actually. You know, it's all kind of fun, to be honest with you. It's not like work or anything. So we go to this place right here online. Let me know if you can see that snake.
Yeah.
It's called Signature Hardware, man. They sell some really nice stuff. Let me see. Product type. Bath. Tub. Shower. We want a shower system, right?
Yeah.
Where is it at?
Signature Hardware.
Yeah, they make some nice stuff, man. Really nice. Shower systems. All right, like look at some of these shower systems here. Yeah, some of this shit is hot. You guys in the chat, what do you think about it? Yo, tell me which one. We're going to be redoing another bathroom. Some of this stuff is a little expensive, but which bathroom looks the best? We'll go row by row. Let me zoom in a little bit. I may just do one like this. We take some audience participation, and then we pick the one that people like the most. If you were to look at these three, which of these three look the best to you, you guys? Let's see. Let's see. I believe I missed a lot of comments here. Let's see. Big time.
I like that Delta Matte I was looking at on the, but that was from Lowe's.
Let's see. Let me check. Let me catch up on. Let me catch up on the comments. Yeah, if you want it done cheap, you right, do it yourself. I spent a few years doing it. Yeah. I wish I knew how to do all this stuff. I know a little bit of electrical, painting, a little bit of drywall. Years ago, I did roofing, but more or less just taking the roofs off. I could do tile, but I wouldn't want to do my own tile. Let's see. A wet saw should cut it to be careful though. They also make hand saws and glass that are good. You think I can cut that glass down like a half an inch or something? Let's see.
You could, but I think you're gonna need you probably could cut that glass pretty easily.
Yo, so let me tell you, we use this company called Dulles Glass. You know, I showed you. Let's see. I showed you Home Depot, right? Let's see. Home Depot. Yeah, Home Depot. Like this is probably Vigo or somebody. I don't know if it's Vigo. That's Meridian. Yeah, it's Vigo. Yeah, Vigo, whatever. I figured it would be Vigo. And Vigo, they make nice looking things. But it's Home Depot. So we end up we get ours made, and we've had two made, I think two. Yeah, two made by Dulles Glass and one from Home Depot. and you can tell the difference in the quality, man. Like the dullest glass, that glass is solid. I think it's a 1/2 inch thick, and you probably could buy that from Home Depot. But if I'm buying something that expensive, like like this is $500, then you got to get someone to install it. The one I showed you was a little bit more than that, quite a bit more than that, with installation and all. But I mean, the quality of it, just the thickness of it, the clamps and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that typically a local company, if you can find a good local company for something as custom as that. Plus, you see my glass shower were tinted, and so I don't know if they have any tinteds at Home Depot. So that made it a little unique there. But I like this one right here. This is nice and slick.
See that shower head? Yeah, that's the kind I was looking at. That matte black.
Yeah, I like that too.
That right there, yeah. See, I like that because, like, one thing about, like they say, with the silver, the chrome, the gold, you gotta be real careful with the cleaners you use with it.
Yeah, let me show you
over
the bathroom.
time, it will get hard to clean and look good. They use too much stronger chemical on it. Yeah, it'll really mess up.
So here's another glass.
Black, you know.
Another glass door we did with the tin again. This is I think a smoke tin or something. So it's a little different than the other one. But real heavy doors, man. Real heavy doors. You know, you can tell that they were, built, very well. Not like that. Just like, where they're building. What do they call them? Mass. Like that. They built it. Not bad.
Yeah, think about it though, the maintenance on it. What if somebody break it? You gotta replace it. What's the insurance policy like on those?
You have insurance. I doubt it, but I would hope no one breaks. But anything's possible. The thing is that one, I can show you another one where the bathroom probably looks a little nicer. Let me see if I can show you. But the shower door isn't as it's not as steady and sturdy as the other one here. Let's see. Maybe this picture here.
You know what I always tried to do back when I used to do stuff like that with a guy that was I was under apprentice from a plumber at one time, and I always tried to upsell them on water filters.
Hey, you gotta sell it.
That was pretty much unheard of back then in those days, because we had a pretty good water system around here. But after the city bought it, oh man, they don't even know how to mix the lime up, man. I swear, man. You can't even drink water. I mean, like, I can boil some water, and like if I fool around and I let the pot, you can see all the lime build up still in the water, man. It's like they don't even know how to mix the lime up. I wish I could get my old water company job back. That was the first job I got out of high school, man. Working at the water company, plant labor.
I think I've shown this room before, but let me show the bathroom. Hey, look at this picture. You know who that is, Snake? You ever seen this picture before? Ever shown that to you, Snake?
No, I seen it once though. I seen it on one of your live streams.
Yeah, you know who that is? You don't know who that is, Snake? Come on, you gotta know who that is.
Whose room that is? No.
I know who picture that is. John showed a picture 90% black with the pig 3 centimeters. Say, look at my neck. Oh man, I'm sorry. Did I make it too small? No, I'm sorry. Did I make it too small? Who said that? Cameron King?
Oh, you talking about on that picture?
Oh, what picture? But you can't go wrong with matte black. Yeah. I think you know what's interesting. If you have like a matte black faucet, right, in the bathroom, when people are brushing their teeth and stuff like that, everything shows up. Not to say it doesn't show up on any other, but on that matte black, everything shows up when they're brushing their teeth. Hey, sorry, I wasn't showing pictures big enough. Sorry, but I wasn't bragging or anything. I was just showing some pictures. It's something I like doing, kind of my interest in bathroom renovation, stuff like that. Design. I don't renovate anything. I'm not that skillful. I use it. John, you should look at supplies near your cheaper. Yeah, I don't usually go to Lowe's, Home Depot. Like I said, that shower door that I showed you was a Lowe's one, but we use Dulles Glass, which is a company out in Virginia, to build the shower doors. Except for one, I'm going to show you the one that we actually went to Lowe's and Home Depot, and you see the quality of it. It actually looks good, but the quality of it isn't as great. I made a bottle bong with a drill for the hose. And always try to access one, depending on you see this water quality. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Cam, you're in construction, is that right? Yeah, couldn't see, but the previous pics couldn't tell me it's on point. Adolf season. Oh, thank
you. Some ideas.
Yeah, the people actually did some good work. It's like some Hispanic guys. Does anyone know who this is? Should I zoom in closer? See if I can zoom in. I don't know if I can zoom in any closer. Oops. Oops. I lost it.
That's what I hate about having a house, man. It'd be like every room I want to do with a different wall texture.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I don't want
no two rooms to be the same.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. All ours look kind of different colors. Well, not really, not different colors, but kind of different decorations in a way. Let's see if I can show you. Somebody said Obama. Yeah, that's right. You can't tell that's Obama, Snake.
No.
Let me see if I can find that picture online. You see that picture?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I got this picture. Yeah, I found this picture somewhere. Look, this is in the Atlantic, right?
Yeah.
This is probably this picture right here, but I found this picture in the Atlantic, and so I found that picture in the Atlantic, and then I had it framed and and put it up on the wall. It was going to be like at one point, I know I told you we had like weed rooms and stuff like that. So this is one of my like weed room pictures at one point in time. Let me see if I can share that with you again. There's Obama there. You might be able to see. Yeah, like a weed smoker. We were doing like a House of 27 weed smoker rooms. Jimi Hendrix is one of the weed smoking House of 27 people. There you go. And so here's the bathroom area. But you can tell that this door doesn't look like those other shower doors, right? It's nice. The bathroom's nice. Don't get me wrong. But you notice how you see this in every one of everywhere we paint. The doors and the trim is always darker than the wall. Okay. And got a little skylight in the top. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice bathroom. Only thing I don't like is the door. The doors just aren't very heavy there.
Man, congratulations on the work you're doing, man. That's
it's very nice. Yeah, we've been working on it for a very long time. Yeah, it ain't just me, but we've been working. I'm the one that does probably the physical work. Not the renovation, but cleaning and dealing with the people.
Yeah, man, that's something y'all need to try to work on. I was listening to what Master Ken was saying the other day about how he had a group of people where he wanted to get, there'd be like an organization and they just want to organize certain things like that. not just spec out jobs, but then you can always have you a good designer. You can have your good floor plan on deck. You know, that's what my uncle and them do down here. That's basically how they network. You
Is
know?
that right?
Yeah,
Snake,
that's how
hold
they
it down for me.
network
Hey,
here.
Snake, hold it down for me like 2 minutes. 30 seconds. I just gotta go get a coffee pot. I'll be right back, all right?
All right.
All right, hold it.
So, Chad, what y'all think about that Bill Maher turning his back on Joe Biden like he did tonight, but he still can't shut down Donald Trump? What the hell? Y'all think that Donald Trump hatred just go that deep with him that they don't see our country being taken over? It's
Hey, what
crazy.
Bill Maher did, Snake? What Bill Maher did?
You know, he tried to come and clown. He came in tonight. He trying to clown Joe Biden and all that. But at the same time, you still hate Trump. I just don't get that hatred that this guy garners. I know it can't be arrogant because it's just ridiculous. I'm just embarrassed to be an American at this point.
You think the hatred is real?
I think it's pretty much made up because I'm pretty sure it's made up. I think it was something Donald Trump did a long time ago. And I think it was something he said during that interview when he talked about 9/11. You know, when he said something in that interview, they tried to, bury it pretty much, but it don't resurface. And I think that's what they mad about,
Yeah, I can see that. Hey,
And
Snake,
he said something about the guy taking out insurance on that company. I think that's what he did when he talked about Silverstein or one of them people taking out an insurance on that building. And that's why I think they really coming at his neck about, because they don't want that, they don't want to be seen in an evil light. But I think they playing two sides of the same coin when you're dealing with different countries like we doing. We got the largest military in the world, and it ain't nothing that, to take over our country. We just, I don't know what's going on with America, man.
She's crazy. She's crazy, man. I got some pictures from something, man. Who is this? Oh, Cube. Ice Cube.
Cube in the house.
How's this shit? Yeah, Cube. What's going on? What are you doing up so early? Was it Saturday morning? Cube is up and at 'em.
I woke up to take a piss.
Oh,
man. Thank you for telling us.
Looked at the phone. See this crazy people fucking streaming for 2 hours. God damn, y'all sick, man. There's something wrong with y'all. At least y'all ain't talking about. At least y'all ain't talking about some weird stuff like rape or grape or whatever the hell was going on the other day.
Oh, you talking about HB? You talking about
God damn. Y'all been going for 2 hours.
Hey, listen,
Hey, what's up, Solid Snake?
What's up, man? I'm out here trying to find me a yard lizard. I ain't looking for a lot lizard. I'm trying to find me a yard lizard. The store open now. I'm finna put
where you at? Where you live? Where you live, Solid? Where you live, Solid?
In Louisiana.
Oh, you could really find a lizard out there.
Yeah, man. They be out there, man.
Hey, what, you be barbecuing them? You crazy motherfucker. What, you be barbecuing them joints?
No, man. I just hit them and go on here about my business, man. I ain't trying to have them hang around.
I want to show you guys something that I just saw here going on here in DC. A while back in DC, there was an attempt to what did you say? They tried to put a device outside that would make a sound that only young people could hear, and it would make such an irritating sound in their ear that they would disperse. And so right downtown DC, there's an area called Chinatown where the basketball team plays and things like that. And the blacks, well, they've destroyed it now, but they were on their way to where it is now, destroying it. And so these businesses that were downtown Chinatown, I mean, this is a major area. You know, just imagine what a basketball team would play downtown DC. You know, like Madison Square Garden in New York, or, you know, the Philly Arena in Philly. You know, this is downtown urban core type stuff, right? So the city said, these businesses said, we're going to put up these buzzer thing that run the kids away. They won't be able to stay there. And so the liberals complained and said, no, this ain't fair. This ain't fair. And so listen to this. In DuPont Circle, I've mentioned DuPont Circle in DC before. It's very affluent, close to the White House, kind of gayish area. Outside
John,
CVS.
I don't mean to cut you off. Was that device, the sound thing, was it effective?
Yeah. I think that the kids couldn't tolerate that shit because it was tuned to their ear. So, like 40 years old, you couldn't hear it. But if you were 21, that shit would run your ass off. They fine tuned it for the young man.
Do you have a link to it where someone can purchase that?
Can somebody pull it up? Google DC Chinatown buzz ear teen or something, and you'll see it, and put it in the chat, and I'll put it up on the screen. And so here's what they're doing now. Outside of CVS in DuPont Circle, waiting for a ride, the surveillance machine above me just came alive to tell me, do not loiter. I spent 5 years in mainland China, and this is a new one for me. Hey, man, I'm telling you, man, like, these people have so robbed the store, the CVS's, that again, this is a CVS on the other side of the river, the park, Rock Creek Park. And they're trying to keep their CVS's alive and keep the people from looting it or having to go get keys, because these are very affluent people if you live in this area. And you just look at the level of technology that you have to resort to.
The mosquito emits a high-pitched noise designed to discourage loitering.
Is someone playing? Someone's playing.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, so you know I wasn't lying about that. Is it called a mosquito? I forgot. It was called a mosquito.
It's a safety issue. Business owners say that teenagers are loud and unruly and scary customers. They hope the device will drive them away.
Like the civilian thing, you're gonna have to live with.
There's better ways to do that.
I mean, they have to do something about all the kids that are always hanging around, but like maybe it'd be better if they like donate and put it like a community center up.
Program.
Put another community center out there.
Injured. 3 teenagers were arrested. Kathy Carter, WAMU 88.5 News.
Hey, I have a comment about the
What do you think about that? Yeah.
They always talking about community centers, and like you know what I take it. It's akin to. I mean, that's great. Like honestly, that's great. But
what?
It's that's fine. But it's kind of like the like gun laws, right? Like if a criminal wants a gun, they gonna get a gun. So you put in all the restrictions. I mean, has a limited effect, right? So like your community center, the criminals aren't going to utilize the community center. So what is the good? What good is the community center, right?
When the criminals commit crime in the community center also? Huh?
Yeah,
criminals also giving them another place to commit crime, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right. Like the trouble, like for example, they got schools, right? But yet the kids skip the school and then they be doing all crazy stuff. So like clearly if they should be in the school, but they're not in the school, right? So like it's kind of a stupid ass solution. Like
why do you think that woman suggested community center instead of prison?
Probably because they, it's like they look at the people as like their cousin, their brother, you know, that type of thing, probably.
I know what it is. I know what it is.
What
They
is
ain't
Snake?
trying to lock up all their future husbands. That's why. They don't
Yeah,
fuck.
like, you know. Well, we thought I might take it to another level, but
no.
It's like you don't want to lock up your own community. Like, you know, that could be your neighbor, that could be your cousin. You know, that's basically.
Yeah,
Check
but
this out.
you want a neighbor like that though.
Yo, check this out, guys. What you think about this? This is pretty amazing. Right here, let's see. Let's go.
Hey, don't touch her.
The baby's over here. You've done enough, so you need to go on the other side.
Them niggas knocked out.
Who else is in the car? There's a baby back there too.
Baby's back here has no head.
Oh, come on.
Jesus Christ.
Them niggas knocked out.
Well, George, too, we got 3 children. 1 is decapitated.
Damn, my bad. I'm sorry about that. But I ain't mean to stop it right there. I know y'all probably trying to.
John Golden needs new internet. John Golden needs just new internet.
Say what?
I said you need new internet speed. You need to upgrade on your internet speed.
She may have broken my internet, right? Internet can't go any further. I don't know what they have right here, man. What? Every time you get to some liberal news, now this is nothing but liberal news, right? This is not crime. This is liberal news.
Hey, don't touch her.
The baby's over here. You've done enough, so you need to go on the other side.
Yeah, lay her head down.
Who else is in the car?
The baby's over here. Hey,
There's a baby back there too.
baby's back here has no head.
No head.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, George, too, we got 3 children. 1 is decapitated.
My.
Wait, so what is this? A car accident?
Alcohol they was drinking. I bet they was drinking.
Bro, hey, listen. You think I just showed you this car accident? That's all it was? Shit.
I bet she was.
Yeah, you don't even know the back. Wait till I show y'all the backstory. They might tell the backstory here. Let's see.
Don't tell me the decapitated baby was before the car accident.
Hey,
oh, Lord.
Stop touching the child. You're going to cause more harm than there is done already. Do you understand? All right, there's another child over there that's breathing.
It's Mister. I tried trying the past thing with Mister.
Whatever.
The police just told her whatever. Like, this would be this police response would be really alarming if they didn't have some backstory. Like maybe the backstory is they were running from the police or something. Because normally they'd be running to the car.
Mr. King, you are the
problem. Okay? Is everyone okay? Nah, you the problem. You the problem. What's the backstory? What's the backstory? I can't read.
Don't you read it? I can't read.
All right, hold on. Sister sentenced to prison for fatal DUI crash involving children. Ravina Washington and Kalela Manning were sentenced for a DUI crash that resulted in the death of Rose and Taylor, aged 2 and 3.
Washington what'd she do?
Had sold the children's car seats a week prior.
Oh, stop. Repeat that one more time, because I didn't hear it that well.
Washington had sold.
I don't want you to miss one word of that, okay? Go.
Washington had sold the children's car seats a week prior to the accident.
What you think she did with no car seat?
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Probably got her nails done.
That's what you believe. That's your final answer. You stick with it.
Yeah, final answer.
Oh man, that's ridiculous.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Manning, who's driving with a blood alcohol content level of 0.191, veered off the road.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. What you think that niggers was drinking?
I'm gonna put it on Four Locos, Natty Daddy, Monaco.
Hennessy.
People in the chat, what you think these two niggers is drinking?
Hennessy.
What you think their drink of choice is in the hood? Let me know.
Nah. Old English, man. 40.
Nah. These ain't no beer drinking girls here.
Oh, Monaco.
No, they were drinking that Thug Passion.
Oh, Passion. Oh,
Hennessy mixed up with some juice. Or
oh man, come on. Hey man, hey, I got a question. You know, a while ago, this YouTuber, what's his name? Steven Crowder. I was watching them one morning, and you know that dude had a song called Hennessy Trees. And that had to been the funniest, most accurate representation. And they called it racist.
Somebody said Ciroc, maybe in a Long Island iced tea. You think they were drinking Ciroc in a Long Island iced tea?
They could have been on them club tails.
So look, Mr. Q. Since you seem to love these Negroes so much, repeat that sentence where it talked about how drunk she was. Can you do that for us again?
Sure. Manning, who was drinking with a blood alcohol content level of 0.191, veered off the road and collided with a light pole. Washington received 364 days in jail and 5 years of probation.
And Washington is the one that did what? What is she?
Sold the car seat, Washington.
So where was the baby riding at then? Shotgun? Was the baby riding shotgun?
No, the baby was in the back. All of them was in the back because, you know, somebody was sitting in the front seat beside him.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Do you think the children had on seatbelts?
Man, I'm surprised they even had a car seat in there.
That might be how they got decapitated. I don't know.
Okay, the other woman, what did she get?
3 to 10 years.
3 to 10.
As a driver.
How many people were killed?
2. What is this? A damn SAT a reading comprehension? The hell?
I didn't want you to tell me.
Nah, this story ain't too bad. I thought it was gonna get worse.
That's not too bad, okay. Fair enough.
I mean, you know, it's a drunk driving. Hey, why did the police run up on him like that? That seems atypical. That he'd be like, whatever.
The police did something.
No.
They hit a pole. So they pretty much expecting everybody in there to be either dead or concussed.
No. The officer body cam that we see seems a little, perturbed. Like, hey, I just had a car chase with these people and now they crashed. So I'm like, about to help them, but I'm moving slow. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you caused this yourself. Like, why do you have that attitude? Is it because they were black?
How you walked up on this woman, she done killed her 2 children.
No, bro. Let's not stop. In real life, hold on. Hold on, Snake. In real life, if a police rolls up to an accident, how's he gonna? He's not gonna know all that information.
What do you think he knew?
I mean, I'm saying he must have known something, because if he didn't, that's terrible police behavior.
You think so?
Like replay the clip. I mean, we can only go on what the clip that we got, right? So we can't sit here and make all these. We can only go by the clip that we got. He's not very professional. He's not running. He's taking his time. He's saying whatever. Like, bro, that was looking terrible.
They should fire him, shouldn't they?
I mean, what was he supposed to do? He probably witnessed how
Replay
hard
the
they
clip.
hit their light
Replay the
poles.
clip.
They were
Replay
like,
the clip.
knocked out concussed. He probably already called in emergency units already. So at that point, it's out of his hands. CPR ain't gonna help whoever hit that light pole.
No, my thing is, I'm actually hoping that he like chased them or has some type of prior knowledge. Hey, they left the bar, they swerved in, and he came up to him and because
all right, we're gonna. Hey,
police
why don't we talk about that nigger that was damn near triple the blood alcohol level?
No. I'm talking about the police officer.
Okay,
Talking about you the problem.
I'm gonna look at it the same way. I ain't had to do no paperwork till these crazy motherfuckers showed up.
Hey, Cam the King, why don't you bring your ass up here now?
I ain't had to do no paperwork for this happened.
Hey man, listen.
And then
you
you
want me to focus on the driver. I'm not focused. I'm focused on the
trying
video.
to save somebody that risked the life of a child.
That man was probably so disgusted. He probably just said, "Man, what?"
I mean, he just said, "Man, fuck these motherfuckers."
He didn't even try to help the children.
Why would you want to help them?
The head was
2 and a 3-year-old.
What, a new lawsuit? Oh, you handled the child wrong. You ain't supposed to pick up nobody. You got to understand, that's a procedure to these things. If it was a way for him, if he felt it deep in his heart that somebody in that car was still alive, he would have had to go through that procedure. And that's just off the moral code, regardless of the witnesses. So obviously what he seen, he obviously didn't even think the motherfucker was still alive. But the motherfucker got a 1.91 alcohol level, and she still got her head on her body.
She was geek, man. I mean, that girl was drunk, man.
Man, that motherfucker was drunk. Hey, I remember a long time ago, me and my homeboy walking down the road. You know, we were going to holler at some females. My homeboy come pull around a corner in a Chevy Caprice. He had a little turbocharge on it. He get to flying down the road. He had been popping pills or whatever that night. I know he was on that dope real bad, but he was drinking that Hennessy. Man, that motherfucker back in somebody's car, flew straight into somebody's living room window. Killed everybody in that house. This nigga jumped up out the car. I'm talking about the car is on his head. I mean, the car did like a Dukes of Hazzard flip inside somebody's house. And killed everybody that was in there. And this nigga get up like, man, what happened? Man, you don't get your motherfucking, man, you just fucking ran into somebody's fucking house acting an ass, talking about some, I want to catch this nigga before he leave, man. I got this dime. I want to give him this little nice little 10-piece I got for him. Man, what the hell? I'm listening to the conversation while he's speeding down the road. This motherfucker don't just, I mean, he tried to call himself swerving by us, but he never went back over. He flying, he high as hell. Drunk than a mother, man. Ran right into them people's house, killed everybody in that house. It wasn't nothing but an old man and his wife. They just sitting in the living room chilling, probably watching the news. You know how old folks do. Man, he ran into that house, man. I say, man, he don't kill them people. The car didn't explode, but I mean, he's standing there like he didn't know what happened.
Could you replay the video?
Oh, the video. Let me see if I still got that shit up.
But the point of the story is the alcoholic gonna always survive an accident. The people that ain't alcohol induced ain't gonna survive the accident, because I just had a friend earlier this year. She decapitated a dude in the back of the truck. She was in the truck. She riding in the truck with her son, her nephew, and another dude.
Oh, snap. You guys read Cam the King's comment? So I was right. So the seatbelt did probably decapitate the child. Yeah, he said, sadly though, this ain't the first kid a seatbelt has took head off. My old neighbor was in EMS and said he saw that time and time again. Kids up to 10, that's why they make car seats a child's neck folds. Jeez,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
The Seacoast did that.
Damn,
hey, man, I literally seen a white dude mad at his wife one day. And when she was pulling out the gas station, this was like up the road though. And I mean, when he sideswiped that
Hold
car to
on,
the wall.
Hey, Solid. Hey, Solid. Hold on, bro. Let's try and go. Can you rewind it?
Christ.
Stop that!
Hey, don't touch her.
The baby's over here. You've done enough, so you need to go on the other side.
I'm surprised that nigga right there laid out in the passenger seat.
Who else is in the car?
Man, that dude here in the dash.
There's a baby back there too.
Baby's right here, has no head.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, she got some mama rap.
So George, too, we got 3 children. 1 is decapitated.
She gonna mama rap. Look at
her. Hey, stop touching the child. You're going to cause more harm than there is done already. Do you understand? All right, there's another child over there that's breathing.
It's messed up. I tried trying the past thing was messed up.
Whatever.
Oh. Did you hear what she said?
Oh, man.
Did anyone hear what she said? Did anyone hear what she said?
No, I can't make it out. You can rewind it.
Anyone here? See, you're not Southern. Snake,
Bro, so what did she say, man? God damn. Just tell us what she said.
Snake, you ain't catch it. See, anyone in the chat? Anyone in the chat heard what she said? Hold on. Yeah, I said the seatbelt. When John mentioned here, you were correct, bro. So that's why the laws state research the amount of cases. Yeah, you know, they just sold a car seat. You're right, the car seat probably would have and John, I'd come up, but it's 40. I'm driving, usually talk to text my 2 friends to pass that stuff. Don't want to wake them up. I heard that, I understand. Let's see. Hell, if you're talking to Texas, you might as well get on here. Ignorance is always bliss, but I'm getting to see why it's practice. I didn't hear it because the volume is so low, and I'm okay. Let me see it. Oh, your volume is low. So I'm going to rewind it a little bit just so you can hear what she says, and I'm going to tell you guys what she said if you can't hear it, because I can understand this Southern lingo. Is this in the South, by the way? Where is this?
What you say it was?
Shit. I forget where it was, but we'll look it up in a minute. Let's go again. Here it is again. Oh shit! Maybe it's like maybe right here. When she starts to try to talk, that's it.
You're going to cause more harm than there is done already. Do you understand? All right, there's another child over there that's breathing.
It's messed up.
Y'all didn't hear that, did you?
Her power steering messed up.
Yep, that's what she said. And she's about to say, I tried to turn or something. Listen.
I tried trying the past thing was messed up.
I tried to turn and the power steering was messed up. And then he goes on to say,
whatever.
There you go. There you go. He's not being flippant.
So you guys think this police officer is? He said there's a child in there and it's breathing. So he waited for EMS before he did nothing to that child that was breathing.
Exactly.
I don't know.
So you guys think that's normal police behavior, bro?
Hey, I think that's just the laws and regulations we created that they got to abide by.
Listen,
man. That's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit.
Hold on, Solid. Hold on, Solid. I'm not going to be up here at 6 a.m. with ask a question and you not answer it. Do you think that's normal police behavior?
Yeah.
I don't know.
To run up on a car accident scene and tell whatever, don't try to help, give no first aid to nobody. That's what you think is normal?
Yeah.
Well, he said she gonna harm the child. You know, just start moving the baby or something. You know, the baby can have a spinal injury. You start moving it.
I wouldn't know when the accident happened, neither were you. So you shouldn't be assuming that you know that everybody in that car is capable of being handled by an average human being. You need professionals there on the scene to take care of that situation. It's a reason for rules and regulations, man.
Not a medical
Do you listen
professional.
to you listen to yourself? He's trained in first aid. Listen to this. Listen, I'll dismantle y'all stupid ass argument in one fell swoop.
Go drink some water first. You got some
Shut the hell
coffee?
up. I got some. Pause. Listen. The other angle is that he's saying whatever. Think about this. He's a police. He's supposed to be investigating. Hey, shit. If she want to talk, my body camera's rolling. Let her talk. This police is just out of pocket. He could be like, "Oh, your parents steering." Listen, he could say, "Oh, your parents tell me more," right? Because now she's incriminating herself. Instead, he's saying whatever. Doesn't even want to talk to her. This is horrible.
Okay,
Y'all
but
don't see
think
no
about it.
problem with this
Even if
police
she
officer.
talked to her, even if he talked to her, she just blew a 1.91. 90%
He
of
doesn't
whatever
know
she
what
says is
she
not
blew, bro. He doesn't know
inaccessible in
what she
court
blew.
because she was
He
intoxicated.
doesn't know. He doesn't know that she's intoxicated, bro. She could be slurring
You
her words and
probably
stuff because
at a
she just got in an accident.
1.91. If you blow a 1.91 and you don't drink before the shift, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna smell that alcohol on their body.
Bro, he just rolled up to that car accident, bro. He don't
Yeah,
know.
but
And
he can
plus, like
smell
I
the
said,
accident. He can smell the alcohol on her body.
bro, like I just said,
So he probably helped her out when
bro.
he just said whatever and acted nonchalantly and deflecting it like that because that
Exactly. He
made her
probably did
stop
help her
talking
out.
and stop incriminating
Exactly.
herself on the camera.
Exactly.
There's two ways to look
Exactly.
at it.
That's why the police officer is a terrible police officer. He wasn't even trying to
But I'm
get her
saying she
to
blew
tell
at
more.
1.91.
See, this is why you Negroes are the problem. Excuse my
Oh my
language.
God! Why is there accountability not the problem? Why is it always the Negroes and not the acceptance of accountability the problem? Why
No,
we
this
just
is
can't
why you guys
say?
are the problem. This is why
Why
you
we
guys are the
just
problem.
can't say people that don't accept accountability are the problem? And then instead of trying to slam a whole
This is
race,
why you
because
guys are
that's
the problem.
racist. You just slammed the whole race.
Hey, Snake and Q. Let me ask you guys what you think about this.
This is black on black crime, and y'all just promoting that the police officer
Oh
did a
no,
great job.
this is good material. We having a good show. That's all we need to do. Wake everybody up.
Tell me, guys, what you think about this right here. Let me get it back to the beginning here, and I'm gonna get it started.
Suck my dick. Say it again. Suck my dick.
Wow.
Just like your mother. Just like your mother. I know. I know she did. I know. I know. I know. You wish you looked that. You wish you did. You did. You did. I know. Your dick don't work because you don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have one. Take your pussy ass on. Suck my dick and go hit on, bitch. Why did you drag it like that? Go hit on. Ugly as shit. Your mother ugly and your grandmother. Your grandmother ugly. She did, so I don't know. She did. She did. She did. Don't worry about it. She did. Yeah, she did. Your mama. 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 And your dead father bastard. Bye. Fuck you, whore. Fuck you, whore. Take your nappy head on. Take your freckles ass on. With your no ball bastard.
Folks, that was a teacher having an interaction with her student. And
wow.
Wait a minute. In Baltimore City. Baltimore. Your mama.
And they say,
do I need to play that NEA video again? People come on here and they always say, well, what's the solution? Hey, man.
Ain't no solution.
Well, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. You can't keep feeding that beast right there. That woman don't deserve a job paying her $70,000, $80,000 a year. Talking about your mama. Who would send their child to be taught by your mama? I wouldn't do that with you. See, like if I saw this, if I had children in that school system, they coming out here, they could just sit at home and do better than that. Right? They can sit at home and do better. Oh, look who we got up here. John Galt, Ryan Manning on it. Procedure to speak. There's a protocol for cops. Step 1, secure yourself. Step 2, secure victim. Step 3, secure suspect prior to investigating anything. Ryan, why don't you come up here and tell us what you think about that police interaction? And you can tell us about your neighborhood school there. That's close enough to you, Ryan, where you may have an opinion. I'm sure your property taxes go to fund that public school right there. How many people knew that was a teacher when I first started playing the video?
So Ryan's comment, he definitely skips secure step 2, secure victims. He didn't secure no victims. And he said whatever he needed to secure the
Step
suspect.
2, secure victim. So he won the argument then. Secure self. Step 2, secure victim.
He didn't do nothing for them children.
Well, you just won that argument. I think.
What do you think about?
Like you said, he seemed like he was pretty. He was pretty much.
I'm sorry, John Galt, what were you saying?
That man was disgusted. How many of you people knew this was a teacher when I first started showing that video?
No, I thought those were 2 students talking.
Let's play it one more time, man. It really is kind of amazing when you think about it, man. It really is amazing.
But you can't see who's talking.
Well, because he's saying your old ass, your pussy wrinkled up. Listen. That looks like the teacher right there. In pink.
Suck my dick.
She just told him to suck her dick. You might got a Michelle Obama in the classroom here.
Suck my dick.
Whoa. Whoa, hold on. Could you pause?
Yeah.
Mr. John Galt, do you think Michelle Obama
no, I was just joking.
is a man? No, man. You don't think? Okay. All right.
No, but I don't believe that the relationship is real. That's what I don't believe.
I don't think that relationship real at all.
I mean, she admitted.
What about the French president's wife? What about her?
That ain't real
Do
either.
you think she was born? So do you guys? And this is going off on a tangent here. Sorry, but she was his teacher. She groomed him.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
They started dating when he was like, I don't know, don't quote me on the age, but maybe like 14 or something like that.
I got a question. Is you talking about Macron?
Yeah. Macron. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You notice what I thought about though? I just had that little epiphany the other day. You remember when I said that Joe Biden shitted in front of a whole bunch of American vets?
Yeah.
That was Macron on stage with his wife.
Is that who that was?
Yeah. And I wonder if Joe Biden did that because he thought he was looking. Oh, God, it get even more embarrassing the more I think about it. Oh, God. Where you at, Imperious Rex?
Is Imperious out there in the audience?
So in the comments, they saying that basically the cop rolled up and there might have been spinal injury, so he didn't want to move the bodies or nothing.
That's what I was thinking.
That's probably fair point. Yeah, that's probably
because I was looking at that guy's head. His head was stuck dead inside that dash. And if anything about those Plymouths, they got a brace bar across there. So that dude probably crushed his skull when he went inside that dash.
That was a female. There were 2 females. Yeah, 2 females. The mother and I don't know, some other lady. The mother, I guess, was the passenger. I don't know. Someone sold the car seat.
No, the mother was the passenger, right.
Yeah.
Sold the car seat. What you think she did with the money for the car seat, Q?
I told you, she probably got her nails done.
Have mercy.
Or her hair.
She probably had to pay a cell phone bill. I bet she got an iPhone.
We'll never know.
Let's see this one more time, Cube. I love the way she told that young boy to suck her dick.
Face bastard. Suck my dick. Say it again. Suck my dick. Just like your mother. Just like your
But
mother.
you know what,
I know she did. I know. You wish you looked back. You wish you did. You did. I know. You dick don't work because you don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have.
Did y'all hear what she told him? Did you hear that, Snake?
Yeah.
What did she say?
Said he don't have a mother?
Nah, see this
You
dad
talk
level
about
up
the
here.
daddy, ain't no daddy.
Hell no. Like, come on, man. Y'all ears got to be better than that. Y'all ears got to be better than that.
Okay, play it again.
Did anyone in the chat hear what she said to that boy? If y'all heard what she said to that boy, I know y'all heard.
Play it again.
All right. I want you to listen closer.
You dick don't work because you don't have one.
You heard that? I play it one more time.
Your dick don't work because your shit don't work
I
because you
know.
don't have it.
I know. Your dick don't work because you don't have one. You don't have one.
His dick don't work because you don't have one.
Your dick don't work because you don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have one. Take your
Oh my
pussy ass
God, they terrorizing our
suck my
kids,
dick
man.
and go hit on.
Take your pussy ass on. Suck my dick.
Bitch. Why did you drag it like that? Go hit on. Ugly as shit. Your mama ugly and your grandmother. Your grandmother ugly. She did, so I don't know.
Stanley Cross. Good morning, Stanley Cross.
Oh my God, no, not him.
Bring Stanley up here to vanquish
Did you just hear what he
y'all.
said?
Bring Stanley up here to vanquish
shut
y'all.
up.
Oh, Stanley don't want to come up here. The
I know Stanley ain't caping for this woman at this point. We don't even know what's really going on yet.
He have to. He has to do that.
You just got to be that antithesis.
Listen, he vote for it, so he got to support it. Why? Hey, I agree with him. He vote for the NEA and the Democrats, and this is what it looks like when you vote for him. Stanley, I want you to, since you're not sure what she said, we're gonna make sure Stanley is able to hear what she said. What do you think? Let's see if Stanley can hear it this time. Let's go.
Because you don't have one. You don't have one.
Oh, wait a minute.
You did. You did. I know. Your dick don't work because you don't have one. You don't.
Stanley, did you hear what she said? Your dick don't work because you don't have one. Ryan, if you're in the audience, what does a Baltimore City school worker make? Let's say with 10 years of experience. What do you think a school worker in Baltimore City with 10 years of experience will make? I'm really curious to know that here, because this woman is making probably 90% too much. She should be on welfare. I'd much rather her welfare than give her a job where she can do this in a public setting.
You don't have one. Take your pussy ass on. Suck my dick and go hit on, bitch. Why did you drag that? Your mama ugly and your grandmother.
Your mama and your grandma ugly. You think about how unprofessional this is. She could have just not said anything else to the boy. Why get down? What Michelle Obama told these blacks? When they go low, we go high. What this woman teaching? Training education in some of the finest schools you could go to in America. Ryan says she makes $80,000 to $90,000. There's a principal she's making $125,000. Well, she's not a principal. So she's making at least $90,000, working 8 months out of the year. Probably get a good summer stipend type bullshit paperwork job. Clearly, she's clearing about $100,000 a year easily. Working, like I said, 8 months out of the year. What's up, CKJ3?
So what we gonna do about it as a community? We can talk about it. But it's
hold on, what's up? Oh, hold on. We got a new guest up here. Solid. What's up, CKJ3?
What's up, John?
What's going on? Where are you located again?
I'm in Cleveland.
Cleveland. Okay, right. Go ahead. Yeah. Well, you got some thoughts this morning? You up early?
Yeah, I'm on my way to work, so I'm just joining the panel while I'm driving into work, man.
Yeah, you got some thoughts on what you heard so far?
I just started to tune in.
Oh, just tuning in. Okay.
You see Stanley's comment?
Yeah, man. Hey, this is what the Democrats have to do. They have to act like this shit ain't real, because otherwise, how could they justify keep voting for it? This is a teacher. I'm playing the video of a teacher having an argument with her student. I want you to hear this from beginning to end.
I'm back. I got a mother that slapped this show long to the end. Go get face bastard. Suck my dick. Say it again. Suck my dick. Your big ass. Your titties long. Look at it. Ugly as shit. Just like your mother. Just like your mother. Better than you. I know. Look at you. I know she did. Ass hoop on your I know. I know. I know. You wish you looked that. You wish you did. You did. You did. I know. Your dick don't work because you don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have one. Take your pussy ass on. Suck my dick and go hit on, bitch. Why did you drag it like that? Go hit on. Ugly as shit. Your mama ugly and your grandmother. Your grandmother ugly. She did, so I don't know. She did. She did. Don't worry about it. She did. Yeah, she did. Your mama. 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 And your dead father bastard. Bye. Fuck you, whore. Fuck you, whore. Take your nappy head on. Take your fucking special ass on. With your no ball bastard.
What do you think she teaches? What class do you think she teaches?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What subject do you think she teaches?
Probably
what subject you think she teaches?
American history.
Probably, yeah, I was gonna go with history. That's a good answer.
Someone said,
me and Saul agree.
Hey, she teaches the dozens. Maybe they got a class in Baltimore called the dozens.
No, them usually be the teachers that take over the acting routines in schools. Most of them. It's either gonna be an English teacher or your history teacher. You never see a math teacher go teach playwright. You know, I don't think they had a history for it.
Hey,
but damn, that did sound like. Hey, when Stanley said it, I was like, oh, I know he didn't. But then when I thought about it, I said, wait a minute. Listen to that one more time. And it's like she teaching that role to somebody, but it's like I say, it's even worse because I don't know. Maybe it is. But, I mean, but hell, that's how we talk.
Man, listen. If I saw that, man, like,
Marty said
as a parent, I'll be upset. I'll be upset as a parent because they look like junior high that they're teaching that class and they talking like they're in junior high.
Yeah, they at least, he was at least big enough to whoop her ass. So they at least 14, 15 years old.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that in no junior high. I wouldn't do that playwright in no junior high. I wouldn't even select that as a playwright.
CKJ, what kind of work are you in? What line of work are you in? Trucking?
No, I do logistics.
Logistics. Yeah. So what do you stock shelves?
No. Basically, I facilitate. Like I monitor like the systems and the workload that comes in.
Oh, okay, like a warehouse.
Yeah.
Okay,
like
so you
industrial products.
So you could be like where HB pulls up to get his truckload. You could be in the back, organizing everything, kind of thing.
No. I facilitate the work coming in, and pretty much like the people that do the work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's cool. Sounds boring, but it sounds stable.
Hey, do y'all have an assembly? Go ahead.
Say it again, John.
I was going to ask you if y'all have an assembly line where you work.
Yeah. We have pretty much everything. Yep.
Hey, I don't know if you can see the screen, but we got a guy on here. Cam the King says, "Tell the logistics man I'm hiring."
Ooh.
No, I'm make some decent money. I don't think he can afford me.
You don't know how much he charging.
Nah, he ain't making what my company make. I tell you that.
How you know? How do you know that?
I know
I'm
that
just
for a
curious.
fact.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey,
You gotta always be
CKJ, did you go to college?
No, military, man. Just military.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you did supply chain in college or something.
Nope.
So you're in supply chain basically, though.
Yeah, supply chain. Yep.
Hey, you need a conveyor belt.
Say that again.
You need a conveyor system. I'm trying to sell one.
No. My company's it's a pretty
He
big
works
company.
for. It sounds like he works for a big company. Yeah, a big
Yeah,
company like DuPont or something.
company. Yeah, pretty big company. They've been around
Hey,
for like over like 100 years.
do you have an assembly line where you work?
Yeah.
You ever worked on an assembly line before?
I haven't personally. No.
Man, I did this shit, man. Oh my god, I hated that work, man. Oh my god, I did that work.
Wait, hold
Man.
on, John. Did they let you sit down or stand up? Did they have you
Hell
sit
no,
down
you
or stand
stand up
up?
all day long, bro. All day long. And years later, when I took like managerial, maybe it was economics, not economics, managerial, like accounting. Is it asking about the rollers? Do you know about the rollers, CKJ3?
Yeah. You talking about the rollers with the material on?
What are you talking about on the
That's what you're
assembly
talking about?
line? I don't know what he's
Yeah,
talking
assembly
about.
line.
Yeah. And so
Yeah.
they have like speeds for them damn assembly lines. If you've ever worked one, man. Yeah, the conveyor belt. And that damn thing, man, they can speed it up. You know, it's a science for them. You just like a widget. You know,
Yeah, they
and
do
I'll
gotta
bottle some water.
at my job you gotta they got people that actually go around and maintain those.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they gotta it's like a computer system. Basically, they gotta maintain it and make sure everything is running correctly. Cause you know if
Hey, we have a
those
new
things get
guest,
shut down, everything gets shut down.
Delusional
Basically,
Gary.
you can't do the work.
Yeah, we can bring Gary up in a second. Yeah, I'd be working on a assembly line, man. Yo, that's some hard work, man. It's so monotonous. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
can I
What's
ask
up, Gary?
CKJ a quick question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Real quick.
Yeah, I'm listening.
CKJ, are you in a hiring position? Are you a person that has authority to hire people?
No, so basically what I do, I just like the workload that comes in. So when people order, I have to maintain pretty much like the system and distribute like the work out. So I'm maintaining like the scheduling. If somebody calls off and stuff like that or whatever. I'm always looking at the work that's coming in, and distributing out the work. So no,
Gotcha.
I'm
So
not
someone like
on HR or nothing.
someone like Angel wanted a job as to work on an assembly line or a suite or.
I can refer him, but I can't like hire him. You know what I'm saying? Like he could use like my name or something, and can get like an interview or something like that. You know, I could do that, but as far as like
Yeah.
hiring him,
Gotcha.
I'm not in that department.
Hey, Angel, if you out there listening to Moves to Cleveland, maybe you could put CKJ as a reference. Appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Delusional Gary? I don't mean to take over the show, but
No, you're good. I was just
thought I'd
wondering
figure
what
I'd
y'all were
ask him.
talking
He said
about.
he's going to work.
Gary, what's up?
You got the floor, Gary.
No, I was wondering what y'all were talking about.
Oh, you don't know? Oh man, we covered a variety of topics. You can
Yeah,
jump.
I've
You
been
just
in
not
and
joining?
out, John, so I don't know exactly what you're on right now.
Oh, okay. Did you see the teacher video?
Yeah, I saw that.
What did you think about that?
That was the teacher arguing with her student, correct?
Yeah.
Oh God.
But they say they was doing a play. You think that?
Hey, John, that reminds me of
man, that was not
John,
no
you ever
play.
watched The Wire?
You don't think that was a play?
Yeah.
You ever watched The Wire?
Yeah.
Remember the scene when the one cop they was doing like a little program and the kids was like arguing? That's what it reminds me of. like going back and forth. I mean, 'cause that was based in Baltimore too.
Sure, here was.
So y'all think they were serious?
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially with the way she kept saying your mama, mama.
Yeah, they're serious.
Yeah, she was serious.
Yeah, that's some gaslighting for your ass, boy. They got some gaslighters out here, boy. That's
You know, when I saw this video right here, I thought of my old apartment building.
John, how many buildings you on?
I just 5 now. It used to be 6, something like that.
Hey John,
how you started? Can you inform me on how you started? I mean, just for the chat and everybody else.
Yeah,
I mean, just a brief summary for me.
What, John?
I know he did.
Did he throw his dog?
Did I?
Man,
oh my God.
Man, he didn't go crazy, man.
Is the dog dead?
Nah, he probably lived. What they like 12 feet?
12 feet?
Yeah, he dropped him on the stairs. Damn, I think he broke that dog neck.
John, read the comments. Is this a Twitter video?
Yeah, it's Twitter.
Read the comments if you can. Dang, that's a lot of comments.
Come on, Stanley, join the chat, man. Come on, man. I know you're trying to wake up. Go drink a cup of coffee.
Sorry. Oh, shit. I don't want to get taken out. This hey, my bad. That didn't really happen. That was fake. AI.
But he was falling on the next level of stairs, though. I don't know.
No, that dog's got to be dead. There's no way.
I'm thinking he did because I didn't hear no pitter patter.
I didn't hear. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't even hear a thump or anything like that.
That's what I was saying. You know what? I found that kind of weird too. I didn't hear no pitter patter, but I don't also remember hearing a thump. Yeah, that is. Yeah, that probably was fake.
Hey, Garen, what part of the country you in again?
I'm in North Carolina.
Man, I always wanted to go to North Carolina.
Like Raleigh?
No, I'm in Jacksonville, but I got to go up to Lenore earlier today.
How far is that from Raleigh, Jacksonville?
Oh, Raleigh or Lenore?
No, wherever the hell you live, how far is it from Raleigh?
Probably 5-6 hours.
God damn. So what's the largest city next to you?
I think Charlotte.
Oh, okay, Charlotte. Yeah, okay. How far are you from Charlotte?
Probably 3-4 hours.
God damn, you in the sticks then?
Yeah, I'm in the sticks.
Yeah, well, I'm like 3-4 hours from Lafayette. I'm probably like 4 hours from Lake
I wanted
Charles.
to find a place that was pretty quiet.
You grew up there?
No.
So how'd you end up there?
My family just moved because we wanted to get out the city.
So what city were they around?
New York.
What in the how long ago was that?
This was probably when I was like 6 or 7.
Bro, you just said they just moved. What the hell are you?
No, I didn't. I didn't say they just moved.
That's why you gotta cross-examine these people, bro. They'll be giving half truths.
I didn't say we just moved. I said I just moved.
From New York?
No, I moved out of my parents' house in North Carolina.
Oh. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. What city? Where were they?
No, I'm saying when I was younger, about 7 or 8, my family moved from New York City, Manhattan, to North Carolina because we wanted to get out the city.
And they end up in Jackson.
Yeah.
So this is your hometown. That's what I fucking asked you.
Okay, then yeah.
What you claiming, bro? Time out, bro. You claiming New York from when you were 6, bro? Come on, stop it.
I'm not claiming New York.
These people are delusional, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Go ahead, John. I'm sorry. I don't mean to take over you. Go ahead.
Man, y'all go ahead. What are y'all talking about? I wasn't really paying much attention to it.
Cube is saying I claim New York even though I haven't been there in years.
Talk about, bro. So you moved to North Carolina when you were 6 years old. So you're around your hometown. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Now, I'm just asking why you in the sticks. That's all. You just in your hometown. That's cool.
Have y'all been hearing
Well,
what's
you
going
got
on
playing, John.
This is Houston, man. Like, apparently this storm has knocked them out, power out for days. Anyone heard about this?
You mean the Burl hurricane?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, they're having trouble turning the power back on or something.
My son was staying in Austin, San Antonio area. He said they didn't really get nothing.
And they in Houston with no water, and they about to start looting down there.
Oh well, that's what happened. You go blue. That's what happened when you vote blue. Ask Jackson.
No, Stanley, I'm not in the mountains. I'm at the base of some mountains, though.
You don't give a fuck.
Yeah, Cam, I miss Piggly Wiggly like a motherfucker. You know that grocery store right across the street was Piggly Wiggly?
You know, the neighborhood could come out there and cut the damn trees down. Get them out the way. They could do that. They waiting on the governor to get back to move the damn trees. Like that, she the problem.
Hey, you know what'll happen?
That man in a wheelchair.
Just like in my city. It'll be just like in my city. I have to get out there with a chainsaw and manually move it. Or somebody out the community just gonna have to get out there and manually move it. Won't get paid for it. You know.
Hey, Garrett, you plan on living staying in that small town?
Probably, yeah. Unless something happens.
God damn.
Hey man, the small communities need y'all big brain, big city dudes to come on down here and start some businesses in the industry.
So you still live at home, Garrett?
You over here interrogating.
Yeah, I'm out
So
here
Garrett,
interrogated.
you still live at home with your parents?
What do you mean by at home? You mean like with my parents?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. So are you on Section 8?
No.
All right. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna give Garrett a break. I'm gonna give Garrett a break for now.
Get Cube up out of here, man. Hey, you know, right where that camera, where I showed you guys where the camera outside of CVS will tell you to don't loiter. Here's a man stabbed right there in the same place where the camera was, where the camera is located. I want you to listen to what this guy says. He had to get 60 stitches.
Wait, that black guy right there?
Yeah. Hey, you know, he's a young man, but man, it's a sad story. But you know, he looks like he voted for it. So
figure with gray sweatpants says, "You don't know what to do with that butt. Give me that butt."
Murphy says it was around 10:30 p.m. on Thursday.
Did y'all hear that? You don't know what to do with that butt. Give me that butt. Cube, what'd you think about that? Give me that butt. Was he rapping a song?
No, replay it, man. I missed it. Replay.
Cube, tell me, do you know the song? Give me that butt.
Sudden
pause. No, did he pause?
Says all of a sudden a dark figure with gray sweatpants says, "You don't know what to do with that butt. Give me that butt."
Murphy says it was around Thursday, June 6th. A friend was visiting from LA. They went to DuPont Circle to catch up.
He grabs my friend by the back of the neck, smacks her in between the legs.
He was able to pull his friend away from the suspect, but that's when he says things got even more violent.
When I kicked him in his chest, he dropped, and I rushed him. And I grabbed him in a headlock, and I put my legs around his waist, but he was already stabbing me.
According to court documents, investigators say Murphy was stabbed in the neck, 2 times in the left rib and abdomen area, and once in his left leg.
Blood trail was from here all the way down.
That blood trail Murphy's referring to, the roughly 5-block trip he made on his bike before being rushed to the hospital for treatment. Murphy is now slowly recovering.
Trust no one. The land of the free, the home of the brave. So be brave. If danger comes, to stand your ground. All of a sudden, a dark figure with gray sweatpants.
Did you just shout out "Be Brave"?
Oh my God.
All of a sudden, a dark figure. That must be the most scariest thing in the world. A dark figure. All of a sudden.
Hello.
Hey, you're not a porn bomb or anything, are you? We don't want to.
Yeah, that is.
That is that. So, man, what is wrong with these people?
Why you remove him?
You're a porn bomber, man. You get me taken down.
He has his face on there.
So did the last one.
So just put him up there. Why y'all so scared? Why y'all so scared, bro?
So you want
take down before I even get up.
Just his face is showing. Bro, his face is showing, bro. What are y'all so scared about?
Hey, what's up? What brings you to the show this morning?
Hello.
Hey, what's up? What brings you to the show this
keep
morning?
my hands like on camera.
No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. What brings you to
Sure.
the show this morning? You can put your hands down. You're not under arrest. We're not the police here. No, you're okay. You're okay. As I said, it's just been a couple of people like porn bombing us, so we just being a little bit extra cautious.
I don't know who you are, actually.
That's fine.
I know how I got here. I actually don't know how I got here.
Well, it's good. Well, you're here now, so that's great.
I
Tell us
Hey,
about
guys, you know what I was just thinking about? Excuse me, John. You know
hold
when
on,
you put your hands up in the camera like that, that could be pretty dangerous with this artificial intelligence we got out here now, because they could easily 3D print your fingerprints now.
Oh, he's drunk. Oh, you drunk. Every clear.
Oh,
I haven't seen.
oh.
All right.
I was gonna
A
say,
little
John,
entertainment for the morning
you can
there. A
tell
little
by his
entertainment.
eyes, man. He doesn't look like he knows where he is.
A little entertainment for the morning. Hey, don't put him back up here. A little entertainment for the morning here. But I think he may have been jerking off or something. You know, tell it.
I mean, think about it, with the artificial intelligence that they got, with the sensitivity of these cameras they got out there. I wouldn't be throwing my hand up in the middle of space. Especially in front of these cameras they got now. I'd be scared to even try to use a fingerprint sensor on my camera.
I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about that. Anyway, a couple more things and we're going to get out of here for today, guys. Let's see. What did I want to show you?
John, did you and HB talk today?
No, why? Is he in the chat?
Oh, no. I was wondering if you guys did a morning stream.
Oh, no. This is the morning stream. He said he's been on the road about 30 days. So he's taking some well-needed time off, some rest. And we're going to get back at it, I think, Monday. We're going to have maybe if we're going to try to get Grace on the show. And what we're going to do is kind of, kind of a HB and Grace have a little back and forth on what would get the ladies turned on when they enter an Airbnb room. Good morning, Woody.
So you're taking that dating show aspect that she got on her channel and putting it over here?
Well, no, it's not dating though, because it's more or less like
try to build an empire.
Flip this room. Help me flip this room or something like that. Kind of like that aspect of it. But not flipping a room. Like help me renovate this room, and with the sex appeal in mind, something to appeal to women. Something sexy, grown and sexy or something like that. Sexy chic.
Hey,
right?
John, I heard something real interesting when I was on Ock Nation tonight. He said he wanted to do a channel. He wanted to do like how he do his panel, how he do his show, right?
Yeah.
He want to take time out and just have the panelists talk freely like we do.
Yeah,
He said he want to try to cut his show down a little bit, and he want to just get a chance for the community to see who the panelists are.
Yeah.
That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing thing. But that'd be a dang good community that we could probably latch on to. That'd probably bring us more subscribers.
I think that that's a good thing that Aki is doing in terms of maybe going in that direction. I don't know if Catherine is in the audience. If she is, chime in, Catherine. I'd love to know if you're here or not. But yeah, so if Aki is about to do that, that makes a lot of sense. Because I like our show, but I think you don't really know who's on the show. And not a lot of people cam up on his show, so you don't really know who's talking, particularly like if there's a comment or a banner at the bottom, like a super chat. So I think that would be a nice addition to his show. I actually sent Ak an email, and I kind of had like that same kind of thought that I wanted to pitch to Ak. I never got an email back from him, but
I think it's been the past few nights you've been on the show because like I say, when I do go to work, I do listen to Arc Nation. That's usually where I'm gonna be at in the chat, but I usually have my phone in my pocket, so I ain't chatting and nothing like that. I'm just listening to the show. I don't too much see the videos, but like I say, he got a pretty good panel.
No, Garen said something. He said what?
I asked if he responded back to you yet.
Oh, no. I don't think so unless I missed it. I had some ideas that I thought he may be interested in, might pique his attention. But I don't think he hit me back. No, he never hit me back.
I think Sandy will be a good panel member if you ever join.
Hello?
Hey,
I
John,
don't think he'll
the
join.
guy in the back said he's live
You
streaming.
gonna be on later, John?
Oh, who's it? CKG talking right now?
Yeah. I'm actually.
That's
You
CKG.
gonna be on later?
CKJ3.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, man. I think so. Yeah, I think so, man. Since you're about to leave, any last words? Any topics you would like me to discuss anything before you go?
I want to hop in one of your real estate topics. I just gotta catch you when I'm free.
What would you like me to talk about on the real estate topic?
You ever did development before? Like you ever like?
You mean like building out a building, a property or something?
Yeah, because I'm thinking about like buying like some empty lots down here in Cleveland and building like some multi-units. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, me too, man.
Hey, I tell you what, I have an interview coming up with a commercial broker recommended to me by Master Kim. You ever heard of Master Kim before?
Yeah. I seen him on the panel before.
So Master Kim has a commercial broker, a black guy, very impressive, very, very impressive guy. And so Master Kim recommended I interview the guy, and so we're going to set up a time so he can tell us all about real estate, kind of his journey. I hope that people would be in the audience and have questions for him, because as I keep saying, like, it's very, very difficult to get in front of people like this. Usually these people are busy. People like Master Kim, they don't have time. But luckily we have them here. Get Cracked, some of the other people in the panel, they have experience. And I think that we should leverage that because I'll open up the floor. Anyone want to ask Master Kim or this guy that's coming or anyone, Get Cracked if you trade stocks or me if you want to talk about real estate, stuff like that.
Yeah, I trade too.
It doesn't matter what we talk about.
Futures.
Okay, Get Cracked would be perfect, for you to have him back and forth with. And matter of fact, he wants to do a show or two, so we were thinking about doing that, like trading and stuff like that. So it doesn't really matter what you trade. Kind of, I guess the strategies of
it's the futures is it's the same, commodities and stuff, stocks and stuff like that. It's just like kind of like a different process, but basically I'm trying to take that money and I had spoke with my CPA a year and a half ago, and he was telling me once I get to a certain point, create a self-direct IRA and I can buy the real estate with that. So I'm trying to take that money and build some homes, but I ain't trying to go through like no banks. I'm trying to become the bank. So that's the route.
Did you hear what Master Kim said about like the Korean gays and the Caribbean susus? Have you ever heard? Did you hear about that?
Yeah. I was on that. I was listening. You talking about the other day, right?
Yeah, we may have talked about it a couple of days, but yeah.
Yeah, but
You know,
basically, I'm trying to become the bank, man. I'm trying to, make my money, and like I said, I talked to my CPA. He told me to set up the self-direct IRA. That way, I could, pretty much like write my own checks, and I ain't got to pay taxes on it. So.
Oh yeah, we were talking about them Roth IRAs the other day.
Yeah, but basically the self-direct IRA is basically like your
Yeah.
company IRA, so you could put more money into that. And
Well, about 2 more, I'll say about 30 more minutes, you'll have those guys up here in a minute. Because
they might.
Because with a regular Roth, I think you can only do up to 7,000. I think you can max it
Hey,
out 7,000.
CKJ.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you do a Roth self-directed?
Yeah, so it's the same as a Roth, but with a self-direct IRA, you can invest into like it don't have to just be stocks or index funds. You can. So let's just say you had $100,000 in a self-direct IRA. Basically, like you can write yourself a check and purchase real estate with it. Because with a regular Roth, you can't buy real estate or crypto. If you want to buy crypto with a self-direct IRA, you could buy crypto, you could buy Roth, you can lend money to people. It doesn't have to be narrowed down to just stocks or index funds or mutual funds and stuff like that.
CKJ, what's your opinion on bonds?
It's a good good investment. A lot of times when you say like you're young, I think they do it. You're only supposed to put 10%, I think, in bonds, and then as you get older, you start to change like the percentage wise. But it's not a bad investment.
I quit investing in stocks. And I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing. I'm old enough to remember when stock commissions was so expensive and you had to buy like round lots. Most people have never heard of a round lot these days.
Yeah, it's different now, John. It's man, it's so much money. It's so much money into that, man. I mean, the market is huge, man. It's huge, man. Like if you just follow just like I said, Warren Buffett and people like that, man, that's where the money is at, man. And what got me into it, when I was on deployment, one of my old LPOs, because I used to look at like real estate all the time. And then black guy, he's still in. He like a lieutenant commander now, but he used to see me look at real estate every day. When I was I worked at night, so he was like, "Man, bro, you need to get into the stock market." And I'm like, "Nah." At the time, I'm like, "Man, nah." I was so focused on I'm saving my money. I'm just gonna create a real estate empire or whatever. But I got with him. That was 2000. When he told me this was 2014. And after I got out, I seen him made a post about something about stocks. So I got with him in like 2018, and he was just teaching me, and I've been going down this rabbit hole ever since. And then I kick myself in it. I kick myself all the time because I'm like, I could have been doing this in 2014 when he was telling me. But
what do you mostly
trade?
Make
a lot of money. I trade the NASDAQ and I trade gold and sometimes I trade oil. But majority of the time I'm trading NASDAQ.
Are you trading with it like an index, some kind of index contract?
Yeah. So it's conscious. So let's just say you ever see like on the news it says like the NASDAQ rose 100 or Dow dropped 100 or something like that. So
Right.
Like 100 points. So each point. Right. So let's just say with the NASDAQ, each point is $20 a point. So if it dropped 100 points, it's 100 times $20. And then like per contract, you can load the boat if you got enough money. But yeah, that's how you could short the market, you could buy the market. So even like when the market is going down, it's people making money. if you know what you're looking
A lot
at.
of
You know what
money.
I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and you can make it, man. You can make a shit ton of money, man. It's ridiculous, man.
You know, the logic is like you make more money going down than up. You know.
Well, they say it's from you take the elevator going down, you take the stairs going up. But like so I trade basically I trade like price action. And once you understand it and you know the way price move, man, sky's the fucking limit. Because you could go into the market every week and you could come in with a blank check.
How often do you go short?
So I like to buy. I really don't like to short. So I wait for a pullback, try to get in a good entry, and take it for a couple points, and I'm done for the day. I don't like.
Are you afraid of shorting? Are you afraid of the risk of shorting?
No. It's just I can see it both ways. I like to buy. You know what I'm saying?
Are you? I'm guessing you're not like fundamental. You're more like a technical chart type guy.
No, I'm fundamentals. I'm all. I just trade price action.
Yeah, that's more like
some people do like like lines and charts and all this other stuff. I just trade price, man.
You're like volume. You're looking at more or less volume and stuff like that.
Not really. So it's a long way, but how to explain it? Basically, like I'm looking at the candles and I'm seeing like it's ways where you can look at the candles, you can see like where liquidity is at. So I'm just looking to take price to that liquidity where I think the liquidity wants to go.
Yeah, I see.
That's all I'm doing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man, there's so many strategies out there. You know, everyone has like, different strategies,
Yeah, you just gotta stick to one, man. You stick to one, focus on that, and just compound, man. People don't understand, man. Compounding is power, man. Like, man, you could build something and you could just, like I said, sky's the limit. You could go to the market every week and you could write a check. You could write a blank check and you could just put your number on there. You know what I'm saying? And once you compound that, couple of years, man, sky's the limit, man.
What's the economy like in Cleveland, by the way, since you're in Cleveland?
It's pretty cool. It's not bad. The cost of living is decent. A lot of people like Ohio, man, because we don't get like any major like storms or nothing like that, and the cost of living is pretty cheap here.
Yeah.
So if you move to like the outer like suburbs, you could live a good life.
Yeah, or Shaker Heights or something. Yeah.
Shaker
Cleveland Heights.
With Shaker and Cleveland Heights, they're pretty good neighborhoods, but the taxes over there, man, it's ridiculous, man. Like you're not getting, it's not what it used to be like back in the day. You know what I'm saying? It's still a decent neighborhood to live in, but it's not a good neighborhood if you want to like say you want to invest, because your taxes is so high that you're not gonna really make a profit. Like I just looked at a property a couple of weeks ago. It was a multi-unit, and it was about 9 bedrooms. They had 3 on the first, 3 on the second, and 3 on the third floor. But they wanted like $550,000 for it. But around the corner, you could get kind of like the same thing for like $260,000. But like
how many apartments?
It was basically you could rent out all 3 if you. It's like
so 3
you could rent out all 3. But like I said, with the taxes, you won't be making like a profit because the taxes is so high over there. You know what I'm saying? Because Shaker Heights and Cleveland Heights is like it's a mixture of a community. So you could have like a home like for like let's just say $150,000, but a couple of blocks over you could have a home for like $1 million.
Wow. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you got some lower middle class people. Then you got like some wealthy people that live in that same neighborhood. So that's why the taxes is so high over there. So to me it's not a good place to invest at unless you already had something like a long time ago.
I had a buddy, he invested in Cleveland. It didn't work out for him. He's something about a parking lot that was adjacent to the property. He ended up getting taxes. It was
where was he at? What city? You know what city?
I'm not sure, but he was long distance, and that probably was the first big mistake that he made. You know, he couldn't just come there and rectify things. Hell, he couldn't even drive there. He had to fly there from wherever he was
Yeah,
living at the time.
it depends on what city, man. Like I said, like Shaker and Cleveland Heights, man, they kind of like strict when you own like property there. Like it's a lot of shit you gotta do, you know, money in like escrow, and it's the point of sales, and it's just I won't put no money over there. That's just me. But
you know, I tend to term it what they call dynamic cities. I guess another way you could look at it would be very sticky cities. Like as an example, like CT was living in Cleveland. Then CT moved. Where did he go? New York. Maybe not in the city, but close enough. New York, DC, LA, I don't know much about San Francisco, but I would probably still assume that there's such a strong draw that they're maybe not recession proof. Okay, see you, Gary. Maybe not recession proof, but they're very dynamic. You know, where people always
because people always want to live there. It makes sense. You know what I was thinking about, John? And I gotta go in a minute. I want to do a lot of investment in by military bases. Because when I was, I want to go back because I was stationed down in Norfolk. But now that I think about it, man, you can make a fucking killing, man.
Yeah,
you can make a killing, man. It's just, man, them people, once they reach a certain, rank, they don't want to, stay on base. They want to live off base. And man, you can make so much money, man. Because I mean, you got them people just doing like 3, 4, 5 year contracts, and you could get one of them in, and it's guaranteed money. Guaranteed money.
I'm right here by the Pentagon. I have some places not very far from the Pentagon, and it may be very well the market that I'm in, but I've never ran into a military person. There are probably more military people here than anywhere in the country, in terms of concentration.
Guaranteed money, man. Guaranteed money.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
You give it that command, and that command make that person pay you. Like,
yeah, no, I do believe they pay. I just think that it's probably my market or whatever. I've had people that work on the military base.
Oh, contractors and stuff like that.
Yeah, so let me tell you, the one guy I had that was, and I've told this story before, and I'm actually sitting in the house where where this guy was going to live. The only military guy I ever ran into, he is Angel. Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's Angel though.
So the only military.
I gotta go.
Okay, yeah, take it easy. Yeah, the only military guy I ever ran into was a young man, and he was trying to, basically, I ain't gonna say get over or hustle the government, but he was trying to get that military allotment. And I've told the story before, and he had a girlfriend, and I guess she was gonna be moving somewhere, and she was gonna get her allotment, and blah blah blah, because it's DC, it was gonna pay him so much money, so on and so forth. And so the day he was moving in my house, right next door was a Section 8 lady at the time. And the house owned by an African guy, Nigerian guy. And 2 pit bulls ran out of the house, and they chewed on both of his legs for hours. Well, not hours, I'm sorry. About 20 minutes, I was told. People were throwing sticks and rocks and trash cans at the dog, while the dog was just chewing on both of his legs, one on each leg. And so the guy later sent me a text. I think I was in New York or something. He sent me a text saying, "Hey man, can I get my deposit back?" He had rented a truck, he had all this stuff, ready to move it. And the 2 pit bulls came and turned the whole life upside down.
But,
And
it just sounds stupid to me. What he got himself into and trying to ask for his deposit back, John.
I'm looking for that picture, man, because he sent me a picture of him in a wheelchair. Right? He sent me and hey, man, I have sympathy for the guy, because he didn't bother me. But he sent me Man, I
you
gotta
see, John, you the problem, man. You sitting here giggling off of military, bro. You sick.
I know you're right. You're right. Man, people, man, both of them, man, like one on each leg, man. You know, and and the Section 8 lady, you know, she shortly moved. I'm sure the homeowner was sued because who you gonna sue? The Section 8 lady? She's got nothing. She give you the pit bull if you want them. They're worth about $1,000. They've proven to be vicious. Somebody was clearly buying them from, I guess, but yeah, you know, he couldn't sue anyone. And that really was the tragedy of it all. It turned this man's life upside down at 22 years old. Destroyed one of our soldiers, maimed one of our soldiers like he had been stepped on a landmine and blew his legs off. We got soldiers coming back from the war zone, losing both of their legs. He lost his legs right out front of my house. That was kind of interesting. Anyway, who we have up there? Angel, what's up?
I mean, you're laughing. That could have been anybody. That could have been you, John Galt.
That could have been me. You're right. That's why you have to carry a little knife or something around here, you know, in these ghetto neighborhoods because of the dogs. Seriously. Because the blacks, they walk them off the leash, man. You know, that's just, what they do for whatever reason or another. They walk them off the leash. So you have to be very careful. Angel, what's up?
Happy Saturday, everyone.
What's up?
Not much.
What you got on your mind this morning, Angel?
Hey, John Galt, can we do an Angel Funker stream, dedicated stream on the? I think Angel, you down for that?
Yep.
Well, maybe
y'all should have seen him today. He was cutting up. But anyway, go ahead.
Hey, I said Angel, not freaking South Snake. God damn.
I didn't say for me.
What you think, Angel? You think that'd be a good stream?
I have to think about it.
Okay, because I think you got an interesting story, man. You know, I think that would be motivational, educational, entertaining as hell, for sure. Think about it. I don't know, John. What you think?
Yeah, I can see some potential there. Someone said I had to move from Jacksonville to Stanley for renovation work, but I'll move back soon on Gary, Jacksonville. Le Noir, is that the military? Is that where Camp Lejeune is or something like that? Oh, we got Cube on camera here.
Hey, Andrew, can you cam up? It's cam up time, I guess. Oh, John Galt's not even cammed up. What the hell?
Man,
I'm about to show a video.
I had to have some. I want me just
Casually walks across
22.
the street toward a Fort Lauderdale corner store Monday evening. Her 2-year-old.
This is an amazing video right here. Take a look at this. Before I even start this video, can you guys tell me what you see here? Can you put in the chat what you see? Okay, anything else?
Hey, I like that gate they got over there. What that is, a baseball field?
I think there's somebody's yard.
Is that a park?
Hey, Angel, a question just came to my mind. I'm driving right now. Do you have a driver's license?
No, never got one as a teenager.
God. Hey, Sal, do you got a driver's license?
Yep.
Do you know how to drive manual?
Yep.
Oh, okay. John Galt, what about you? You have a driver's license?
Hell yeah.
You know how to drive manual? I'm just curious. Yeah. Random question.
Yeah.
I be having random ass questions. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, take a look at this and see if you have some random questions about this. I know you're gonna blame this on the police right here, but see if you can.
Well, I don't see no police in the video.
Well, you might still be able to blame them.
Well, who do I look like?
Holiday
You that
casually
find
walks
some
across
type
the
of way to
street
make it
toward Fort
about a black
Lauderdale Corner
people?
Store Monday
You
evening.
the
Her
problem. Richard
2-year-old
could tell.
son is
Richard
across
inside
the street
knows.
with his uncle, the man in blue. And just as she's reaching the store, a silver sedan approaches. Watch the passenger side door. Tiara is inside the store, mortally wounded. Across the street, you see the baby's uncle in blue struggle to get up. You don't see Tiara's young son, but he is hit as well. And the man by the tree who appears to try to crawl away was Sheldon Lawrence. He would not survive. A total of
Bang
5
bang,
people
Niner
hit.
gang.
The 911 calls came in quickly.
Did you see who did it? No, I don't see.
Who the hell is that, Mexican?
What is the address, sir?
It came in as a shooting. The caller's reporting that someone was shot. Receiving an update from PD, they're advising that a baby was hit.
A bullet grazed little Diego's head, his family says, seriously injuring his skull.
That little nigga got a pamp on.
And requiring surgery. His leg was also broken, and now he's facing a life without his mother.
Hold on now. Hold on. What is that right there? What is it? Now, this was the woman, I think, in the white walking into the store. He's somebody.
Yo, you got issues, John Galt. God damn.
Yeah, I didn't say that. That was funny, though. Oh, that was funny. That was. Oh man, that was funny right there. Yeah. I did put out a pre-recorded video. I've kind of shown you guys the pre-record. Yesterday, the day before the 11th, I had a shower door put in. So it was kind of a teaching moment in a way, because the shower door was put in before. Well, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. The measurement for the shower door was done before I put the sink in. So they told me we're going to have, say, 28-inch clearance from the wall to the shower door. And so I didn't have a shower door. I had the shower panel. Right? There are a couple new people in here. Let me show you what a shower panel looks like. And if you see the video, matter of fact, I'll just show that video. That's probably better. Let me see if I can just show you that video. It's not the best video, but you know, you'll get the point, right? Let me see if I can show. Yeah, so this is, you know, bathroom mistake. I probably did not explain it very well, but I meant to do a show like this to explain it. So this is perfect time, and I guess, you know, probably not the best programming method of doing this. I should really have created another show for this, but nevertheless, this is the bathroom here. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Let me see if I can scroll down a little bit, and I'm going to maximize the screen. And I think that's maximized. And so here's the bathroom here. Hey, today in this video, we're going to look over a recent bathroom renovation, and we're going to see kind of some of the pros and cons, some of the things that worked and some of the things that did not work. But I'll lead off with showing you kind of what the hardware that we chose for the. I'm going to skip through all that. I'll show you the toilet company flooring. The price here, $340. So this is the toilet we use. Couple colors: black, white, and best. We chose the white. This one here. You'll see this here. Similar to this tile right here. Again, this is I think the bath outlet. Yep. It's the same. So again, when you buy a sink, it's not ordered like the 1-hole, no-hole, 3-hole. If you have a no-hole, then the faucet will be right here. It'll be coming out of the wall. But we have a 1-hole. So now you're looking at this faucet, you say, okay, it's $315, but it doesn't include this, nor does it include this right here. So you have to pay for these things in addition. And it also does not include the trap. So the $315 price starts quickly. So it's $315 now. If we were to walk through the process, I would add this to the cart. it's going to suggest to you that you're going to need some other things like a faucet. So if you were to add the faucet, you add the, I think I've already added these to walk through the example. So let me remove these so you see kind of how much it's going to cost. We only need one of those. One of those. This is the trap up under the sink. We need only one of those. And so now you see our price comes to about $800, give or take tax and all. So that $300 sink went from $300 to $800. The bathroom. So here's about, I'll share this tab with you. See, some of the things you see here is that we have, let me see if I can zoom in. You can zoom in, you see we have the, I forget what they call this, but like an inset or something like that, where you can have like a soap dish. We chose brass gold fixtures here. So the shower head.
John.
You see you have a, yo, what's up, Angel?
Was our favorite trucker HB here earlier?
No, HB's taking a break right now. He'll be back on Monday morning.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, Monday morning we'll be back at it, live in effect. So I'm standing in doing a solo.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. All right, let me show you this mistake I made though. Like a rainfall. So if you notice here, there isn't a shower door.
To be quite honest, those are like various colored stones. Because I've seen like tile walls like that before. It just gives like a weird kind of like prehistoric Flintstones kind of vibe to me.
Yeah. Let me finish playing the rest of it.
All right.
Tell me what you think. So as you can see here, there is no shower door, but there is a sink. So I had the shower door measured before I put the sink in. So the guys came out and measured the shower door, but I didn't take into account the sink. So I went in the wrong direction in terms of order. Not thinking. So when I called them back maybe 6 months later, when I finally decided to get the shower door done, I didn't tell them that, hey, I put a sink in there and what were the dimensions. So it was clearly my issue there. And or my fault there. So I probably have to change the sink, put it in another property, and get maybe a little bit smaller sink. But this is a shower head with the controls here, as well as the handle here. Usually we'll put a bench or something in there, but we didn't put a bench here. So it's probably a good idea that we did not. And I'll explain to you why. It's a West Elm, or I think it's a West Elm mirror. I found it on Facebook Marketplace. I got a discount. It wasn't cheap, but it was much cheaper than it would have been otherwise. You see, we still have a little hole to patch here. We replaced the mirror, and this mirror was much bigger than the other mirror, so we had to raise this up a little bit. So we still have some patchwork to do right here to finish this wall off. Let me show you another photo. I'll stop sharing this one. Let's see. Let's do a panel. Let's see if I can. So now you see it with the shower door, and I hope this video is good enough for you to see everything. Let me play this video. So you notice I'll go back 10 seconds. Scroll again. Is that playing? What's going on? Technical issues. I'll scroll through it. So if you notice here, we have a shower glass door that doesn't cover the full shower. That was intended. That was by design. So we didn't want to like the bifold shower doors. We kind of wanted it partially open. But the problem is, and I'm not sure if you're able to see it very well, is that the sink opening and the shower door, I think it's only about 28 inches. So it's very narrow. not very narrow, but it's somewhat narrow to get between the shower door. I wanted it a little bit wider. I don't think the shower door should have been as wide. The shower panel is not a door. Should have been as wide. So I think that was my mistake there. A couple more features and pictures to add to. So anyway, that's more or less the video there of the bathroom renovation. We're going to be doing a couple more of these, and I hope to get like some of the contractor guys on here, like the Savage Reds, and who else does contracting? Got to be some plumbing guys. And then we can maybe really have a renovation show. Well, what do you guys think about that, by the way? A renovation show. Can we? If not, we got to get you one for the money.
Well, the thing about if you do a renovation show, you're gonna have to be good at editing. Like if you do like a live stream, it might be a problem if you don't do a lot of pre-editing first.
Well, we'll get to the editing part. It involves a little bit more effort. We'll just stream a show. Maybe just with guys giving input.
Think about how many programs you probably juggling, and then you got to have rest. Then you're gonna have a lot of those projects might take 3 days, and you got to catalog it and diagram it and edit.
Who's where you see?
Man, you're gonna have to get another computer, John. You're gonna have to get another computer. And I suggest you try to use Adobe Photoshop, so you can probably go through some of those designs you want to do.
What's so great about Adobe Photoshop for videos as opposed to Filmora? Because if I'm not editing let's say pictures, but I'm editing videos, I've heard like the good things, but it seems like most people use Filmora. But what exactly makes Adobe Photoshop better at editing?
Well, probably.
Hey, did you get a job yet?
I do, man. I love you.
I love you too, Angel. I'm just, what time's in Arizona? 6 a.m.?
Yeah. Well, no, it's a 5:15.
Oh, okay. So you on the West Coast in Arizona. Arizona has 3 time zones, right?
Arizona used to be Mountain Time, and I think I said this yesterday or the day before, that Arizona is its own time zone. We don't do daylight savings time. So right now it's a 3-hour difference from the time it is here in Arizona to the East Coast. So it would be 8:16 a.m. in the East Coast, and it's 2 hours difference of the time zone where like Minnesota is at. So it would be 7:16 a.m. over there, and the time zone, it's a 1 hour difference for mountain, so it would be 6:16 a.m. for mountain, while the West Coast or Pacific would be 5:17 a.m. same time as me.
I'm sorry, my questions always be throwing stuff off. My bad. Go ahead, y'all.
Well, it's all right. I was just answering your question, Ice Cube, because people get confused about the time zone of Arizona, and they like, wait, what? So I just am explaining to you how the time zone thing works here in Arizona and what the difference is. People.
Hey, so take a look at this.
The central time zone and every other time.
Inviting her in my car. You good?
Take a look at this bathroom right here. If you notice it, let me see if I can zoom in here. Maybe I can show you another picture if I can. Well, you can see it even in the description here. We designed this bathroom kind of. I remember when we designed it. I was joking around with the contractor. I said, "Hey, design it where we can. Someone might want to have sex in the shower." And so we put a bench in here. I don't know if you can see this bench. Let me see if I can zoom in here. It never allows me to do that. Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah, I can see it.
But if you can, that didn't work. That didn't work. See if I can show it to you again. If I can. If I can find it. Let's see if I can find it.
Genesis 1:11, Genesis 1:29, and 1:30.
See if I can find it here. See if I can bring that picture back up. This is a, kind of a, let me see if I can bring it back up again. It's kind of an abnormal size for a bathroom, like the shower. So you can get away with doing a bench like this. But if I had a bench in the other shower and I'd installed that shower door, I wouldn't be able to get into the bathroom. I'd damn near have to climb in there. So you may be able to see the seating right there. Kind of the same thing. Also have the inset for the shower. Let's see. May not be able to see it. Let's see. May not be able to see it. But anyway. Yeah, so that's the thing there. And what's bad about this, if I were to give someone some advice about this bathroom, the floors, they show all the dirt. So I would never go again with like light colored floors. Most particularly, that's great. Yeah, we were designing for a little sex appeal in case someone, most couples are coming, that's what they're coming for anyway. So we give them something worthwhile in this case, as long as they can't break anything. But usually, I don't know if you remember that other sink. It was a floating. The other sink was a floating sink. Typically, we wouldn't do that in a bathroom because, again, people want to have sex and then they're leaning over the sink and it's floating, and so the weight, you could just bring it down. Whereas here, there's a cabinet under the sink here. I think you should be able to see that. So it's kind of one of the reasons that, typically we put like a base, a cabinet up under there. So no floating stuff. Anything floating off the ground, someone may lean on it. Let's see. That's pretty much it for that one. Hey, Ghetto Point of View, you just joined. You have any questions or anything?
Nah, salute to you, salute to the panel, salute to the chat. Hope everybody's having a great morning so far. That's funny that you said that though, like you completely threw me off. So is that something that you really have to consider a lot when you well, I imagine it is, but just to get into the mind deeper of an urban landlord like that is funny. Like he's like, I gotta make sure that if they start fucking in the bathroom, part of my friends, they start having sex in the bathroom.
Man, listen, I remember one time, bro, let me tell you a funny story. And this, I've shown you guys this before. Let me see if I can find it.
Ghetto, do you have a job?
What's up?
Do you have a job?
Do I have a job? No, I run a little company here and there, man. Nothing too crazy, but I'm doing all right.
Good morning, his Ghetto.
So you like Tommy from Martin? You unemployed? Is that what you said?
I mean, if Tommy from Martin, runs a couple stores, I guess I don't know if that's what he does.
What kind of stores?
You asking too many questions. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Ghetto Point of View, man, get a voice filter and one of them Be Brave mask on where they can't identify you by AI. Tell us what kind of story. Hey, but
all I do is just resell stuff. Nothing crazy, man. Just stuff people like. I resell.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions about that. Yeah, I'm about to tell you guys this story. So, when I first started out, I've told you guys, like, I learned about tragedy of the commons the hard way. And it's a social and political problem in which each individual is incentivized to act in a way that will ultimately be harmful to all individuals. And I've shown you pictures of that. In that this is the tragedy of the commons in play, where someone could easily go down and put some trash in the kitchen trash can and say, well, I only put a little bit of trash in there. You put all the trash in it. Right? And so that's the tragedy of the commons. So I once, when I used to have a living room that, you know, you could just go down there and sit down and chill, you know, and maybe, you know, I don't know, read a newspaper. Maybe I even had a TV in there. And so one day I rented a room, you know, it was Airbnb or something. And I walked in the house, it was maybe 12 o'clock or something. And it must have been 6 buck-naked blacks all over the house, man. They laid out everywhere, splayed out everywhere. All of buck-naked, man. And they rented the room, man. I've shown you the room. Some of the rooms have 2 rooms in one. And I mean, they were in there everywhere you could see buck-naked, black, fat bodies everywhere, man. And I went in there, kicking them on the bottom of their feet, kicking them in their ass. Hey, get up. Get your ass out of here. It's well past checkout time. But there and again, like, you know, you can't have a common space. You know, if anyone were asking me advice about, you know, renting to someone, man, you can't give them any room to invite a cousin, a brother, another girlfriend, somebody that don't have a place to live. Because if you do, they're going to invite that person over and he's going to be sleeping on the first open sofa, floor, chair, right? Any open TV, he's going to be watching it, playing it loud while everybody else walking past. So you just can't give any common space. It's very interesting, you know, very interesting. You see this over the years.
Nah, that's real. Oh, that's sorry, go ahead, what you about to say.
I'll say that again. So let's say, how do you get all cocoa butter at the sink? Oh man, you know.
Hey, John Gall, that's kind of an interesting take. You know, I don't agree with you often. Do you find like the adverse or the side effect? Do you find people hanging out more like outside on the porch or something in that case?
Nah, hell no, man. Like the first thing they do when they walk in, man, cut that TV on and get on the internet on their phone. I know there's a problem with the internet or TV. Like, cause I get an alert when everybody walks in the door. And as soon as they walk in their bedroom door, I know if it's cool. If their TV's working, everything pretty, you know, as long as the room clean, the TV working, man, everything's good. You know, you're not gonna have a problem. 9 times out of 10, that's for sure. You know, and that's, you know, with the poorer people, you know, they like to be entertained. You know what I'm saying? And they go somewhere and the TV is very, very important.
Because I was just wondering, you know, because that not having the common area actually is, you know, a fairly good idea because it makes them like less uncomfortable to invite all their friends and family over. That kind of thing.
Hell yeah, they can't hang out. And then somebody, you know, like, if you let a common area, you know, if you have one, sooner or later somebody's gonna sleep in there, gonna be having sex in there, gonna, you know, leave trash in there. Now you gotta clean up an area that you're not getting paid for, that no one really respects. You gotta clean up every time you come. Now you got an additional place to clean up. So it's far better to just minimize it. And most people don't cook; they order out, DoorDash, Uber Eats. Most people aren't sitting around lounging around in the living room. They're in their own room. They don't want to be around strangers. So why even give them that space to make a mess for yourself? So it is worth it.
I mean, if I was running like a renter service like you do as a landlord, John, I would like to have his girl point of view stay with me for 2 weeks.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't be bad. He wouldn't be bad at all.
What? What angels?
Yeah, he broke up. I ain't hear that rest of it.
He can run the ruffians around. Whenever I have a bad tenant, I seen ghetto point of view over there. Straight about.
I mean, Angel, you know, we can negotiate something.
I don't think you're a bad guy, his ghetto point of view. I think you're a good guy, actually. I know we've had our disagreements on CT channel, but you're not all that bad.
Hey, Angel, do you have children?
Hell no. I have 3 nieces, but a niece ain't your actually own kid. So, no, I don't have any kids of my own, but my sister has 3 daughters of her own, which are my nieces.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Is she married to Native American also?
I don't think who she was married to was Native American, but they divorced in 2021. And during their, I think, 6 or 7 year marriage, they had 3 kids altogether. The oldest one is 9 years old.
No, I'm sorry. I missed that. I got distracted. You said her spouse was Native American or no?
I don't think he was.
You never met him?
I've met him when they came to visit many times, and when I'd visit my family when my sister was married, but I don't think he was actually Native. He looked more whiter than Native, if you ask me.
Gotcha. Okay, I was just curious because I'm not a history guy, but that Native American, so I don't really know too much about anything, to be honest. But that Native American, Native American story is kind of interesting. How you don't see no Native Americans walking around, basically. I mean, I'm on the East Coast, so that probably plays into it. But anyway, sorry. I'd be jumping in here with randomly asked questions, so I apologize.
All right, Ice Cube.
Anything else you guys want to cover before we get out of here today? Anything else you want to talk about?
I want to talk about how you were laughing about the guy that got his feet bit off.
Man, the funny part was
to get a point of view. Did you see that part of the stream where John was giggling about someone getting their feet bit off by a pit bull?
Nah, but I imagine they probably deserved it. What you mean you don't see no natives on the East Coast?
I don't see them, or I don't know what they look like, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you don't know what they look like. That's probably a better assessment.
I mean, but their population, their percentages, I feel like are fairly low, though.
I guess that's your perspective. Like you said, you don't know nothing.
I'm just saying, like, what percentage of the population Native American?
What percentage of what population?
The U.S. population, United States.
I would argue. I mean, I'm not a historian either, but I'd argue probably at least a good 20% of the United States population, if not 25, has some native DNA.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not talking about some microscopic DNA strand. I'm talking about identifies as Native American.
Well, I mean, that's a different argument because then you got to get into a whole bunch of conversations that you probably aren't privy to. So about people's heritage being stolen from them and a lot of that stuff. So, I mean, it's not really important. It's not an opinion. It's not about an opinion.
It says 2.791.
I don't really have an opinion on it. I've studied a lot of the facts of the situation. Walter Plecker.
Hey, good morning, Kimmy.
Are you familiar with Walter Plecker, sir?
No, I'm not. So just hold on, just real quick, just simply put, what percentage? I mean, I'm not going to hold you to the exact number, but roundabouts, what percentage of the American population identifies as Native American? Would you say? I know you're not a historian, so I'm not gonna.
Identifies. I'd probably argue less than 10% identify as, but that doesn't mean less than 10% actually are Native American.
Okay, gotcha. So all right. I think we're saying the same thing. Less than 10%.
No, we're not. No, we're not saying the same thing actually, because I tried to talk to you about Walter Plecker and the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Okay, well, he was the first president of the Bureau of Vital Statistics, and essentially what Walter Plecker did, and this is an easily Googleable fact, is he wiped away the records of several people who share your reflection who had Native American ancestry. And that's a fact. And the government paid him to do that as the director and president of the Bureau of Vital Statistics. And he was the first. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Just what would you say would the reason for doing that be?
Well, they give their official narrative, which is that it was hard to track everybody because people had so many different tribes that they were claiming heritage to, and he couldn't see how people of dark skin were tribes and this and that. He wasn't doing anybody's DNA. He wasn't doing anybody's genealogy. These were just his opinions. And they, because he was the head of the Bureau of Vital Statistics, his opinions became the law.
So they just scrapped it because it was like, it is too complicated. We're just gonna simplify it. Scrap those people, basically.
That was their official narrative. But if you look at the history of the country and all of the places that have had land stolen, all of the places that have had land taken for whatever reasons during gold rushes, during silver rushes, during oil rushes, several people have had their land taken, and the only way you could easily take their land was to remove their lineage and their ties to the land. So a lot of, if you read, any literature about
that makes sense.
What happened in Georgia with, Lake Lanier and the thousands of other lakes out there, the 70,000 plus farms that were taken from people that share your reflection who had Native American ancestry, so they could dig it out, so they could take oil out. When you look at the history of so many places, I mean, look at that family who just sold that beach back and got like $20 or $30 million. And I argue it was probably worth a lot more, but the fact that they had the right to take the beach from their family just because, and then had to finally pay them some money when it started getting public attention, that has happened a myriad of times all across this country, too innumerable to count, and no one wants to deal with that. And everybody's always talking about, oh, just leave it alone, forgive and forget, let bygones be bygones. Well, at the same time,
can I interject? I'm sorry. Do you identify as Native American?
I am a Native American. I don't have to identify as it.
Okay, so if we rewind time, obviously we can't do it, but
I have Pamunkey, Chickahominy, Cherokee, and Chickasaw ancestry that I can actually identify.
Okay, so got you. So if we can't do this, but hypothetically, if we could rewind, 2,000 years ago or 1,000 years ago, the people that lived in the physical, geographical, what we know as the United States of America.
We don't have to go back that far. We can go back to the 1800s.
That's fine. All right, let's not get with the technicalities.
1900s. We don't have to go back 1,000 years.
All right, sure. Would you say they look more like you or more like Angel? Hey, Angel, are you starting? If you can come up on panel and turn your camera on, would you say they look more like you or more like Angel?
Are you talking about the Eastern Woodland Indians or the Indians that lived in the Western Plains who came and migrated later through that quote-unquote Beringia Strait passage?
So, the United States, the continental 48 United States.
Right.
So, I don't know.
So you're not familiar with the Bering Strait passage thing? I guess you're not really a historian. Okay. So there are two main types of Indians, they say, in this country. The Plains Indians, or the Indians on the west, which would resemble more of Angel's complexion, and then the Eastern Woodland Indians, which would resemble somebody who looked like you.
So Eastern Woodland, what does that make up? Like New York, or like what area is that?
That is all the way from Halifax, Nova Scotia, all the way down through the western, the islands, the British Virgin Islands, all that. Like you have the Taínos, those are Native Americans, but the Taínos speak Algonquin languages. And if you know about the Algonquin languages, that goes all the way up to the Haudenosaunee people of the Five Finger Lakes around New York, Canada, New England area. Like you're talking about people who speak common languages and have common culture all the way from Canada down into the islands. So
I mean, that makes some sense. I mean, assuming
it don't got to make sense. It's easily researchable.
Yeah, I mean, assuming all the Earth was all connected at some point or something like that. Like, makes some sense. Okay, appreciate the history lesson.
Hey guys, I want to end the topic talking about a little Bitcoin and Trump, if you don't mind.
Please, let's do it.
Ghetto point of view, are you into Bitcoin?
Yeah, man, I'm a big proponent, and I catch a lot of hate on CT's channel for all my advocacy of cryptocurrencies.
Now, I'll be fair with you. I've done a couple streams on it. I don't know if you saw my stream, particularly about like the mining and stuff like that. Did you get a chance to see that?
No, but I saw when you and Savage were up a couple nights ago, talking about it. So I do see that you're into the space.
All right, so you know what a hash is, then, right?
Hash rates and all that.
Like the hashes that they have to come up with to like the proof of work for a Bitcoin transaction.
Now, what makes that different from a hash rate in particular? Because you're more into computer science, so I would love for you to break that down.
Okay, the hash rate is like the rate at which they're able to perform the hash. So let me see if I can show you a hash.
That's just like proof of rarity.
What's that?
That's what they use it as. It's like a proof of rarity. That will give the coin its value.
Yeah, they do a let me see if I can show you a hash. I showed this on my stream, but it's very interesting before I get into
what's
the Trump.
What's Bitcoin trading at right now? Actually, let me just look it up. Shit.
It's probably about 60,000, give or take a couple thousand. So here's a hash for those that haven't seen it. Yeah, I think I showed this yesterday too. So if you had a transaction that just to say had the word hello in there, this would be the hash. If you change that transaction to say hello world, a totally different hash. So John would be a totally different
So
hash.
is the hash just like the final output of whatever the computer algorithm was, or the computer, like whatever you input it into the computer to write out?
No, not exactly. Let me share this tab. Sorry. So these are all hashes. And if you notice, they're all different depending on what the text is. Hello, this is one hash. Hello world, this is another hash.
Okay.
John, this is another hash. And they're all different.
Right.
And mining is the process of trying to determine these. And there's some rules to it. I went over in my stream. And then you have basically try to match this hash more or less. And that so you have to generate a lot of power, and Solid Snake can talk about that. And so what you mentioned was the hash rate, which is the measure of how many calculations can be performed per second, and is often used in proof of work distributed computing schemes like Bitcoin. That's the hash rate, and this is the actual hash.
So Solid Snake, you mine for Bitcoin?
Oh man, I was into it a long time ago. I want to get back in. I'm trying to get back into it though, but
so is that a yes or no? Did you mine for Bitcoin? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
So did you actually get some Bitcoin? Like, was it successful?
I didn't understand what I was looking at, and I was looking at like one Bitcoin. I had like mine, like per month, it went from like 17% down to 3%. And then it went back up to 72. But that was like in 06, 07. So the Bitcoin value wasn't that high.
No, I got you, Boom. I guess my question is, so if you mined for Bitcoin, at the end result of your project, did you actually get Bitcoin that you can exchange for like dollars?
Yeah, I sold it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Was it, but you don't think it was worth it?
No, not for what I sold it for.
And then you also have to account for the energy that he used to generate those Bitcoin.
Right. Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
didn't
asking.
even think about that later on until like I was watching the guy on YouTube and he was talking about how much processing power and because I just left my computer on anyway. I didn't think about it running background processes. And man,
so Solid,
but
now
I know
if you would have held it, and not sold it, would the dollar amount that's worth today would it have been worth?
Yeah, man. I mean, I almost threw away almost at least $20 million. Look how much a whole Bitcoin worth today.
Bitcoin's worth.
Look at a whole back of the Bitcoin. I can't think of the name of the coin that I was purchasing, but it's still holding value today.
So when he says he can't think of the coin, what he's talking about is a stable coin. Most people don't own Bitcoin directly; they own a stable coin, and usually that stable coin is pegged to the dollar. So that's what he's talking about. But here's something interesting. I wish Get Crack would come up here because I want to hear his point of view. Once I show this, he may be so inclined to get up here and you and get a point of view can debate. I think you and Get Crack will agree with here. Get a point of view. Listen to this. Let me make sure you can see the screen. I'm going to maximize it a little bit. All right. Project 2025. Let me make sure you can see it. All right.
Before you get into that, so like just like a quick synopsis. So like the hash is equivalent to like the answer that you have to get when you're doing the mining, whereas the hash rate is the I guess the amount of answers that your particular computers or your hub of computers can generate in a given time frame.
Yes.
Okay.
And so take a look at this. You know,
I'm becoming more pretty easy back in the day, though. I mean, it was so simple, man. I mean, like the way they had it set up, man, it was so easy. But the feds started coming in, everybody got scared, everybody trying to get our food. But you know, we just didn't. They scared us, man. I was like, man, here, man, get it, get it off me. I ain't want no feds looking at me because they had just locked up old boy behind that Bitcoin scam. They had caught behind the library. But man, you know, but like I say, Bitcoin ain't no scam at this point. You know, back then it probably had like a questionable startup, but right now I'm thinking that's what they pushing for the NWO
Get Crack for me has joined.
Hey, Get Crack, tell me what
I think that's what they're doing. But Get Crack can still everybody in on it better than I can.
Get Crack and Ghetto point of view, the Bitcoin people. I want to hear you guys' point of view on this. Anyone in the chat, feel free to chime in. You can join the panel. Looks like some good headlines are coming down the pike for Bitcoin for the people that are Bitcoin enthusiasts. You know, I'm starting to believe that the government is going to push it over the top. And here's
you know, John, you know, Ethereum spot ETF should be approved shortly. So probably this week we should see more stuff coming through. And I told you, John, you know, maybe his Ghetto point of view has more ideas for your John Gold coin. Which coin should we start our shit coin on?
Solana. It should be Solana based, so to be very low transactions.
There we go. We do Solana. Come on, John.
Yeah, it should be. If you're gonna do a shit coin, John, do it on Solana.
So Solana would be the stable coin, is that right?
Or at least the network that you do the exchange on, so people would have to.
John, this none of these are. Yeah, there's only two major like stable coins, Tether and USDC. And,
USDC,
I mentioned to you the Luna, Terra, funny algo pegged stable coin too. Yeah, you should look into that. That's more interesting.
You know, here's an idea that just came to my mind: a coin that's based on some type of social credit score.
Don't they have those already?
like a coin. So let's, you know, I know this is John Galt, so he loves the N-word. Angel loves the N-word. Like, let's just say you call it a coin, something like that, but it's basically a social credit score. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. Like in China, they have like a social credit score, like a coin based off of that, off of your behavior.
Yeah, like, you know, Ice Cube. I mentioned that like yesterday morning when CT was on here, right? And I said, hey, I gave you a whole fat loads of super chats. They took 30%, right? And I know the 30% long ago. And I thought like that would protect you somewhat. You know, it would like erase some of your bad social credit because you know Google runs it on all of us. Like how we talk, they keep track of. Actually, later on, John, I'll show you something called what they call it. I showed it on the Processor show. The selfish ledger. You heard of this presentation?
No.
Internal presentation. Google had an internal presentation. It was basically the prelude to what we're seeing now. So you can kind of tie it into how they do the AI with the blockchain, and then how they look at our behavior, and then tie it into DNA, because they're basically copying how DNA transmits information. DNA is an information transmission tool, right, John? You would say that. DNA you could look at it as a form of information transfer. So they're looking at it that way, and they're using biology as a example of how they can track us and do things. So this is interesting things for the future, man. AI and all of us are tied and linked together. We teach AI, and AI will eventually control us.
Get Crack, I don't know if you
Isn't that
heard
what they say, that you always you got to train your the people who are gonna replace you?
Exactly.
Get Crack, I don't know if you heard about the problem. This was a couple years back, but Uber was sued for AI firing their drivers or suspending their drivers. You ever heard of that?
Whoa, no, I did not.
Yeah, you know.
How long ago was this?
Well, I think it has come back up again, but it was a couple years ago. But the bigger point is that these firings, and you know, I faced a similar thing in Airbnb, is that someone could have a great time in my place, and they say, you know, I don't like this shit. The neighborhood's fucked up. I don't like it. Whatever, right? He wouldn't let me stay beyond checkout time. Any little reason. The people next door were fucking too loud. Anything. And they can write you a 1-star review. And Airbnb will automatically suspend you. They're not down into the meat of the matter as to, well, why did you have a bad time? You stayed 3 days. You didn't alert them that that issue, but you wrote a 1. Why did you stay 3, 5, 7 days overnight? Maybe you can understand. But the AI aspect of it, because you can't staff up this many customer service representatives, so you have to program functionality, and it's far better to err on the side of suspending the driver. But the bigger point, as I've read about the drivers, is that they effectively have a GPS in their car, and the GPS can reconcile or map what the laws are on a particular stretch of road. So if the Uber driver is going 30 and the speed limit is 25, he's not endangering anyone. They can suspend him for that without any complaint from a guest. A rider or anything. He could be going to the ride and speeding. He could be going to pick up the fare and speeding, and they could suspend him. And the AI would do it, and he wouldn't have anyone to speak to resolve it. It would just be more or less submitting forms, kind of like what CT went through. I think CT mentioned yesterday he didn't get the chance to talk to anyone. It was just submit a form, wait to 12:02, right? And I think about it, wait to 12:02. What human being would set that time? That's a computer setting that time, right? It's saying, hey, plus 12 hours.
That is probably UTC, right? You know, it's in Unix ISO code. It's like UTC, yeah, right? It's just like, what the fuck?
And, you know, it's basically saying plus 12 hours, and it's not even sophisticated or not written to be even sophisticated enough to say, well, round down to the nearest hour. Don't make it look like a robot, right? But it's just saying, hey, plus 12 hours or plus 5 hours or however many hours you get, and then you can come back on off suspension. So anyways,
you remember, remember, John, you mentioned the article with the truckers. They were using AI or to evaluate drivers and copy how drivers drive. That's the future, yeah. And then eventually all our cars are so smart, they'll detect everything. Detect how we drive and stuff and say, hey, this guy has bad behavior. Well, tell the insurance company, and the insurance company starts adding on dollars to your premiums. You're like, what the fuck?
But that'll just probably incentivize everybody to just take the automated drivers in their car, so they can avoid that.
The young folks, they don't want to get a license. They don't want to learn how to drive even. It's like, it's too costly.
But I mean, a lot of their parents don't want them to learn how to drive because of how reckless most of the automobile incidents on the road are young drivers. So if you could, you literally could just pitch this to parents. Hey, you want your kids to get back and forth safe, right? Put the automated driver in the car, let the kids sit in the back, do their homework or smoke weed or get on Instagram, whatever the hell they're doing. And you know they'll get home safely and faster because the automated drivers can drive at a much faster speed. If all the cars on the road have enough of this automation going, and parents will go for that. Like as crazy as it sounds, as reluctant as they may be initially, once all of the benefits and perks start to be rolled out, all they got to do is market that to parents.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good point. That's how it starts, huh?
I mean, that's what they did with the jibbity skibbity, right? Hey, you don't want your kid to miss soccer. You don't want your kid to not go to school, do you? You don't want your kid to, hey, get the jibbity skibbity. Like eventually, when you pull on people's values and their emotions, their emotional ties to people, you can get them to kind of relent and do things they may not normally have done for themselves for the protection of those things that truly matter to them. So
Yeah, I
that's my
see.
perspective anyway.
No, that's a good point with the parents.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
I
awesome
didn't think
right
of
there.
that.
Yeah. So what you think about that video we played earlier? You think it was a play or do you think it was real?
With the lady talking crazy to the students,
Yeah.
unfortunately, I think that's all too real in our classrooms, man.
Oh man, I wonder if artificially intelligence generated.
I mean, it could be nothing's impossible, but I don't think
It
we
could
have
be
to. I think
probably
there's so
not,
many teachers
but
acting reckless in the classrooms today. What would even be the point of wasting the time to generate that when you could just film a teacher acting crazy in any classroom across the country?
I mean they were playing a video. I think that was ARC or was it CT? They played a video where a school teacher literally had a date with a student, and I mean got caught with him. I mean, come on, man, they really doing stuff like this, bro,
Yeah,
with no shame.
yeah, that's absolutely.
What with a student?
Huh?
They had
Oh,
a
what up,
what with a
AC?
student?
Huh?
They had a what with a student?
Yeah, they had a relationship with a student. She got locked up. I wish I had that link, man.
She was white or black or Native American or something else.
Oh God, I have no idea. I think she wasn't white. I don't think she was white.
Mm. This is like I think I seen there's like a website dedicated to teachers doing it, like female teachers.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't called OnlyFans.
Let me get back to this Bitcoin thing. I want to get Ghetto point of view in here before we get out of here today. Ghetto point of view, get crack here. I want you guys to take a look at these headlines here. I'm starting to get more and more positive about Bitcoin, even if I don't agree with it. Project 2025 has primed Bitcoin for a 16 trillion price showdown with gold. That's from Forbes. Kitco stand with crypto launches in Canada ahead of the 2025 parliament elections. What is 2025 and what does Donald Trump have to do with it? Explained. Trump to speak at Bitcoin conference in Nashville. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay. All right. Let me make sure you see the screen.
Thank you very much, Get Crack. Appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, no problem, man. Whatever you guys got to promote, just tell me.
Trump 1 times 1 equals 2. The code.
Did I warn you, man?
Trump to speak at Bitcoin conference in Nashville. I think that's pretty positive again. Trump speaking at Bitcoin scene is pivotal. This is according to MIT Trade. Donald Trump will win, help Bitcoin reach 150,000 in 2025.
If it don't get there this year,
goes. It looks like the momentum is behind Bitcoin, at least from a news point of view. That's a lot of momentum here. There's nothing positive about it. I mean, negative about Bitcoin. Like
yeah,
the
but what you
wins.
think about what that dude named Elon Musk trying to get close with Donald Trump now?
That's interesting.
He started donating. Yeah, he started donating to him.
Elon Musk getting behind Donald Trump all of a sudden. You know, maybe he got a few favors he want to put in. being at the electrical car market, being that Donald Trump is anti-EPA, he want to try to, get away in there.
But look at this article, and I just want to get your guys' general opinion about where you think Bitcoin is headed. Donald Trump's newfound support, apparently, for blockchain and cryptocurrencies marks a pivotal point for the industry. His advocacy for a balanced regulatory environment that promotes innovation, blah, 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 coupled with his opposition to CBDCs, interesting, due to privacy concerns, underscores a robust embrace of digital assets. He's recently shown his support, on and on and on. This bullish stance positions the U.S. to lead in blockchain technologies, and so on and so forth. Yesterday, I read to you about how they are talking about getting the government into really mining for Bitcoin. So what says you two guys that are knowledgeable about this?
I mean, I wouldn't doubt the fact that the government is already mining Bitcoin. All these times they keep confiscating Bitcoin from all these different entities. They already have a team set up that knows how to do this stuff. I don't think that they're just acquiring Bitcoin through acquisitions and through taking it from people they're arresting or apprehending. I think they're also mining Bitcoin, but just not telling us about it. Because to see China having huge mining divisions and to say that they wouldn't try to keep up in some capacity, that just doesn't make any sense to me. And I think they're disingenuous about Trump not liking CBDCs, because I would argue Bitcoin is probably the best CBDC they could have.
I
think Vivek Ramaswamy was the one that kind of, I'm not gonna say introduced Trump to the, but I know Vivek was against it, and he encouraged Trump to take a look at it, and that's when Trump made some comments about not liking the CBD, central bank digital currency.
Do you guys see what's on the screen here?
Yes. We all want the remaining Bitcoin to be made in the USA. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Bitcoin might become like the dollar in a way.
100%.
Like, look at the headline to this article. Trump sparks talk of Bitcoin as a strategic reserve asset. Again, get crack. Is that not no different than the dollar? Isn't the dollar a strategic asset?
Well, the dollar, because the dollar is just tied to our belief systems, right? The way the dollar works was like, first, once we got off the peg of the gold, Bretton Woods died, right? And I mean, it's just basically the whole system is gamed on fiat currencies that on the Forex market. I mean, Mr. Kim alluded to it. I've alluded to it with the yen. And at this point with the yen at 160, I mean, Imperius mentioned that yesterday with Stanley, and it's just like, oh my God, talk about the dollar strength and this and that. Yeah, okay. So the dollar strength, Imperius was saying that the dollar strength doesn't mean that the U.S. economy is strong. It was just that we were weak, but everybody else was shittier. It was just a relative measure. Doesn't mean anything. Now,
well, as long as I'm stronger than my enemies, I can be as weak as I want to be. They'll never outpace me.
The thing is, the dollar being too strong is a negative effect, because China wants their currency weak. So China doesn't want their currency because they're an export country. They want to export to you with the cheap goods. We don't want to be too strong, because if the dollar gets too strong, our country, our companies that are basically multinational companies have to pay higher fees to return their money to pay taxes for the U.S. So if I'm making money in euros and the dollar gets too strong, that cuts into my profits. So that's why a lot of companies, when you look through their 10K forms and whatever, John probably knows more about this. I don't like to look at fundamentals, but companies that have a lot of exposure internationally, when the dollar gets too strong, their earning results get very criticized. So they have a 4X hedge. They try to do a 4X hedge where they get into the Forex market to try to offset these losses when they have to pull back their money. So that's when Biden says raise taxes on corporations and things like that, they hate it. because basically they got to pull all their money out to pay out the Uncle Sam. So when they have to pull their money out from Ireland's a big tax shelter for pharma companies. That's why a lot of pharma companies are in Ireland. I don't know if that has to do with their immigration policies now. It might. Maybe it's low cost laborers to do like a lot of biotech work. Other things too, like oh man, we're doing a lot of business in India now with the iPhones, and so yeah, if the dollar gets too strong, that's a bad thing. So you don't want it too weak, you don't want to be too strong. It's always a balance that you try to make. And right now with
100%.
the yen is just too weak, and that's a kind of a dangerous thing because Japan has to import all their energy. If the yen is too weak, the inflation gets very high. When we have a strong dollar, we can export our inflation.
But is it genuinely weak, or is it like more what some politicians have been alluding to, that they're manipulating the price of their money?
The Bank of Japan has a lot of reserve. They can force it back up, but they don't want to right now because they have a limited amount of ammo. Like all these central banks have a limited amount of ammo. They have to strategically think, am I going to need this ammo for later when shit goes down more seriously? Because everything's fragmented.
It get cracked. The ammo you speak of is like quantitative easing. That's what you're speaking of, right?
No, the ammo is reserve currencies. So every central bank has a set amount of yen, dollars, pounds, euros, and a whole bunch of other trash like Mexican peso or whatever, but generally it's just yen, sterling, euro, Swiss francs, and Swiss francs are basically a proxy of the gold anyway, and stuff like that. But you see a lot of central banks buying up a lot of gold in the previous 5 years. That's why you see gold going up now, because now retail is jumping in. Like Costco keeps coming out with, hey, we got some gold bars for you, and then they get sold out in like 2 seconds. That's the result of it, because they've been accumulating for the last 5 years, and they're done. They got all the gold they needed. And so now all retail is jumping up. So eventually next year, you're going to see silver at like $60, $100, and then gold's going up to like 3K, 5K, and just like, what the fuck? That's when you start selling to the idiots. You should have been accumulating all this stuff like way earlier on. Yeah, so at the cheaper prices. So that's why I told my mom to start selling her gold, because she bought all the gold at like 1,000, 1,400, 1,000, like 600. And once it got past that, it's like, okay, time to sell. Dump along the way up to 5K or something like that. Yeah.
You spoke about something about the currencies and companies having transferred capital back to the United States. I remember reading this article years ago about when you used to buy a song on like iTunes or something like that, the payment went to Ireland. It was transparent.
Yes, it did.
Right. And here's an article back in 2017, which speaks to what you were talking about, get cracked, and that Apple has assigned a definitive date to the planned relocation of its international iTunes assets. They didn't relocate their entire company. They just relocated the iTunes store, Apple Music App Store, and iBook Store. And I think what happened is that Ireland doesn't have taxes or something. So they were able to generate a lot of their revenue and not pay taxes on it. Let's see. I think it says it here. So saying here they had a $14 billion back tax deal. The sweetheart tax deal, Apple, from which Apple benefits are in breach of regional regulations and amount to illegal state aid. Ireland's one stop in the infamous but legal double Irish with a Dutch sandwich strategy. Multinational companies like Apple leverage to save billions of dollars in taxes each year. At its most basic level, the double Irish provision allows companies with operations in Ireland to route profits to another Irish subsidiary. This subsidiary claims tax residency in a tax-free nation. Companies like Apple and Google assign patents to these secondary subsidiaries to funnel profits on royalties to tax havens. Man, that's very complicated. But you have to have some smart people to think this up.
This is white boy really summer, people. Baby. White boy summer. Oh. Double Dutch Irish flapjacks. What the fuck?
And that's just the double Irish aspect of it, man. There's a sandwich to go along
and
with
the
that.
Gouda in between is like, oh yeah, I say 5%. All right, on my tax.
Apple adds a wrinkle to the process by first piping international profits through yet another subsidiary in the Netherlands. That's the Dutch sandwich portion, before routing the funds through the Irish subsidiary. Ireland and the Netherlands hold treaties that allow money to cross borders tax-free. Wow, oh wow, you have to really have some serious lawyers to think these things through.
No, CFO, CFO is the most important, one of the most important like things in a company, right? And every time you see a CFO change in a company, that's when you see the stocks like get afraid, right? Usually when it says like I'm retiring, and then the stock crashes. So because a CFO is such an important job. You just do that thing wrong, you can't make money really, because you got to know all this type of stuff.
Yeah. No, I definitely. Well, I'm sure you have staff that are
Yeah, but the main guy, that's why Elon does so well, because he bought out Solar City. So I was in Tesla 3-4 different times, different eras of Tesla. And one of the last times I was in Tesla stock was when I heard rumors that Elon was going to buy out Solar City, his brother's company, right? Solar City was doing like roofing tiles for like, and then trying to do batteries for houses to do solar energy stuff, and it was failing. It was a failing company, and Elon was ready to buy it out. So I bought Solar City when it was like trash, and then when he bought it out, I got Tesla stocks for cheap, and then Tesla just jumped up, and I just sold it all. But the thing is like Tesla, when they bought Solar City, they took over their financial. This is what I call a financial engineering team. Like their department that does all the fight. They know how to work the government. They know how to get that welfare money.
Yeah.
So Solar Cities was more advanced than what Tesla had. So a lot of the people you see working at Tesla in finance now, if you look their LinkedIn, they still there. They're from Solar City.
Really?
Look, LinkedIn is very important. That's why when Microsoft bought LinkedIn, nobody goes on LinkedIn anymore. But before, like, you just went through people's profiles, you could find out everything about a company just looking at who was there, who was from where, and all that stuff.
Check this out, Get Crack. You kind of to validate what you're saying here. Why? It's very interesting. Tesla solar acquisition was a bailout in the sky. So basically, he brought his brother's company out. Is that right? Or his cousins?
Cousin, brother, something like that. Yeah.
Man, I don't know if you guys can see that, but wow, damn. I tell you, Elon, man, like, he's a little greasy, man. When you're taking that kind of government money, you can't help but be a little dirty,
He's dirty. Yeah, Peter Thiel, all of them, they play the game. Peter Thiel got a lot of trouble for this IRA, like Roth IRA, like little thing where he stuffed his IRA with his like PayPal trash shares, like when he was just like starting up, and then when PayPal ballooned up, he just got all that money tax free.
Yeah,
so where was Maxine Waters at? Maxine Waters is supposedly the financial head of Congress, right? She's the head of the House Congress Committee on Finances, right?
Yeah. She couldn't get that rich without looking the other way, being paid to look the other way.
Of course.
But
once the news media like blows up on it, she's like, "Oh man, we got to get this guy." You let that guy do it for 20 goddamn years. It doesn't. PayPal didn't blow up in a second, bro.
I don't see Maxine look the other way at all. I think she's staring right there and asking what they need if they doing their dirt. Like, I think she's that type of helpful secretary. She's a team player.
Her husband got rich in the savings and loan scam, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's why her husband got the money. But look at this right here. I was going to do a story on who Trump's vice president should or should not be, and I've been noticing that Peter Thiel is sidling up to Donald Trump. And as you can clearly see here, Peter Thiel, as of October 23, they were reporting that he was an informant. And it just gives me pause to see him sidling up to Donald Trump, a guy who's clearly compromise. You know, if you were a Fed informant and you were snitching on people, and the gay guy, I did not know that. Not that it matters, but you know, it's very interesting that you know, the guy is very closely aligned with the government, and I would be skeptical of anyone he's supporting. If I were Trump, that would just be my opinion. But I don't know what you guys think about that. What do you think? No thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, he's been a. Yeah, it's tough to say, dude. He's a. You know, that's why he's aligned with Palantir and all that stuff. He tries to be this maverick conservative of the Silicon Valley. Like, oh, I'm a tech guy, but I'm conservative. Same with Elon and all that. But it's hard to say with these people what their true motives are.
Yeah, you know, if he's in line with Palantir, he's alleged FBI informant. What else? You know, the guy clearly, I would be skeptical of who he's behind, and I hear he's behind J.D. Vance. So I wanted to talk about that as it relates to Trump's VP selection. What do you guys think? Who do you think should be his VP?
Who do I think should be Trump's VP? This sounds crazy, but I actually think it should be his daughter.
Ivanka?
Yep.
Okay, well, you know she's not going for it.
Maybe not. I think that this could just be me being crazy. I think she's playing coy with her political ambitions, and she's kind of just pushing herself away from the image her father has publicly right now. But I think if there was a turn in his public image, she'd be right by his side to kind of reap the benefits, because it's not like her family isn't politically active and connected with what he does anyway. So I think she's just, you know, hiding in the bushes, so to speak, and waiting for a moment to pounce like a good lady cheetah would. And at the right moment, I wouldn't be surprised at all if she ends up on this ticket or in a ticket in a couple of years.
Anyone else?
That's interesting. Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I think Ivanka's a live. I don't think she gets up there. I don't think her husband will allow her. I think that side of her family is so liberal that they're just not going to let her get back involved. I think they got their money.
Well, John, what's your opinion on Jared Kushner's foreign policies that he did?
Yeah, because I mean, Jared Kushner's not, you know, the most liberal guy himself, and you know, having a husband like that keeps her in the loop, and she's only a hop, skip, and jump away from some of the biggest political decisions happening, you know, globally.
You know, the more and more I think about it, which aligns with everything I've been saying all along, is that in DC now, the money is going international. So people want to be doing international work. And Jared Kushner, when he came here, he chose some international project. Well, and it clearly is near and dear to his heart. But he made a lot of money over there, apparently. I don't know what the ins and outs were, but that's kind of the game here in DC today. People trying to get as much money without going to prison. And the best way to do that is to go outside of the country where we don't have auditing. The rules are a little loose. And that's why you see all the Ukraine and all that other corruption. Because how you going to track it over there? Hell, they're corrupt. We're corrupt. Hard to catch corruption. But if you start stealing here in America, somebody might catch you. Some breadcrumbs will leak out somewhere. Someone might start doing some reporting. But if they go,
MFB will catch you.
You might
I'd argue the situation with crypto has allowed some of the underbelly and the underskirting of a lot of the deals that used to just happen in cash, or at least just happen over wire transfer, like a lot of the stuff going on in Ukraine, to be unveiled. So, as crazy as it sounds, we're gonna with the continued push toward cryptocurrencies, we're gonna see a lot more of the seediness and the crooked behavior of a lot of our favorite politicians be brought to light, and a lot of it's gonna end up back in some of that Eastern European bloc that we been donating so much toward these past few years.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen so much corruption now, that it should be not a surprise to anyone. I was showing someone yesterday, I think, on here, the streets in Jackson, Mississippi. I bet there isn't anywhere in Ukraine where the streets look that bad unless they've been you think about how much money we send to Ukraine. I bet that parts of that country are very nice.
Not just that, the scams. I mean, aren't they tied into the scam with Bankman-Fried?
There were some allegations there that some of the money was
right. Wasn't some of the money allegedly the money going there, then it's coming back in crypto, then it's being put back into the DNC's pockets through different transfers and different wallets, and then it's going around in this big circle back and forth.
If I had done that Bitcoin scheme, if I had done that Bitcoin stream before all that Sam Bankman-Fried stuff, and I caught wind of it, I might would have tried to short it. That'd be a rich.
Yeah, well, I bought that dip. Once that thing hit, it's just like you bought that. That was the bottom, man. Everything. That was the bottom.
I would have wanted to short it,
Well, you gotta short it beforehand, though. You gotta short it but once the news hits, that's when you go in. That's when I allude to, like, when people look at the news, it's too late. The move has been made, so it's now time to go the opposite. The people that already knew the news beforehand already got you. So it's like, come on, they knew it.
I think Trump's VP pick, who I'd like to see, is Vivek. And that's not who I think it's gonna be. That's who I like.
That's
but
why
I
he's
think
not gonna. He's too good. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's gonna pick Tim Scott.
You know what we should do? We should do a pool.
I don't think he can pick a man though. I don't think he can pick a man because is Kamala in the race. If he picks a man, they're immediately going to go with the misogynistic card.
So supposedly the finalists are J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Tim Scott, and Doug Burgum. Supposedly.
It can't be those people. I don't know. I think if he picks a man, he's shooting himself in the foot. Just my perspective.
That'd be interesting.
That's a good angle. Yeah.
But yeah, I think Tim Scott, he checks off the minority,
he's gonna lose if he picks Tim Scott.
You think so?
Yeah, he's gonna lose.
Why is that?
I don't think Tim Scott is legitimate. I think he's very fake, and I think the real Trump supporters, I mean, they're gonna vote for Trump, but I think he would turn off a lot of the hardcore Trump people. That's just my opinion. Look at here. James Claiborne says Democrats have until August 19th, that's still a while, to remove and replace Joe Biden through an open convention. Interesting. Do you think they'll replace Joe Biden?
I mean, if he doesn't kick the can, they don't have any choice.
Let's see.
So it's an interesting question. I think some way, form, or fashion, I think the vote is going to be stripped in a way. I think the push that has had the last 2-3 weeks, I don't see any way where he is going to be the nominee, in my opinion.
Portia, who do you want to be his VP? But go ahead, Cube. You think that there won't be an election type thing? Is that what you're saying?
No. So the primary process is already come and gone. That means the American people chose Biden. Like, obviously, if he died or something like this, like, obviously there would need to be some type of process, and people, excuse me, people would be okay with that, right? Because, hey, we got to go to play the second option because the guy unfortunately had an accident and died or whatever. So I think that's probably how that's going to be spun. Like, hey, I'm dropping out last minute. You know, I realized my health, blah blah blah, and like then it would be okay to go to the second option, which is, hey, your vote already was counted, but now we have to the super delegates decide or Congress decides or whatever the case may be. I think that's ultimately how they're going to spin it. I think that's what these last 2 weeks have been. You know, you can't just do it all of a sudden. I think John Gold don't you have a quote gradually and then all of a sudden or something like that? Like they gotta plant the seed, water the seed. Blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, he's dropping out. That's probably what's gonna happen. That's my take.
I can see that as well. Anyone else want to chime in here?
I mean, I'm sorry, go ahead. I just really think, even if going with what you guys saying, that if he has to gracefully bow out for medical reasons and then it ends up in Kamala's hands or in some type of group party hand, I don't see how two guys on the other side on the Republican ticket beat that. I just think that would be looked at as everything that they've been trying to fight against and is wrong and this and that. There would be too many, in my humble opinion, there would be too many easy targets for them to throw at a ticket of just two, forgive me, Caucasian males, or a ticket of two very conservative white and black males. I just think that they would poke too many holes in that.
All right, let me ask you a question, Ghetto Thoughts, or Black Thoughts. Who are you? Ghetto Thoughts?
Ghetto point of view.
Oh, okay, Ghetto.
Black Thoughts. I tried to spam the chat with all his links like 25 times. See, that's why I spam the links, because it's like.
So yeah, my question was.
No, what's up? Talk to me.
Yeah. So let me give you a couple hypothetical matchups, and you tell me who the favorite would be. So Trump versus Biden today. Who's the favorite?
Trump.
Okay. Trump versus Kamala. Who's the favorite?
Ooh. I mean, Trump thinks he could beat Kamala, but I don't know, man.
So you think
I think that'd be a much tighter race. That would be a much tighter race.
Okay. Trump versus Gavin Newsom. Who's the favorite?
Ooh, that's a good one. That is a good one. But you see, Gavin Newsom, he got some of the same skeletons in his closet that a lot of the quote unquote conservative white males would have. So I'm not sure if he does that much for the voters across the nation. He'll do a lot for voters in the West. I don't know if he would get all the swing states in the East. Like they're saying New York is up for grabs now. Does Gavin Newsom get New York? I don't know about that. Does Gavin Newsom get Maryland? Does Gavin Newsom get Georgia? I don't know if he has that same type of good looking suave cachet to just push him across the top all across the East.
So who would you say is, you got to pick one? Who would you say would be the favorite? Trump or Gavin?
Trump.
Okay. Right. Okay. Trump versus Gretchen Whitmore.
Ooh.
And I don't know too much about her. I just heard her name, like Michigan governor, I think.
I don't know. Is it Whitmore? Governor Whitmore, right? Yeah.
Whitmer. Yeah, Whitmer. Yeah.
Whitler, excuse me, Governor Whitler.
Whitmore.
Whitler.
Whitmore. She's a female.
Whitmer.
Gretchen Whitmore. Whitmer. I don't know. Whitmer, sure.
Gretchen Whitmer. I don't. Whatever. With Gretchen Whitmore. Let's just go with Gretchen Whitmore.
Well,
Gretchen Whitmore. I don't know if she has enough.
Probably, she's probably Trump's
favorite,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So part of my exercise is to show you that really the Democrats really like this points you to who they're probably if there's gonna be a switch, who is gonna be. Now let me
it has to be Kamala.
Hold on, let me give you one more. Who would be the favorite? Trump versus Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama.
Look, see, we just if there's gonna be a switch, we just pretty much predicted who's gonna be right here. Probably Kamala or Michelle.
Or a ticket of both of them.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, correct. like we just solved right here.
She
If
hasn't
he gets
been in
replaced,
office yet, and they could literally like say,
throw
oh,
her as a
now when
vice
Obama's
president,
back in
right?
office.
Throw her as vice president, not kick Kamala out. There you go. Like,
And Barack will be there, smiling and jiving.
You just, we just talked about it. Kamala is probably a better candidate than Biden, right?
Hey. Portia says Michelle Obama wouldn't be a favorite.
I mean,
Really?
we would
Portia,
see.
Portia, come up here. Portia, come up here and give your point of view on that one. I actually agree with
respect the opinion.
You need to defend that. I don't agree with that. I think Michelle Obama, if she put her name in,
would
she'd
cook him.
be 50-50 walking in the door without opening her mouth. She'd be 50-50 neck and neck with Biden, with Obama.
I think that's absolutely.
Walking in the door. She's gonna get
she just has the cachet.
She's gonna get black women vote that ain't even been born yet.
You talk about if you think that the sisters of the sororities came out for Kamala, what would they do for Michelle?
Man, as I say, man, they be dragging grandmama to the polls.
Man, it'd be big stepping to the polls. It would be big stepping to the polls.
Portia really can't do that.
So Black Thoughts, I actually agree with you about Michelle being a favorite. But like, I'm curious that what does the rest of the panel think?
His ghetto, but thank you.
Yeah, my bad. I did that on purpose. I apologize.
Big Crack, what do you think? Michelle Obama, she comes in the door even with Trump.
Yeah, it's tough, huh? Once she comes in, that's she got a lot of that Hollywood clout, Oprah clout. Yep. It's like fuck. That's the
like the media, like
it. The media,
the 2, 3, 1 month.
Oh my god, yeah.
She be on the front of every magazine.
Yep.
Oh, every
radio station. Yep. Everybody be talking about it.
She be at the Breakfast Club. They wouldn't even ask her about politics. Just, girl, how you doing? We got to beat Trump.
Exactly.
How's your hair? How's your dog? How's your kids?
Hey, who said both of them? Who said both of them? I didn't think about that actually, but that might be the winning ticket, bro.
No, them two blacks ain't gonna be on the same ticket. No, that ain't gonna work.
Nah, I think that's the ticket, sir. If something happened to Biden, I think that's the ticket.
That might be the ticket, bro.
Now America ain't about to go with two black women now. Period.
I don't know, man.
John.
That might be the ticket.
Mr. John.
In the White House, man. Listen, like if you live in DC, you probably read the articles with Michelle's staff and Kamala's staff. There's a lot of turnover, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of turnover. They can't control this. They can't maintain staff. They're bickering and catfighting and shit. Two women in the White House, man.
Oh, it would be chaos, Mr. John. But I don't think
that's World War III.
He gotta put his cameras up in there.
They be fighting and shit, arguing with each other. Who clothes look better? Who hair longer and shit.
100%.
She probably make Kamala cut her real hair, make her put baby hair shit as a wig off.
I don't know, Mr. John. I think it's a legitimate ticket.
No, she be embarrassed.
I think it's a legitimate ticket, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that ghetto point, man. That sounds.
I think if the Democratic Party started talking all that, we gotta save democracy stuff.
I can show you the picture. Anybody want to see the picture? Show you what I'm talking about right here. Let me show you the picture if I can find it. And I'm gonna show you who Kamala really is. And this ain't about her character or nothing. But what I'm telling you is that, like, what we see is like character. So I'm gonna share my screen with you. And let me see. I hope I can pull it up. These damn ad blocks shit. Let me see. Pop, 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 pop. And I hope we can get this picture. We're not gonna be able to get it. So I'm about to get another one. Let me see if I can find it.
Hey Stanley, why don't you come up here? Literally.
Let me tell you, like, look, I would give y'all some inside baseball of what's gonna happen. if you put them two black women in office. Now, most people who are looking at this probably don't even know what the hell they're looking at. And they just say, John God, what the hell are you talking about here? What the hell are you pointing out? Look at that hair. Will you look at that hair? Now, I'm going to show you some pictures of today. And then I want you to look at Kamala Harris today. And, it, you know, for the women that are out there in the audience, they probably can better tell you what's going on than me. And I'm going to show you of her. And I'm going to see if I can show you another one. Let's see.
Kamala is half Indian, right? Like India from the country India, and half black, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, first picture is here. Now, I want you to look at the hair. See the hair? Can everyone see that? Do I need to zoom in? No, I probably need to zoom in a little bit. I need to zoom in a little bit.
Well, what you trying to get at? What are you trying to get at, John?
Yeah, I get there. I'm a little slow to get there sometimes, but I will get there. I promise. Right. Now, I want you to look at this. Is
like an OG.
Look at that hair right there. Right? See that right there? Boom.
Very much a red dot. Very much a red dot.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. The Lord know what I want. The Lord is my shepherd. He knows what I want right there.
Is this guy praying? Is John gonna pray? What the hell?
Now, I want you to look at here. That you tell me what's the difference between this, right? Well, the first picture you saw in this.
Hey, Stanley. I'm sorry, John Galt. Hey, Stanley, do you know how to change the emoji color on your emojis, bro?
Is anyone in the chat can tell me what's going on here? Or do y'all act like y'all don't see things? Do you see what's going on?
Yeah.
There's one. There's picture number one. Picture number two. Any women that know hair know what the hell going on right here. Everybody knows. Everybody knows, but nobody can say. Uh-oh, did I lose connection? What's going on here? What's going on there? Does anyone just dry her hair? I don't know what the hell. I think he gotta act like he don't know things. Now you think you gonna bring Michelle Obama in there?
Whoa, hold on, Portia. You said she's not black.
Man, Lord. Listen, I'm not here talking about race and nothing like that. But when I am talking about, things that I know very well, and that I know certain women don't get along with other women depending on how, things look and things like that. And so again, I'm going to show you these two pictures, and I want you to contrast and tell me what's going on here. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on here? What's going on? I got another picture.
She definitely lost her hair. She definitely lost her hair. Some way, somehow, she lost all that hair she had.
She did something to that hair to change the texture when she went national. You understand?
Someone in the chat put conditioner.
Right. See, when she was local, when she was out there in San Francisco, this led to this. This.
John, honestly, what the hell's your point? Women change their hair all the time. What is your point?
Oh, this boy don't get it. He don't get it, dude.
No, hell no, I don't get it. They have curly hair. They put pigtails. They put their hair braids. What the hell's your point?
I think he acting simple. So
I'm serious. What the hell's your point? If women change their hair all the time.
All right, here in DC, look at this hair. Boom. That look like a sister girl hair. She ain't far outside the realm of a sister girl's head right there. This shit right here, ain't too many sisters got hair look like this. But I ain't done. I'm gonna show you another picture, right? Because I know where it is.
Hey, someone else on the panel, help me out. What the hell is y'all talking about?
Hey, little sister in the world get that hair laying down like that. Woo! That shit that fine. Look at the Lord.
Yeah.
The Lord.
Hey, John Galt, you do know she's half Indian, right?
Nah, but the other half is something.
No. I'm asking you yes or no. You know she's half
Indian.
I know
what that I know what half Indian is. Yeah, and I know that other half ain't going. And I know that other half
So what the hell is it for?
Really say,
I know that other
Someone
hair.
else on the panel, help me out. What the hell is he talking about?
We got a
What the
simple
hell?
one.
You went on some.
We got a simple one here. He's very simple. He doesn't
Yeah,
understand.
he's basically oh man, whatever. Fine.
We got hey, somebody give me the best picture of Michelle.
Is that a picture of Kamala? Is that even her?
Yes, it's her.
Yeah.
On the right.
Listen, you see this? That head right here. You see that hair?
That don't look like her. Hey, get cracked. Does that look like her in that picture?
Boy, that's her.
I mean,
No, I'm asking.
you see her younger pictures. You see, yeah. I mean, her younger pictures. She
No,
looked
it might be,
very,
yeah.
very
Listen.
mixed, very Caribbean. You know, that East Indian, like, yeah. Compared to how she looks now, dude.
That head right there is what got him just memorized. I think he left his wife. That head right there, that full head, that dog.
Who's the guy in the picture?
Willie
Brown.
Indian hair, man. Willie Brown.
Who's Willie Brown? Who's Willie Brown? Who the hell's Willie Brown?
Willie Brown's mayor.
He was the mayor of San Francisco. Yeah.
He was a supervisor. He's big in politics. He runs the Democratic machine in San Francisco, and you know, just like Obama came up in the Chicago machine, Willie Brown basically pushed up these people.
Yeah, it was on display. So we were playing.
So what? So what?
Yeah. See, he don't understand. Well, you mix them two black women together, they'd be fighting in the hallway
over their hair. Bro, Jago, you triggered in some type of weird. I think
he trolled. Is he trolling?
You John Galt is triggered in some type of John Galt way. You're triggered, bro.
I ain't triggered.
Is it because you snaked out that hair off that drain? Is it because you snaked out that hair, bro? You triggered.
Yeah, that hair I snaked out that drain was longer than Michelle hair. Hey, that hair I snaked out that drain was longer than Michelle's hair. Michelle probably would be asking for the hair. Let me put that in my head. Kamala got that natural. That shit long, fine. They gonna be up in the White House together someday. They gonna be laid back. Kamala gonna be playing with that shit, put it in a ponytail, and run her fucking hands through it. And Michelle ain't even got no edges and shit. And they gonna be on the outs at that point forever, bro. Seriously, you can't have them two women in the White House that distinctly different in attraction. It won't work out. It won't work out. You know better.
Wait. So who in attraction? What do you? So you're trying to say one is a lot more attractive than the other?
Well, you don't think so?
No, I'm asking you. Don't answer the question with a question.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think.
Who do you think is more attractive?
Kamala.
Really?
Yeah, you don't think so? Well, who do you think is more attractive?
I mean, well, probably, but it's not different. There's not much difference.
Hey, Nas, bring it down. Hey, he said, like, I saw Willie a few months ago with a young Russian chick. Man, I saw fucking Willie Brown walking around Chinatown. Like, he goes out in the open, man. If you come around San Francisco and walk around, you'll find him. He runs this. He runs the town, man. Come on.
That nigga got to be about 80 years old now, ain't
he? Hey, Craig, next time you see him, ask him how it was. Hey, get Craig. Next time you see him, ask him how it was.
Next time I see him.
No, seriously, ask him.
Next time,
like, how was that? How was that?
I'll ask him.
How was that box?
Hey, get Craig like do it, man. Don't tell him to do
that. Why? There ain't nothing gonna happen. He's probably just gonna ignore you. He might give you a smirk though. Shit.
Well, I'll tell you that. I mentioned this before. Willie Brown's a Freemason. He's a Prince Hall, Black Freemason. So,
what does that mean?
Man, he's connected. He's well connected, person. Okay. Yeah. So you can goof around and talk smack to him in public, but if you really want to press his gears and stuff, nah, I wouldn't do it.
Seriously?
He fuck, dude. I mean, I swear, if you're really an evil person, you can live a long ass time. You go past 90, you gotta be an evil fuck. You must be.
I think Portia's about to join. I hope she takes Cube to task, but I think I'm on the opposite side of Portia today. I think if Michelle Obama gets in office, she's going to give Trump a hell of a run. I saw Michelle Obama at an event in Brooklyn, right by the it may have been at the Barclays. I can't remember, but man, it was like she was a rock star, and she could draw people like Trump. Man, seriously, I truly believe that. That the black women, the feminists, the people that hate Trump, all those people would be in such alignment against Trump behind Michelle Obama. Oh, I thought this was Portia, but this is Stanley. What's up, Stanley?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Yeah, we doing all right.
Good
How
morning,
you doing?
sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Stanley.
Stanley,
What's up, Brad?
You don't think Michelle Obama could win the election? Would be a favorite if she went up against
I think she would win. I just don't think she would ever consider it. From what I heard, I mean, she is like they would. I don't think she would run if they put a gun to her head. And I actually think the same thing about Ivanka. I really think those two are alike in that they just don't like seeing the sausage made.
See, I think Ivanka wanted to socialize. And the social life.
Exactly.
And I think if her dad had been a Democrat, she could have still maintained her social life. She couldn't maintain her social life with her dad being Trump. So she had to distance herself. I think Michelle just doesn't want to do the work of campaigning, may not want to do the hard, right? I can't blame her. She may not even want to do the hard work of governing. But I think her.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not a knock against her.
I'm not knocking. I'm just laying out the lay of the land here, right?
Yeah. So well, I mean, not wanting to govern doesn't disqualify you for president. Look at Trump.
Okay, well, fair enough. But what I'm saying is that the biggest thing that I think Michelle doesn't like or would find something like, I don't want to do that, would be campaigning. And I think it would be governing, like getting up every day, going to work. She's a woman. Why the hell she want to do that?
Well, and John, I think it's even deeper than that. She took a lot of shit, about her looks, her height. I actually, and I think I might have told you this before, I actually think Michelle Obama doesn't particularly like America.
How tall is she?
She's about 6 feet, I think, if not a little taller.
My man, be brave. Be brave.
What's up, Brave?
Really? She's 6 feet, Michelle Obama? God damn.
Yeah, she's pretty tall.
Officially like 5 something officially, but let's just say she's 5'10", right?
Yeah, and heels, she's pretty tall.
Hey, good morning. Hey, right quick, get crack for me. Since once in a while, when you're talking about your investments and stuff, I know it's none of our business, but drop a dollar figure that you made off on. I mean, get some young could get some young people a little more interested in, like, this does happen.
Yeah. I mean, man, yeah, it's always a relative thing in a marker in time. Like, so let's say Apple. So I got my parents to get in like 5 to 10,000, right? And then that turned into like a 80 to over 100.
Yeah.
Because you don't sell.
But how many years was that? How many years was
it? It's like about 10, 15 years, right?
Yeah,
Apple,
but you're probably making some pretty successful year trades and stuff, aren't you, or something like that? Or don't
you? But I only got into trading recently because I've always been a proponent of long-term investing, and because of the way the inflation is happening now, I can't tell young people to do what I did. I mean, you should do that, but I don't guarantee that it will, match the inflation very well. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We'll get right back to the subject. Get right back to Michelle.
That's why now I want to.
I understand that. I understand that.
John? Yeah.
But still here and there, young people need to understand that we're going into a different world. And if there's investments are a real
Yes.
part of it, you could spur them into like thinking a little more realistically about it, even long term, short term, day trading, whatever it is.
Yeah, because
Drop some figures
yeah,
once in a while and let people know what the capabilities are. And even
yeah.
if you had failures, if you had failures and you're not too worried about your little bit of personal information getting out. Tell them
No,
about
no,
failure.
no. See, no, that's important because people need to learn that you're gonna make mistakes,
Yeah.
and what I'm gonna try to tell people is what I learned and what didn't work,
Yeah.
and because I wanna teach people strategies, not tactics.
Well, my point is it's so much
Yeah,
more. It's so much more important nowadays. You don't have factories everywhere for young people to do things. You don't have real jobs everywhere. So I mean, if this
yeah.
investment is going to be is a real strategy, and it is, it's obvious that it is certainly the long term. But I mean, and you got the information. Sometimes I understand you keeping it close to your vest and your personal business is your personal business. But nobody's going to get the inside on your wealth or any of your business.
No,
If you
it's
if
not
you
more.
drop
It's not really
if you
that.
drop I know if you drop some figures once in a while, whether it's
Yeah.
lost or wins.
Hey, let me chime in. Let me clarify a little bit before you get correct. Instead of dollar amounts, if you can give us percentages, that way we won't
Yeah,
know
that's
how
why
much
I
money
always
it
give
is.
percentages. I always
Right.
give like, hey, this stock went up triple. This one, like, it
No,
depends on
dollar
how much.
amount, John. Dollar
No,
amount.
it depends on how much
Dollar
risk.
amount.
No. But
Yeah.
if you did a risky trade and you thought that stock was gonna triple, but it went the other way, you got fucked. And that's
Right.
why I just give. No, because that's why you got to give percentages because you have to measure volatility. You have to measure because there's risk and reward.
That's my
Good
point. If you
reward.
give a dollar amount,
So
you give
no, dollar amount is your own business. I could put the dollar and get $2. I'll be happy, right? Maybe that's what I want because I live in Mumbai,
I
wherever
got
the
you.
fuck.
I got you. You're missing my point.
So
Yeah,
that's why it's all relative. So a third world guy would listen to me and get a different point of take, and so everyone has their own. And I'm only gonna give percentages. I'm only gonna give like risk reward and stuff
I
like that.
understand.
Yeah,
I understand. I'm just saying. I'm
everyone
just
has
saying.
their
If
own
I had,
circumstance. Yeah.
I'm saying if I had your expertise and your involvement in it, I would be dropping dollar amounts just for the sake of a more clear indication and information for people that aren't at all aware of it, and because young people are going to have to do things differently. A dollar amount brings it concretely into the mind, whether it's a loss, whether it's a gain, whether it's a little bit, whether it's a lot. And I get it. You don't need to do a dollar amount every time, but just once in a while, on a wide region, on a wide perspective, it wouldn't hurt to do a dollar amount.
Yeah, he can give a hypothetical, Brave. He can say if you had invested $2,000 in here and earned say
everyone has their own life situation,
right.
right?
I know.
Because Brave, the thing is,
he'll be like, whatever. Yeah, so that's kind of a
because
problem.
if he starts out giving his numbers, it may be so.
No, I'm not asking him to give all his numbers. God
No,
on
I'm
it.
just saying, if
I'm
he
not
says,
asking him to give all his numbers. I'm not asking him to give his personal information. I'm not asking him to disclose to us what he's worth. I'm saying once in a while, just do a dollar amount for the beginners. It's no big deal.
Did you hear?
And we'll just disagree
my
if you
bad.
don't think that's a good strategy once in a while. I'm just saying, as a public service with your knowledge, I'm the old simple dude. I'm telling you, there's young simple dudes that have their whole life ahead of them that understand a dollar amount goes right into the brain. If you're talking,
Brave, I think we'll be able to show like some chart. I think we'll be able to show
the problem, John, like with the dollar amount, because the dollar is losing value every second, and then I'm giving a dollar amount.
Okay, now see right there. Now, doggone it. We know that. Yes. Okay, you guys are so smart. You can't simplify your damn utterances. That's your problem.
Hey, Brave, I promise you. Hey, I promise you, Brave.
Bring it down to the street level.
Hey,
Bring
Brave,
it down to the street level once in a while.
You mean the dirt road level?
Yeah, bring it down to the dirt road level, and you're going to help more people than you think.
Hey, Brave, I tell you, we're gonna if Great Crack is willing, we're gonna do a show, and I'll kind of moderate it where he'll be explaining it, and I'll try to boil it down where I think the layman will need things explained. So I think it'll be informative in that way.
You guys, like Stanley said, on the dirt road level, it ain't hard to say. It ain't hard to say if you would have did this, and you can give it not even your own personal involvement. If you would have done this here, and you would have done this here, you'd have pocketed about $8,000. It wouldn't have hurt in whatever length of time. That's all I'm saying. It ain't.
We're gonna do that,
man. I get what you're saying, you know, but we're not at that level to educate people yet. And,
You once in a while, there's people listening.
People
Yeah,
we want to
you're
get
right.
Hey, we need to get HB up here. Where's HB?
We're
Where's
monetizing
HB?
this guy.
But yeah, I got
Hey,
you.
hey,
But
hey,
you know
hold
what?
on, hold on,
cooking
hey,
you in the chat,
hold
Be Brave. Be
hold
Brave,
on,
they're
we got
cooking you in the chat.
hey,
But
hey,
you know, on
be brave.
Michelle,
Be brave wants it simple. Hey, I got a couple. I don't mean to diverge, but we do have a couple women in the chat. San Jose Maid, and I know Portia's in the chat.
When's she getting up on the panel, man? She keeps saying she's shy.
Somebody needs to get up here. Hey, so we're thinking about doing a show, San Jose Maid. If you look so lovely in your picture, we would love to have you as one of our resident women judges, or is MFB is one of our. Hey, MFB, when are we doing the next show, man? The first show, all you got was great feedback there. So we gotta do it again. I'm available again whenever you're ready, man. You just let me know. You put it on my
man. When you want to do it, we can do it.
Hey,
we can do it whenever.
we put it in the chat right now. When you guys want to see another MFB private investigates.
Yeah, man. I got some new shit too, man.
Oh man,
just in the case, I've been working the last couple of days.
Hey, did you see that text I sent you, MFB, about that lady claiming?
Oh yeah. I did see that. Yeah,
these people will keep you working, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, man. Every single day, people are just stealing. They're just stealing money through this stuff. And there's too much of it going on for me to even catch. Like I'm telling you, there's more work than I can do. Like if people want to get in this industry, there's more people out there to catch doing this shit than you would imagine. Like it seems like everybody's doing it.
Well, hey, it's a new America, man. Where you do it until you get caught, and you're probably not going to get much punishment. You will have stolen so much money, it may be worth it. Seriously, that's what Master Kim talks about. Hey, let me ask you. Since you mentioned there's so much work and it's so easy, how would you tell someone to get into that?
Well, it helps. The easiest way to get into it is if you had a former career in law enforcement. That'd be the best way. But not everyone has that. Like I didn't have that. So what you do is you go and you work for a large nationwide company that does it. Like there's companies that will cover every state in the country, and they take people with no experience and they train you. You put your 3 years in. You need to get 3 years of experience. Once you get your 3 years of experience, then you apply and get your own license, and then you go out and you start making the real money. Because during those 3 years, that big company is going to pay you just a fraction of what they're getting off of you. Basically, they're just middlemen. But once you get your own license, then you can start setting your own prices. You can compete with. If you're good at it, you can compete with anybody.
Do they teach you, like, how do you learn how to surveil someone and not get your cover blown?
I mean, well, the way it was for me is I started a big company in California, and they did about, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks of training where you just straight up trained. Like it was like a lot of like classroom shit, and then there was stuff in the field for about a week. You go out with other investigator, but really more than anything else, you learn through trial and error. That's really the only way you can really learn how to do it. Is you have to just try it and figure out what works and what doesn't, and either you can do it or you can't. Like certain people are good at it, certain people just can't get it because you got to be aggressive. You got to be able to drive very aggressively. That's probably the hardest part of the job, is following someone in the car and not getting caught but not losing them at the same time. So you got to be very comfortable on the road, and you just need to be able to be calm in any situation. No matter what happens, you need to be able to be calm and blend in is what it is. And you learn through trial and error. Like I've been doing this for over 10 years. I had to see what worked and what didn't. You know, like I got burned before, but it happens. You know,
When you
you
say
figure
you
out.
got burned, what do you mean you got burned?
I mean, like the worst burn I ever like. I've never had any burns where I had to someone confronted me face to face, but I've had people flip me off. Like, you know, if they notice I was following them, they'll, like, you know, they'll stop and they'll let you drive by them, and then they'll flip you off as you're going by, or they'll wave at you or something like that. And that lets you know that, you know, they know. But you know, now I'm at the point where I can anticipate people's behavior, just their driving behavior, so much that if I see them start to do something that doesn't make any sense, like if they're driving a certain way and then I see them make a U-turn out of nowhere, or they make two left turns, I'm just like, okay, that doesn't make sense. So I'll back off right there. I won't continue to follow them. Some people will follow them still, and then that's how you get burned. If you don't want to confirm their suspicions, so you got to anticipate a lot of stuff. That's the main thing. You got to be able to anticipate what people are going to do, kind of just by their behavior.
What's that website that had all those surveillance cameras that you?
That was
you mentioned?
that was a place called Lawmate Technologies. They make all the law enforcement grade cameras. Yeah, that those cameras, man, that like they make my life and my job so much easier. I can't tell you the evidence I've gathered with those cameras. I mean, they really they do not fail you. They have Wi-Fi connected in them. I mean, they're perfect for the job. I mean, you know, you can use them for other purposes too if you're a creep. You know, I mean, but they really do work. Like you really do. Like that's the definition right there of getting covert, you know, video with no one about it. Yeah, right there. All those devices right there are crazy. Like they got all sorts. They even got audio shit. If you want to, like, you know, record phone calls, like, you know, all that shit.
Yo, you ever worn
Hey,
these glasses?
Sorry, go ahead.
You ever worn these glasses right here?
No, I don't like those because that means in order to use those you have to be looking at the person, and I don't like to make eye contact or be looking in the direction of the person I'm following at all. So that
Wow.
I never understood why people would get those. Because, like, I mean, I like to do it where my back is turned to them. I don't even want them to see my face if I can help it. If we're in the same bar or the same store or whatever.
This is
Hey, Mike from Boston. This is Cubed again.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat had a question. I kind of had the same question. Basically, Cam the King. Most people are in their own world today, staring at their screen. They're not checking their surroundings. So, would you find that your job has gotten easier from like 2014 to today? Like, basically, people being distracted by the phone.
I started in 2015 was when I started. A little bit before that, but I started doing surveillance in 2015. That's when I started specializing in surveillance. I'd say it's about the same. I mean, people are always distracted. Even before smartphones, people were distracted with other shit, man. Like, you know, people always have other things on their mind that just makes them oblivious a lot of times. I mean, most people, 90% of people I follow are oblivious to me. I could follow them all day and damn near wave at them, and they still wouldn't figure out that I'm the same person that's been in this car right behind them all day. Like, that just, people got a lot of shit going on in their minds. But when you start off in this job, you're very paranoid. You think everyone knows that you're following them, but you got to start to realize that most people are just not paying attention. And you'll know. You get your gut instinct will tell you, okay, I think I need to back off from this one. I think I need to break off. Like, you know, I need to let her go, and I'll pick it up again tomorrow. Because once you burn the case is burned, and then so your money's on that case. You're not getting any more money on that case. You want to keep it alive as long as possible, so you can get more days, more budget authorized for you to go out, do 3 more days. So, you know, it's better to let someone go and pick them up again the next day than to keep on them and get burned.
Follow-up question for this Cubed again. Has anyone else, like a third party, ever burned you, like a bartender? Be like, hey, bro, I see you looking at your phone, but you had a video feed of that table over there. What the fuck you doing?
I'll tell you that. It's funny that you asked that. My first year in the field, I was filming someone and I was in a restaurant, but it had a bar. It was a restaurant bar. So I had the camera, it was like a little keychain camera, on the bar, and it was facing behind me to the couple that was in the table behind me. And the owner of the restaurant happened to walk by, and he saw the feed on my phone. So he didn't say anything, but then he sat down next to me and he picked up he picked up my phone and just and I was like, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" And he was like, "Oh no, I'm sorry. Was this yours?" Like, and he just was. So I knew right then that he had seen me. So I leaned over and I was like, "Listen, I'm a PI. I'm investigating these people right behind me. If you want me to leave, I will." And the guy actually was so cool. He not only did he let me stay in, but he actually gave me free food while I was there and stuff. But yeah, that was my first year doing it. That shit happened.
Oh wow, thank you. That's interesting. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, hey John, can I say something about Michelle before I get off here and do some housework? Hello. Uh-oh.
I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, I'll just say this about Michelle before I get off of here. I think that I don't think they're going to run her because I think she would have too much attraction. Michelle would have a lot of power.
I just don't think they won't run her because she won't run.
Nah, they won't. She knows. Michelle,
really?
Michelle is taking orders like Trump is taking orders. So Trump, they want him up there. They know what he's about. They know what his charisma is about. They know what they've engineered him into a charismatic position. Michelle would naturally, just like John says, there would be people
Honestly,
there would be black women that aren't born yet voting for Michelle. And
well,
then
here's the deal, though.
Pass the vote. That's the very least of it. Michelle, when she gets up there to speak, people are hanging on every word. Now at the powers that be, I don't think they quite trust that kind of charismatic presence. I think they like to have their finger on the charisma, and Michelle would kind of Michelle could, and she wouldn't because she's not stupid. She don't want to get herself hurt or deleted JFK. But Michelle could go out from under the finger. Michelle could go out from under the thumb.
The only people talking about Michelle Obama running are like right of center. I have literally not heard her name come up in Democrat leaning media.
Yeah, it's because the media puts the bug in people's ears. They haven't done it because I don't think Michelle Obama is somebody that they want to engineer into existence. Michelle would only take a little bit of engineering, and she would be on her own, up and running with power, charisma, following.
I'll be honest. I think she has more chutzpah than Barack.
Yeah, she does, and so she would have such a following. I don't think the powers that be would risk that. I don't think they would.
That's an interesting point of view.
No,
I never thought about it that way.
No, Michelle, you think Trump's got charisma? And it's handed to him in large part. They make everything, of course, they follow him around, insulting him and this and that and that. But Trump's charisma is engineered into existence. He ain't all that in a bag of chips. Michelle,
so be brave. You think Trump would?
Go ahead.
You think Trump against Obama? Michelle? You think Michelle would be the favorite or Trump?
I think on this go around, people are so sick of modern liberalism, not old time Democrats. People are so sick of modern liberalism that I think Trump's is going to walk in. But if Michelle got up there, it would just be very interesting. Again, if it happened and she won, like I said, I'm just saying that she's somebody that she's going to take directives just like Trump takes directives from the corporate machine. But Michelle would have so much going for her that she could step out from under she could if she wanted to. Of course, Trump could too if he wanted to right now. These two people could flip the corporate machine off and say, I'm on my own now. Of course, then you look at JFK.
Okay, dude, we've got a president who I actually do think Biden will not stand for office. I think he's going to be replaced, and I think that's the responsible thing to do.
Yeah.
And Trump is still not running away with it. Trump is not that solid a candidate.
He's not, as far as what he is. What the
No,
reason
I
he's
mean,
solid.
I mean up against the liberal machine or whatever you call it.
Well,
Trump is not a movement conservative.
yeah,
He's
no,
a
he is.
populist.
Yeah, but that's what that's what I was just going to get to. People are so sick of the liberal nonsense, the modern liberal blue-haired drag queen story hour nonsense. They'll take anybody, and Trump is serving that purpose. It ain't Trump,
Well,
it's Trump.
but the thing is that Republicans, I mean, there's a whole wing of the Republican Party that the never Trumpers.
That's why I said.
Okay, well, you alluded to it. I'm just saying that I think right now, if the Democrats actually had a brain, they could beat Trump hands down just by doing an open convention. And it's not my idea. You know, I read it somewhere, but an open convention, like basically the premise is that something like an open Democratic convention would take all the air out of, media time for Trump.
Well, all I'm saying is that it's all about who the corporate machine blesses, and they bless Trump. And I'm saying if they put
I
Michelle
don't
Obama.
think they bless Trump.
Yeah, oh yes, they did. Look at the way they favor him in so many ways. I know they put up this fake bullshit resistance and these attacks on him, and it's all the media does this, and now they got him in court for this and that. I understand it. That just strengthens him. That just gives him messianic status. So
Hey,
I mean,
look at Portia's thing. I thought you broached that topic about Michelle Obama actually like being so charismatic. The Democrats don't want her to run, and I actually, you kind of opened my eyes that way. I really never thought of it in that framing, but you're probably right.
I know I'm right. Michelle is one cool cookie. I'm telling you, she is special. She's whatever happened, however it happened. She was the first lady for 8 years behind one. I don't like the modern liberals. They make me sick to my stomach. So do conservative. So do
Then
conservatives.
you hate me.
No, I don't know. No. If you, I don't know. Do you like drag queen story hours, Stanley? Are you in favor
No,
of drag?
I'm Catholic.
All right,
I'm
then you're okay.
also Catholic.
Okay, you're very good. Okay, so but no, Portia, to her question, Michelle, you realize that if Michelle got up there and really did things logically and well, and got off the blue-haired liberal stuff, you would have white conservative males worshiping her. She could do that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know if they would put somebody in there that could flip
Wow.
their own script that easy. If she behaved and did what the corporate machine did, told her to, and say, "Oh, we gotta everybody's poor in America. Oh, we gotta bring factory jobs back," and talked all that bullshit and talked about the poor, the gay community, the poor, being discriminated against. If she went up there and talked that, it'd be business as usual. But if she really just got up there and was presidential, Obama would be a very popular president. If she would, just because so many people want a woman in there, and guess what? She's blue black. That's not that's not playing.
Wait, hold it. No, she's
that
not.
ain't. She's close to it. I think.
Hey, you need to brush up on your colorism.
I know. That was an
She's not blue black.
I just said it for effect. I know she's
But
not.
let me
But I'm
ask
telling
you a question though.
compared to Obama, Michelle is blue black, and I'm telling you that would
Well,
go a
that's
long
true.
way with a lot.
Let me ask you a question. You don't think manufacturing should come back?
Who?
You don't think manufacturing should come back?
Yes, I do if they can get it back, but if they don't, it's not going to.
Right. Okay.
If manufacturing came back and employed everybody to the extent that they did in the 50s, the 150 million people, if they employed 320 million people to that extent with manufacturing and smokestacks, we'd pollute ourselves off this continent. So be
Well,
careful
I
what you
think if it ever comes back, robotics and 3D printing are pretty much gonna,
It doesn't
you
matter.
know.
It's the resources that are going to be spewed, and the carbon and spewed, and the minerals that are going to be brought up and used and dumped
I got you.
in the mining and yeah. I'm just saying we would pollute ourselves off the continent. I'm telling
You're
you, folks.
spouting liberal
Hold on
nonsense.
for a second, guys. Hold on for a second. Portia's asking, when is the show ending? Portia, are you coming up? Because at some point we're going to be ending. But I did want to get your opinion. If you want to come up, I would love to hear your opinion. Otherwise, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I just, you guys were talking about Michelle, and I think some people don't are overlooking the reality of what she could pull off if she wanted. Whether she was allowed to or not is another question. But Michelle could get up there. Oh, and by the way, as far as Trump's vice president, I think he needs to look at Sarah Huckabee. She was the most. Sarah Huckabee was the. I'm not into politics. I don't watch it. I turn my head
Oh my
immediately.
Lord! If you talk Sarah Huckabee, you're definitely not. There is no way she would ever. Sarah Huckabee has reached the glass ceiling.
I'm just talking about her speaking capabilities and her presence. As press secretary, she was phenomenal.
Really?
Press. Look,
Oh,
her press
boy.
as a press secretary, she was presidential. She was.
So
I
she
remember
was
it
a
distinctly.
secretary that can talk.
She was a what do you think? What do you think, Stanley? They're all full of shit. I mean, come on, man. They all can talk. That's what it is. They're not saying anything out of their own mind. Come on here. And Sarah Huckabee would be one hell of a presence as a vice president for Trump. I think she would be excellent. If he has to get a woman, I'll bet that's who it is. Because she is just phenomenal. And she's a governor.
You know why? You know why I don't think that will ever happen?
It probably won't. Why won't it happen?
Did he drop out?
I don't know.
Maybe he dropped out.
Yeah.
Brave, I wanted to get your opinion on this. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I think that it should be encourage some people to get their children out of public schools. Here's what I want you to see, Brave.
John, you bored out when I asked the question again?
Have you seen this, Brave?
Yes, I've seen that I'm going to be talking about it tomorrow morning on my
I'm gonna have to enjoy your show. Send me a link at the time.
I just put the link up right away.
And
I don't even know
Brave,
if
to
anybody
answer
joins
your Huckabee Sanders question, she's not attractive enough for Trump, bro.
No, I think you know what?
You know what? I'm gonna go with that.
Look at the women that surround him. They're all attractive.
I agree.
His lawyers, the other press secretary that she replaced.
If there's a time for women to be a woman and to lead, and minus the superficial nonsense, which I know we're never going to get rid of, but Sarah Huckabee is a presence.
She is about 1/8 the presence of Michelle Obama, and I'm sorry, she is really not that bright.
I didn't. No. Hold on,
dude. She's in a scandal over a podium in Arkansas. You don't keep up with politics, do you?
No, I don't. No, I don't know. I'm just looking at. I just remember her as a press secretary.
You're thinking with the wrong head.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the press.
I'm busting your balls.
Yeah. I got better taste than that. Back to the looks things. But no. But I haven't seen her curves either. I think she might have some curves when I look at her. But no, I'm just saying when she was press secretary, she was phenomenally well spoken. Not just a little, not just a bit. Look. Compare her. She
fell
was just
for the
great.
accent.
It doesn't. No. It was just her presence, the way she spoke. She never had to look at her notes. She was on top of everything she was saying. The woman's got IQ points, and she has a presence.
She has to have an IQ, obviously. So I also think that
it ain't gonna happen anyway.
She's the daughter of a preacher. Of course, she has the gift of gab.
But no, it doesn't matter. She's also got the ability to use it. You know, some people have the gift of gab and don't know how to use it and use it in a silly manner. She knows how to use it. I'm just saying. But Michelle Obama and her, no, I'm not comparing her to Michelle Obama. I'm
Well,
telling you. I'm telling you, I'd like to see Michelle Obama run since I think it's all a joke anyway.
I'm
want
gonna
to
be
see.
honest with you. You actually impressed me with this analysis.
Yeah, and that's
You're
what I'm
not a
saying.
misogynist, or
No,
not as
no.
big a misogynist as most in this chaotic
And
truth space.
there's no all this. Nobody's a misogynist, Stanley. It's just because
Hey,
they speak
Stanley.
negatively.
Stanley, you're so technical arguing misogyny, right? You know the definition of it. I don't think
Yeah,
most
I mean, come
people
on, man. Nobody
understand it. You
hates.
can call it
Nobody's
something
hating
else,
on
but
women.
Well,
Yeah.
you think women? See, I'm kind of like women can do anything.
Yeah.
Of course, there are
they
physical
can,
limitations.
right? Yeah, I mean they can.
But the interesting thing about this space is everybody always seems to know what everybody else thinks, and that fascinates
Well,
me.
Stanley, that you're hurling that misogynist word around is wrong. I think
Right.
if
So
you
you're
I
yourself,
don't think you. That's why you've impressed me.
what?
You are
No,
not
no,
much of a
Stanley, you should know
misogynist.
better.
there's a lot of these guys
You're
that
a
are.
super technical arguer, Stanley, and you're misrepresenting a word.
No, I'm not super technical, and probably so. Debate bros are anathema to me.
Stanley, you are super technical. Trust me, I know because I am. Like you're mischaracterizing the word.
Yeah,
Like people
misogyny
come over here saying
that's a
they hate
serious
women
word.
and all this stuff. Like,
That's a serious word.
What?
I don't mean to bring my woes into it. But
It's
if somebody,
no more horrible than misanthrope.
no, that's a very a lot of people are misanthropes and they don't even know it, Stanley. So I mean that's two different things. Misanthrope is not a bad thing. It's a very justifiable frame of mind if you look around.
So misogyny is less justifiable.
Yeah,
Or
yes,
more.
misogyny is not justifiable. Misogyny is misogyny is not justifiable. Misanthrope, being a misanthrope is justifiable. You can make a case for that. There's a good reason for it.
Well, you do
Misogyny, no.
realize that hating everybody or hating part
It's
of
not a matter of
everybody.
hating. No, it's not a matter of hating. Misanthrope means you just ain't got any use and you think humans are worthless pieces of
Well,
shit.
hate is too strong a word. I
Yes,
agree.
it is. Thank you. That's because
I agree.
I am a misanthrope. I don't hate. I just look down my nose like I hate to say this, but according to my little world, I'm better than you. Oh, sorry. Did I say that? That's because
You know what, brother?
because you have. That's because people drive themselves into an inferior state of mind, and I say I'm not bashful in letting them know you put yourself in an inferior state of mind, you dumbass.
You know what? I salute you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you think you're inferior, Stanley?
But
whoa. Wait, do I think I'm superior? I hope I hope I'm gonna be tricky with my answer.
No, let me re-answer. I don't know if you heard it clearly or if your audio disconnected. I said, do you think you're inferior?
Re-ask it.
I was asking, do you think you're inferior? Not superior. I asked, do you think you're inferior, Stanley?
Oh, I did mishear it. Hell no.
And the opposite of that is maybe superior. Don't be bashful,
I didn't go that far. I let you finish it.
Yeah, I did, Stanley. It takes one to know one.
But yeah, that's what I was asking, and I actually believe, but
why on earth would I think dude, you didn't know my parents.
We're gonna wrap it up here. Stanley, give us your last words here.
I have newfound respect for my man Be Brave. Salute, sir.
You finally came around.
No, I've been there all along. I just didn't expose it. It's never been brought up. You guys brought up Michelle, and I'm going, oh, we're overlooking something here. That's one powerhouse. If they ever want to use her, that's
it's a nice
one
analysis
right there. It
nice
is.
analysis.
Yeah. And if I want her in there, she can't be too bad. Because even though I think it's all a joke, I think I have a good judgment on what people need to see in this country as a president. I would still want an old white man, always will for a while. But if we got to play around, and
Yeah, but we got
if we
one
got to
now.
do if we got to do a joke, I'm going bring me Michelle Obama.
No, you know what? We need to redefine old. 80 is not the new 40. And that's really where America is gone wrong. We've let this longevity of life go to our heads,
Well, it's
thinking
mostly
80
70.
is 40 or 80 is 60. It's simply not.
No, but there are people that are 75 that are got all their buttons and they're fine. And if it's an old white
You
man,
know
that's
what? But
75,
they still
he's got
shouldn't
all
be
the buttons.
president. Dude,
Yes,
you
they
lose
should.
a
Yes, they
step.
should. Nah.
How old is JFK Jr.? 70 something, right?
He's in he's in his 50s, I think.
No,
Or
he's older.
early 60s.
No, he's older than
He's
that.
he's nowhere near 70.
I'm gonna Google it right now.
All right, Angel, give us your last words here.
There's really not much I need to say, John. I hadn't been here like that much. I came in and out a few times, but like a couple hours ago, I thought you were actually going to end it, but you ended up staying on longer than anticipated, I'm guessing. But if you're truly going to end it here, then there's really not much I need to say.
All right. Angel, you come back. I may have another stream later today. I'm not sure. Be brave. What you got for me? Oh, I hope Get comes back. Go ahead.
You know, it would be funny once in a while, John, just for a few minutes. Tell us some P-trap stories that you've taken apart.
You've seen the drains, haven't you, Be Brave?
Hell, the P-trap wouldn't get as a rental. I had one rental in my life for a year, and she was a blue-black female. And Stanley, I mean, she was blue-black, and she was very curvy. She had a body like a white woman. She wasn't real pretty, but she was real head to toe attractive. Never missed a payment. Never once did she ever do me wrong for the year I rented to her. And then I sold the house because I changed my mind on it. But that's my only horror rental story. But a good rental story. It was a very positive rental story. And when I bought the house and I had the meetup because I knew I had a renter, and she came to that door, and boy, she just stuck that hip out and she stood there like a model. I said, "Oh my Lord, have mercy." Oh, I could rent it. I had no filthy hot. I was saying, oh my God, I got a blue-black goddess renting off me. She never missed a payment or nothing. But yeah, I was just thinking, John, it'd be funny. I don't know how many P-traps you run into.
Oh boy.
Those have to be nasty.
Cube, I am totally wrong. My apologies. Wow.
But I'll talk to you later, John. See you later, everybody. Thanks, fellas.
Take it easy, be brave.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Hold on. I know Portia still wants to come up. You have time to come up. And we'll finish the show off, me and you, Portia, if you want. Go ahead, Cube. That was Cube talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, RFK. Google says he's 70. So all these old candidates, I don't quite get it. But yeah, last words for me. I jumped on at like 6:30 in the morning. I don't know. I should have went back to sleep. Appreciate the stream. Good little back and forth with everyone. Appreciate it, and I'll catch you all next time.
Yeah, you got any suggestions for topics here?
For what?
For potential topics. I know Push is about to come up.
I want the colorism topic, and the one Michelle Obama potentials, but colorism would be my choice.
Yeah, that may be a little bit more spirited than Michelle Obama. You know, it's politics. Everyone's on one side or the other, and everyone's going to vote pretty much their party. I would imagine.
Maybe you could break it down as far as Kamala versus Michelle and use that as the pivot for colorism.
You think I was right about that hair? Huh? Do you think I was right about that hair?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, bro. You kind of lost me on that one, but yeah.
You didn't want to follow. You didn't want to follow. All right, man. Take it easy. Get Crack. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? I shared a screen up there.
Oh yeah.
You see that? So very quickly, like Be Brave wants to have everything concrete and all this. Now, when if I said something in a dollar, yeah, everything is tied to inflation. And the thing is, like, if you look at this chart, you see the yellow line, right? The yellow line is basically house prices in dollars. The blue line is what our purchasing power is, the inflation.
Okay.
It's going up, right? So that dollar is constantly shrinking and shrinking. Now, if I did housing in terms of gold bars, if I had gold bars and I bought a house in gold bars, what would the house price look like in gold bars? That's what the green and blue, right,
Okay.
chart,
Yeah. I
like
see.
lines. You see that? It's going
Yeah.
up and down. It's not going
Right.
up like the yellow line. The yellow
Right.
line is like, oh damn, that house is so expensive. It's in millions of dollars. But if I bought it in gold bars, the house price didn't really change
Right.
compared
Right.
to 2008.
Hey.
Actually, the house prices in
Hey,
dollars and in gold bars was actually the highest in the 2000 before the dot-com crash.
is that what they would call like nominal dollars and stuff like that? Is that
Yeah, you see, well, we got to discuss this in the education program. We got to do this because if people keep thinking like, "Oh, that house is expensive," actually, you're getting played. Your dollar actually was depreciated. The
right? Right.
house price is actually the same as your
Yeah.
parents' houses. You got fucked in the ass,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
There
It's
you
the
go.
dollar. Yeah.
It's the dollar that actually went down. It wasn't the house that went up. So if we look at supply and demand with the immigration, hey, you know what? It ain't bad yet. You want to see bad? Look at Kulon City, and we're all gonna be stuffed in like that Hong Kong slum, like a bunch of pigs, man. It's like what the fuck? Oh, no. Yeah. So this is a serious problem. So we
It,
have to educate people on this stuff. Yeah.
now, what is this chart you're showing me? Is that the U.S. dollar or something?
No. So the purchasing power is in blue. So that's how much it costs for the producer to charge you money. So if I make raw materials, that's what the cost is in an index. So the CPI is a consumer price index, the
Right.
PPI is a producer price index. So I just use the
Right.
PPI instead
Okay.
of CPI because instead you can use the CPI too, but economists like to use PPI for some reason.
They
I
both
can't tell
kind of
you
track
why.
along with each other, right?
They can track inflation, but for some reason they like to use PPI more than CPI. I'm not an economist, so you got to ask them why. And the Fed likes to use PCE. So PCE is a different metric for inflation, which combines the CPI and PPI together. Actually, that's why this week both the CPI and PPI was released this week. That's why you saw stocks fly up again with the earnings results of JPM on Friday. So stocks went back up. So yeah, this is a big important metric for you. And the yellow line is essentially just the housing prices in dollars. And yeah, if you just look in terms of dollars, you think like you made a ton of money in housing. But
Right.
in gold bars, you didn't make shit. In
Right.
terms of stock market, you didn't make shit. In terms of Bitcoin, you didn't make, because like the stock market and Bitcoin and gold bars like did a lot better than the dollar. So if you priced it in terms of Bitcoin or the S&P 500, did you make that much money? Did you make that much money? Let's just see, right? So we have to do ratios. That's the first thing I'll teach people. You got to look at the ratio. What is it priced in terms of? And we have
you got
to
to
really
really dumb it
understand that.
down. You got to
Yeah, we got really
really
dumb it
layman's terms.
down. Mm-hmm. So that's when you see the first housing price, like you see that crash like in the 80s or whatever. That's like the Bretton Woods collapsed and all that. That's why the gold started going free. Once the gold started going free from like manipulation, gold tracks better with the inflation, right? So in terms of that. But gold, I wouldn't tell people like, oh, be like, what's that guy that always promotes gold? What's the small hat's name? He's always on here talking about gold. Yeah, I forget, but he's always shilling gold as a hedge.
On here?
No, he's always on TV, always talk about gold, this, gold,
Oh,
that. He's like
we got
Sailor for Bitcoin, but he's the opposite. He's gold. He's the gold guy. Yeah.
Right quick, I'm back up here. John, can you hear me? I got my old mic. Is it okay just for a minute?
Schiff. Okay, that's the guy. Peter Schiff. That guy. Yep. There we go. Radio or something talking about like buy gold, buy gold. Yep.
Sorry, what did I leave off here? Peter Schiff. Oh, Peter Schiff. That's who you're talking about.
Right quick, just for 60 seconds.
Sure.
Can you hear me? Am my mic good?
Yeah.
Okay. Get crack. People are smart enough to understand that the money you earned today isn't going to be equal to what you're going to earn 5 years from now, or likewise, what you earned 5 years ago isn't equal to the same amount today. They know that. So the inflation account, all I was saying, and you don't have to do it, all I was saying is a dollar amount.
I understand, but that's why.
Well, I know, but it's almost you're implying like people are half damn retarded that they can't. Hold it. Well, let me finish. Listen. You said all I'm saying is the dollar amount would be valuable. It's true with information. The dollar amount, the inflation. You're implying that people can't factor that in on their own. All I'm saying is if you give a dollar amount,
you have to teach them the very basics, man.
I agree with that.
We'll work out way up.
I believe when you teach, you cannot assume anybody knows anything.
Let's do the class. Let's do the stream first.
If you listen to
I got you.
We'll hash it all
out. I want this last statement here. Most people, if they're listening to somebody who's giving investment advice, can factor their own inflation woes, sir. That's all I'm saying. So, I mean, quit acting like it's just beyond people that don't know about investing. Inflation is quite a common occurrence.
No, it's not common, actually. Every time I meet people and I show them this, their mind is blown. You really are assuming too much of people.
That might be. It's just so obvious that inflation is real and what it is.
No, at last stream I said.
Okay. Let me get off and say this. Let me say this. Then when you give a dollar amount, factor the inflation for the idiots. But a dollar amount would still be valuable information from time to time. That's all I'm saying. All right. Talk to you guys later. Talk to you later.
So that's why last stream I said, like, I always act dumb because people always teach me something new. And it's very important not to assume when you're teaching someone that they know that basic point. If they don't know that basic point, we can't move forward to any advanced concepts, you know? It's just like, we gotta bring it down and make sure everyone's on the same page before we bring it back up. And there are people that know inflation and stuff, but when you see it in this graphical way, it's just really stark. You're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Because I don't think anybody's seen it in this way with gold bars, right? People don't look at housing over gold, rates gold. And they're just like, and if I brought up the housing over stock terms, you can see stock really outperforms the dollar like crazy. And then when you price houses in terms of the S&P 500, you're like, what? It's scary because people don't realize that.
Yeah, I think, the one clarification I would give is that if you can generate income off of your housing, then that kind of
Yep.
But most people don't do that, so that's not even that.
People don't do that. It's very tough. And you talked about like, oh, it costs this, and you got crazy tenants, and it's tough. Like, and that's why I never did in California. It's like I would never, and I knew this was coming in California. Even 10 years ago, I'm like, this place is too crazy.
Buying a house can be a dead end.
Yeah,
buying a house can be a dead end for a lot of people. All right, get crack. Hey, we have to get together. Send me an email. Let's talk about doing the show.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready. I'll do it on your schedule.
Portia ran away.
Well, yes, sir. Portia, come back up. Hopefully, let me put the link back in the chat for one more second. Let's see if she's going to come back up. Have you ever heard about how bad the inflation was? I think it was in Zimbabwe where they would. The prices
Zimbabwe is crazy. I have pictures of like their $1 million.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe. But
like
the most interesting, the most interesting country to look at inflation is Argentina. Argentina used to be one of the world's best places that people thought was going to be the next up and coming developed country way back when in the 1800s, and somehow they keep falling on their ass. And I wonder if like a political person, an economic person would just look at it and say, well, is it because of their leftist policies? Is it because of their like constant political traumas? Like, how come that country, which supposedly has more white mixture, right? Admixture, they're the whitest South American country. How come they can't get their shit together?
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah.
I bet you if I pose that as a topic on CT's channel, like, everybody would just start jumping in and say like,
hey, that probably be a good topic.
People can't do it. See, white people can't do it.
Hey, that probably be a good topic.
Economics. Blah, blah, blah.
That probably be a good topic. Let me look up the demographics. You probably should suggest it. Let me see what the demographics are.
No. If you go to South America, when you see in Argentina, they always act like they're the boss. They're like, oh, we're the hot shit. We're mostly Italians, blah, blah, blah. We're mostly white. We're mostly German or some shit. And then like, well, okay. Well, what's up with your country, though?
I know. I'm looking at that now. Let's see what the demographics look like. I don't think Portia's going to join Get Cracked. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't know. She had something. She said I had something just come up. That's what she said. Like, that's why.
Okay.
She came on. Okay. Hey, John, if you go live later, I will call in and talk about it then. So if you, okay. So, yeah, if you come live later on, she'll come back. Okay.
Yeah. What was the topic? Do you know what the topic she was referring to? I'm not sure.
Nothing. I didn't look at the main chat, though. Was she saying anything there? Man.
Maybe, but either way it goes, Get Cracked. It's always a good show when you are on. We missed out on Master Kim today, but we'll catch him tomorrow.
Well, I thought HB was going to sleep. I didn't think you were going to do a trucker show.
He couldn't stay awake.
Yeah, but he said, he already said it was Monday. So why did you come up on early? You just take a break, man.
Hey, man, I figure I fill in a few gaps here.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I had the energy, man. I was up, so I said, "Why not?"
No, you are crazy, man. I can't have that much energy. It's like I need sleep.
You right here with me, Get
I'm on the West Coast. I'm trying to match your time zones and shit. I'm like, I'm losing it.
Hey, Get Cracked. I'll see you later online. Hey, send me an email though. We just
all right, man. I'll see you, dude.
Hey, everyone, thanks for joining. We're going to get that show probably this evening with DJ MFB, the Private Eye show. I'll let you know what time. You'll see a schedule come up. I hope you guys join. Again, thank you for joining. See you later this evening.